Lord of Mysteries, Mr. Witch and Miss Hunter by author Xian Dian Li. Chapter 301-325. Chapter 301, Beware of the Demoness Playing Pua Games. After another dance, thanks to Adele's repeated efforts, the young sanguine ladies had completely shed the reserve they held during the first song. As soon as Adele ended the final beat with a graceful leap, a large crowd of sanguine ladies immediately gathered around her. Emlyn originally thought the sanguine ladies were coming for him and even pretended to be reserved for a moment, but in that brief time, he found Adele already surrounded by the fervent sanguine ladies, while he himself was squeezed out of the circle by their wide whalebone hoop skirts. Is a demoness really this popular? Emlyn gave a couple of awkward laughs, wanting to find other sanguine ladies to chat with, only to discover that the vast majority of sanguine ladies, whether they had male companions or not, were gathered around Adele. Fortunately, they were all mid-sequence beyonders, so even if they weren't close to Adele, they could still hear what she was saying. Mr. Moon, who was a sanguine count, looked around and only saw a few young sanguine men whose female companions had been swept away by Adele, gathering together and talking about something. Seeing Emlyn look over, they quickly greeted him obsequiously. But, chatting with these guys seems pretty good too. Emlyn didn't like dancing to begin with, but that didn't mean he disliked seeing the respectful attitude of his fellow sanguine when facing him. Since Adele had charmed all the ladies away, he was happy to take it easy and went to boast about his achievements to the sanguine barons. Adele won the hearts of a group of sanguine ladies, and Emlyn gained the satisfaction of showing off in front of the sanguine youths, but Mr. and Mrs. White, who had planned to introduce a girlfriend to Emlyn during this gathering, suffered a crushing defeat. Adele noticed out of the corner of her eye that several parent-like sanguine figures had gathered by the fireplace, changing into thickened cotton dressing gowns. Because the sanguine's body temperature is relatively lower than that of normal humans and their blood volume is less, maintaining body temperature is not easy. Even in a place like the southern continent, where the climate is warm year-round, Adele noticed that the joints of those sanguine ladies' dresses had slight thickening marks, clearly indicating that cotton or silk had been sewn inside. Judging by this, these sanguine ladies don't seem as unapproachable as they look. Although they couldn't compare to her Vianata, they were still very endearing. Moreover, as sanguine ladies invited by Mr. and Mrs. White to attend a banquet alongside Emlyn White, who had become a sanguine count and a high-ranking military official, their identities were naturally not just those of ordinary sanguine. As long-lived species, the accumulated wealth and connections are often unimaginable, and forging good relations with them clearly had no drawbacks. The sanguine maiden Elena, currently chatting with Adele, came from a distinguished background. Not only was she a sanguine baroness herself, but in Loan, she even held the title of Viscount, although she belonged to the type of remote noble far from the political core. Her fief was near Kukva in East Balam, and her manor was less than a day's journey from Baron's Port. In fact, most of the sanguine ladies had already dispersed in disappointment when they saw Elena enter the center of the crowd, turning instead to surround Emlyn. In their view, with Elena present, there was no need for them to continue competing. After all, it takes a certain amount of courage to compete with someone like Elena, a sanguine baroness and a human sub-viscount, who possesses nearly 100,000 pounds in assets, a manor covering thousands of acres, and has reached Sequence 6, while also holding a portion of the White Company's shares. Even if Adele's current company is flourishing, it is still too early in its development, and she is far from possessing this level of wealth. Only by adding the entire Esco family's assets could she barely compare to Elena. Just as Emlyn, who was enjoying the flattery of the sanguine youths, was once again surrounded by the sanguine ladies who had suddenly rushed back, Elena was describing the situation of her family to Adele. Yes, I am the hereditary Viscount of Kukva, Elena answered boastfully. However, since this is a title belonging to short-lived species like humans, my current status is the daughter of the Viscount of Kukva, and due to the hereditary reduction of the title, I am now a sub-Viscount. Heading south from here, after a day's journey by four-wheeled carriage, you can see our family's dripping gold manor. The wine and desserts there are very famous, especially the tropical fruits of the southern continent, which pair perfectly with the amber mead produced here. Also, there is a very large golden rose flower bed, which is the origin of the manor's name. Elena subconsciously touched the peacock-shaped family crest on her chest. If you are willing, you are welcome to visit my manor anytime. She did not mention that Dripping Gold Manor was one of the largest manors in the entire East Balam colony, nor did she mention that she was currently a major shareholder in the White Company, the host's family business. This was Lowen's subtle way of communicating, and this social etiquette was quite popular even among the sanguine nobles in the southern continent colony. All right, I know you're rich. Adele's eyelid twitched slightly, but outwardly, she calmly walked with Elena toward the long dining table laden with food, forking a small star-shaped piece of fruit, catching it underneath with a handkerchief, and offering it to Elena's mouth. That sounds beautiful. When I was lost at sea before, the things that kept me going were always my family's Dixie pie and sweet iced tea. Now it seems I'll have one more thing to look forward to the next time I go out to sea. Of course, she didn't mention that she had never been lost at sea, nor did she mention that her girlfriend at home was her biggest motivation, rather than sweet iced tea and pie. And this wasn't subtlety, it was just plain sweet talk. However, the Sequence 6 potion also greatly amplifies the power of temptation. Although there might have been some loopholes in Adele's words, Elena, under the effect of deliberately magnified desires, cooperatively ignored all of them. The sanguine lady, who had been longing for Adele's affirmation, was so happy she nearly fainted after Adele made such an intimate gesture, and she quickly opened her mouth to bite the tip of the dining fork in Adele's hand. Just as Adele expected, after eating something, Elena's unconscious display of wealth finally ceased. Alas, my mental fortitude is still lacking. Even though I know this has nothing to do with me, having someone flaunt their wealth in front of me is still a bit much for my heart. Adele gave a wry smile internally, sighing that her character still wasn't up to par. But if an ordinary landed noble with little actual power has so much money, how much property must a powerful noble like Miss Hall possess? Adele indulged in brief, random thoughts for a moment before quickly pulling her attention back. Since the two had just met, Adele didn't make any overly outrageous moves. She merely occasionally leveraged the fact that they were both women, leaning in to whisper a few words to Viscount Elena when the conversation turned to more private matters, causing the sanguine maiden, who was only 53 years old and still inexperienced in romance, to blush slightly. Of course, this was only a slight blush because the other party was sanguine and naturally had little blood. If it had been a pure human girl, her face would probably be red enough to drip blood by now. The demoness's series of enchantment techniques are not only effective on men, but also quite potent on women and supernatural races like the sanguine. This is even considering that they both belong to the yin pathway, giving them initial resistance to each other's Beyonder abilities. If it were a Beyonder of the yang pathway, provided they didn't harbor genuine hostile feelings toward Adele, the demoness's charm would essentially be a guaranteed knockout weapon. While chatting, Adele felt a rush of emotion, realizing that the demoness of pleasure potion she consumed was rapidly digesting. After about 20 more minutes, Adele noticed that Fleur White was standing on the second floor, waving slightly at her. Is she trying to talk to me about Emlyn? Adele found it slightly amusing. She stood up, lightly lifted her skirt, and bowed to Miss Elena. It was very pleasant chatting with you, but I have some matters to discuss with Mr. and Mrs. White now, so I must take my leave. The round-faced sanguine maiden, completely immersed in her time with Adele, hadn't noticed the passage of time at all. She wanted to stand up and try to keep Adele, but couldn't think of a good excuse, so she could only stare blankly as the graceful figure flew lightly toward the second floor like a butterfly. Please be sure to visit my manor in the future. Just say you are a friend of Miss Elena. As Adele was about to ascend the stairs, Elena finally mustered the courage to speak to Adele. Don't worry. Adele hesitated slightly, not wanting to outright reject her, and instead gave an ambiguous answer. Then, she put two fingers together on her lips and lightly blew Elena a kiss. Even in the southern continent, this gesture is only used between extremely intimate lovers. Elena was instantly thunderstruck, stumbled back 2 steps, and only regained her footing by leaning on the wine cabinet. By this time, Adele had already gone upstairs. Tease and run, how exciting. This thought popped into Adele's mind before she went upstairs. In fact, it wasn't that she hadn't been tempted. With the demoness's Pua skills essentially engraved into the potion sequence, dealing with a naive sanguine lady who had stayed home for decades, learned about relationships through romance novels, and possibly only met a non-relative of the opposite sex for the first time at this banquet, Adele could trick her into transferring all her assets and even buying her a getaway ticket within a month. However, Adele still maintained a certain level of moral bottom line, and she would never do such a thing. The acting process for an essence faction demoness is already relatively less emphasized compared to the true god faction. If she were to become too deeply involved in the role, causing the mental residue within the potion to quickly dissipate, the Sephira could use its connection to the demoness pathway Beander characteristic to directly corrupt her mind. Moreover, although the other party was actually 50 years old, nearly 10 years older than Emlyn, in the eyes of the Sanguine, who only reach adulthood at 40, she was still a novice with little dating experience, equivalent at most to a human in her early 20s. Adele found it psychologically difficult to accept swindling the assets of such a girl. The only downside is that while her own problem is solved, it's hard to say whether these sanguine ladies will develop unrealistic fantasies about their partners after meeting a demoness of pleasure. Besides finding an opportunity to introduce the 4 demonesses under her command to them, Adele really couldn't think of any other solution. But for now, she still had to deal with the worried Mr. and Mrs. White. Adele couldn't help but recall a classic scene from the famous popular novel Wuthering Heights by Ms. Wall, where the protagonist's relationship with her beloved was opposed by the latter's family, and the girl's father took out a check and told the Miss Detective, "I'll give you £5,000, stop seeing my daughter from now on." At the time, Adele had complained to Vianata that in the setting, the father of a noble heroine actually tried to dismiss the Miss Detective with only £5,000. Such a plot immediately suggests that the author had never experienced real aristocratic life and didn't know how much wealth nobles truly possessed. However, I am not a noble, nor are Mr. and Mrs. White. More importantly, I never intended to date Mr. Emlyn, so £1,000, I'll disappear from his sight for £1,000. Ah, wait, I still have to meet him regularly at the Tarot Club. Adele lightly patted her face where others couldn't see, stopping herself from laughing out loud at these nonsensical thoughts. Regardless, they are the parents of your nominal superior, so you must mind your manners. Following this, Adele exercised her facial muscles and quickly returned to normal. Following the direction she remembered, she soon walked up to Fleur White, while Erwin White, who was sitting on the sofa, gently put down the newspaper in his hand. "Good morning, Miss Circe," Fleur White greeted her with considerable reserve, displaying the demeanor of a mistress of the house in her every move. "Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. White." Adele returned the bow and then seized the opportunity to say, "First of all, I regret to inform you that Emlyn and I are not in the relationship you imagine. I was just temporarily pulled in by him to save face. He seems to have misunderstood the meaning of your words and felt it would be embarrassing not to bring a female companion." When saying these words, Adele had prepared herself to deal with the complaints of Mr. and Mrs. White, however, the subsequent reaction of the two caught her completely off guard. "Oh, you mean that? We already knew," Erwin White said dismissively. "The main reason we asked you here is to discuss the promotion of White Company products in the Intersea area. That child, Emlyn. Although we hosted this gathering for him, honestly, ever since he brought home his first life-sized doll, Erwin and I realized that we probably won't see him mature for decades." Fleur White smiled helplessly, her eyes looking a bit tired. Zhu Tianwen, the mystery instance will be opened soon. Chapter 302, White Pharmaceuticals, moving to Fosak. They actually figured it out. Adele was slightly stunned, but then she relaxed. It was clear that Mr. Moon's fondness for dolls wasn't a recent development. His parents were unlikely to be unaware of their son's hobby, otherwise they wouldn't be busy arranging similar matters for him. However, their attitude towards their son finding a girlfriend through his own efforts seems rather pessimistic, Adele thought mischievously. She was sure she hadn't shown any flaws just now, yet Fleur White and Erwin White's attitudes were still so certain. Was it a case of, a mother knows her son best, or, the greatest sorrow is a heart that has died? A common saying, grasp the spirit, no need to consider whether this saying exists in the world of the mystery. If you ask, it's Rosal. Come over here to talk. Erwin White pointed to the chair in front of him, and Fleur White led Adele to sit beside him. By then, the ball downstairs was mostly over. Some gentlemen and ladies went to the card room to play Texas Hold'em or Fight the Evil, while the remaining ladies, surrounding a somewhat flustered Emlyn, headed to the living room, intending to continue their efforts. Overall, perhaps because there was a human like Adele present, the Sanguine were more restrained. There was no scene, as Adele had imagined, where in the middle of the banquet, Mr. and Mrs. White suddenly wheeled out a comatose living person tied to an iron frame to entertain everyone. It was generally no different from a Lowen Kingdom aristocratic banquet. In similar banquets, Adele had already prepared several times when she served as a personal butler to assassinate Baron Sindras, so she had long lost any sense of novelty. The room Mr. and Mrs. White and she were in was one of many rooms on the second floor, seemingly a small room specifically for private conversations. Adele noticed a layer of dust on the windowsill. It seemed that to avoid as much trouble as possible, they even rarely hired servants. If not for the banquet today, probably only a few of the large rooms would be in use. They like grand displays, and they also like delicate accessories. According to records, the former tendency appeared later than the latter. Could it be the influence of the Sanguine ancestor Lilith taking over Omi Bella's body and becoming the Earth Mother? Lilith replaced Omi Bella, but Omi Bella also influenced Lilith to some extent. Adele's thoughts wandered as she maintained a polite smile, watching Erwin White unfold the documents in his hand. Emlyn has mentioned you many times, and he rarely speaks so highly of anyone. The cooperation between our two families is also something he brought up before. Florin is a middle-aged Sanguine with outstanding demeanor. Although she looks only slightly older than Emlyn, both she and Erwin are already close to 80 years old. Yes, Emlyn rarely praises people, so I was quite surprised at the time. Originally, these matters should have been handled by Emlyn himself, but since it involves the company, and he brought you here today, Florin and I thought we'd get to know you in advance and discuss the specific details of the cooperation. Erwin White pulled out a stack of papers filled with text from his briefcase on the table, containing an introduction to White Company and some image data. You read it first. If there's anything unclear, you can ask me. Erwin handed the stack of documents to Adele. Emlyn had previously compiled some information about Queen Island Shipping Company, so she already had a preliminary understanding. All right. Adele did not refuse, taking the stack of materials and beginning to read. From the information, she discovered that White Pharmaceutical Company, Limited's history was unexpectedly short, established less than a year before Adele's Queen Island Shipping Company, yet it occupied nearly one-third of the pharmaceutical market near Backland. Moreover, they didn't just produce medicines, they also produced shampoos, shower gels, and all other chemical preparations related to daily life. In particular, the shampoo made from Doringsman tree sap was in short supply in the Lowen market. Even Vianata, who had no such needs, always liked to get some from Altair. Adele casually turned a page and suddenly let out a soft, looking closely at the data on that page. The data showed that from the latter half of last year, White Pharmaceutical Company's expansion momentum plummeted, and its sales growth also dropped sharply. The sales gap, which was almost double that of the next company, was now almost completely closed. Upon seeing this, Adele initially thought Mr. and Mrs. White had made some erroneous decisions. However, after reading the subsequent reports, she realized that White Company had not only made no hard errors at that time but had instead improved technology and reduced costs. Theoretically, their income should have increased, not decreased. Just as she was about to ask Mr. and Mrs. White, her peripheral vision caught the expectant expressions in the eyes of the two Sanguine, which made her hold back her words. This might be a test from them, to see if she could identify the root of the problem. Adele took a deep breath, carefully recalling what she had seen and heard at Baron Sindras's house around July and August of last year, trying to find the answer herself. Fortunately, it wasn't actually that difficult to guess. If White Company itself hadn't had problems, and the market hadn't shrunk for no reason, then there was only one possibility: resistance from competitors. Lowen's economic level is considerably stronger than that of Intis and Fosak. Purely in terms of total economic output, it is almost equivalent to the sum of the two countries. However, not all of this money is in the national treasury, most of it is in the hands of big industrialists. The strength of the new party in politics also benefits from these new nobles. In such a situation, all industries have organizations that Rosal called trusts. They control the market, monopolize raw material sources and investment scope. Others either join the trust, losing their independence, or are squeezed out by the trust and completely excluded. Based on what she had just observed, the long-lived races, represented by the sanguine, naturally possessed a sense of superiority when facing short-lived humans. Not to mention joining the pharmaceutical trust circle, it was likely that Mr. and Mrs. White hadn't even taken the other party seriously. When they expanded early on, the other party didn't interfere, but later, seeing them develop too quickly, they naturally had to find ways to sanction them. To be honest, Adele had no interest in such economic struggles. The apocalypse was approaching, and arguing with these ignorant fellows would not only be a waste of energy but also potentially delay important matters. But Emlyn might not think that way. After all, he was a demigod and a noble sanguine. There were many things he not only couldn't think of but also couldn't be bothered to think about. Neither he nor Mr. and Mrs. White understood commercial struggles beyond the simple notion that, my product is good quality and low price, so it should win. And Adele had no intention of changing their minds. The sanguine's prejudices, accumulated over thousands of years, were deeply ingrained. She was an instigator, not a dream weaver like Miss Audrey. The potions prepared by a professional apothecary, even those without Beander materials, were much more effective than ordinary ones. With these, it was enough to handle ordinary business wars. However, if White Company truly went up against the traditional great nobles, this level alone would not be enough. Adele had a premonition that if they truly followed Mr. and Mrs. White's ideas and confronted those great nobles, their pharmaceutical company would likely not be well by the time the apocalypse arrived. Just a few tactics of commercial warfare she had heard from Baron Cinders made Adele feel terrified. These tactics had nothing to do with personal strength. Even if Emlyn was a demigod, he couldn't just flip the table. If White Company continued to operate according to Mr. and Mrs. White's strategy, not only would various scandals be inevitable, but also malicious troublemaking, counterfeit products, and all sorts of other tactics would be employed by these industrialists. Of course, what Adele worried about most was the fact that Mr. and Mrs. White were sanguine being used against them. One must know that Backland had suffered many disasters, and after two Beander calamities, the public's attitude towards Beander races and Beander incidents had reached an all-time low. At such a time, if their sanguine identity were exposed, the resulting unrest would certainly be something Adele did not want to see. When it was time to do so, those nobles had no reason to hesitate. After all, no matter how they manipulated it, they would profit. Thinking this, Adele placed the documents on the table and said seriously to Mr. and Mrs. White. I have a basic understanding of the situation. Mr. White, has your company received any letters from certain nobles or other subtle hints during this time? Yes, but we didn't respond, because they invited Emlyn. First, he was in the southern continent all this time, and even if he were in Backland, he is a sanguine earl, so there's no need to mingle with some human barons. Erwin nodded, saying indifferently, but his expression, in Adele's eyes, was as infuriating as Emlyn's. They wanted face, and the big figures on the trust's side also wanted face, so it was naturally impossible for them to personally approach Mr. and Mrs. White for a discussion from the outset. Those barons with little savings were most likely just mouthpieces. Unlike powerful figures like Baron Cinders, status could not be judged solely by the size of one's noble title. However, Mr. and Mrs. White did not understand the rules, nor did they want to understand the rules of human nobles, which is why they faced resistance, causing the pharmaceutical company to progress slowly. When Adele first joined the Tarot Club, Emlyn often boastfully reported on the progress of his pharmaceutical company. However, after Adele's promotion to Sequence 7, he almost never mentioned it again. It seems that from that time, the company began to be jointly suppressed by traditional industrialists. After careful consideration, I believe that your company's current situation is quite dangerous and urgently needs to find another way. Calming herself slightly, Adele said to the bewildered Mr. and Mrs. White, perhaps you don't know, but at the top of every industry in Loan, there is a monopolistic organization composed of industrialists. Emperor Rosal called them trusts. They have gathered almost all the resources of their peers, making it very difficult for you to compete. And when they showed goodwill to you, you rejected their kindness. Now that sanctions have begun, if you try to show goodwill again, your position will be very passive. Adele explained as patiently as she could, regardless of whether they would listen. So, what is your idea? Florin and Erwin exchanged glances and asked Adele. My idea is, since your goal is to expand your influence as much as possible, continuing to fight a positional war against those wealthy nobles in Backland is too uneconomical. It would be better to relocate. Adele magically pulled out the long pipe hidden on her person and began to toy with it. This was something Gegran had left for her. Although she didn't like smoking, she occasionally used this pipe to inhale some self-made herbal smoke when she needed to invigorate her spirits. In fact, the tobacco Gegran smoked also contained spirituality materials, otherwise it wouldn't have been ignited by the black flame. For a demoness, this smoke was more akin to a spellcasting material than a mental indulgence. You mean relocate? Erwin frowned. The company's current turnover is still increasing slightly. Even if it's not as rapid as when it was first established, isn't it too early to talk about abandoning the Backland market now? Perhaps, but I must remind you that transferring a company is not something that can be completed overnight. Especially since you are now in the southern continent, in terms of information timeliness, it is possible that White Company is currently facing a counterattack from the other party. Adele tapped the documents on the table with her pipe. Even if you ultimately don't plan to withdraw, preparing early isn't a bad thing. Don't forget, the purpose of White Company's establishment is to promote these medicines, not to fight unnecessary messy battles with these industrialist nobles who only care about money in the limited market of Backland. After speaking, she brought the pipe to her mouth, ignited it with a black flame, and inhaled the smoke from the burning powder, a mixture of mint, mandrake, and various other herbs, instantly feeling invigorated. All right, you have a point. Erwin White pondered for a while. However, this matter is of great importance, and the specific details still need to be discussed. Now, could you please elaborate on where exactly this relocation would be? According to his intention, it would be best to relocate to the southern continent, either West Balam or Baron would be fine. As an area where the Rose School of Thought once operated on a large scale, Beyonder materials needed by Beyonders of the Moon Pathway would naturally not be lacking. After all, the Rose School of Thought had its own Shaman King. Moreover, for the Sanguine, whose body temperature is always relatively low, the warm climate of the northern Barren region meant they didn't have to wear thick cotton pajamas and nightcaps all year round, as they did in Backland, allowing their body lines to appear more elegant. However, Adele merely raised an eyebrow and gave an answer Mr. and Mrs. White had never considered. Need I say more? Of course, it's Fosak. Chapter 303, Temptation is a great success. Go to Fasak. Erwin White frowned, about to reject, but Adele interrupted him. Let me state the reasons first, Adele said slowly, gently twirling the pipe in her hand, made of an unknown material. Firstly, the environment in Fasak is much more comfortable than the southern continent. You should know that currently, the Rose School of Thought on the southern continent is at war with the Goddess Church and the Mother Goddess Church. In such circumstances, the sales of your potions will be greatly affected. That's not right, is it? Erwin frowned. Where there's war, the demand for medicine should be very high. He had somewhat noticed the things Adele had told him earlier about the syndicates. This time, he and his wife came to the southern continent with a similar intention, to open a subsidiary on the southern continent, considering the demand for wound medicine at the front lines. Indeed, it's very high, but you have to consider what Mr. Fool's purpose is in having you two start a potion company, Adele explained methodically. Is it to make more money or to save more people? Miss Justice had already informed Adele of the tasks Mr. Fool assigned to each member of the Tarot Club during a previous meeting, which is why Adele decided to approach it from this angle. To persuade the self-important Sanguine, only invoking a deity was most effective. He asked us to establish a potion company to spread his name, Erwin White questioned, confused. But what does this have to do with our direction of development? You need to understand, is it that easy to expand influence by being a drug supplier to the army? Adele continued to guide him patiently. Here, what medicines do you sell, and to whom? In Fasak, what medicines do you sell, and to whom? Lowen's expedition this time, ostensibly to expand colonies, was actually a mystical war against the Rose School of Thought. The main participants were the Nighthawks of the Goddess Church, some Punishers of the Storm Church, and the Gardener of the Mother Goddess Church, with a total of less than 10,000 ordinary soldiers from the Southern Army Corps. The official Beyonders with the most casualties naturally have specialized potion supplies. Without connections to the churches, it's difficult for you to get involved. Even if you could squeeze in, promoting that one's name within the church's ranks. I don't think that's very realistic. Adele took another puff of henbane smoke, giving Mr. and Mrs. White some time to process, then continued, as for ordinary officers and soldiers, the injuries they sustain in these battles, even if your wound medicine is effective, it would be difficult to treat all of them, wouldn't it? Fleur White nodded in agreement. Their potions sought a compromise between miraculous effect and cost, allowing the potions to have the highest efficacy within a reasonable cost range. However, there was still a significant gap compared to miraculous potions. In cases where soldiers were severely injured, the improved efficacy was actually very limited. In other words, this potion could make minor injuries heal faster, but it couldn't save those with organic damage to major organs. Although it was still very competitive compared to ordinary potions, Mr. Fool's goal was to expand influence as much as possible, and doing so would be too inefficient. But it's different in Fasak. Indo is also a big city. I've already smoothed out all the visible and hidden relationships, so sales won't be a problem. Adele picked up the form of White Company's main products and circled several items. Accordingly, your business direction also needs to undergo certain changes. The White family were all doctors, and they mainly earned money from the middle class. Although they didn't go 3 years without opening, each opening brought in at least £20. Therefore, their main product strategy hadn't yet shifted, mostly focusing on medicines for affluent diseases like cardiovascular and cerebrovascular issues, and priced quite high. My suggestion is to focus on anti-flu potions as your main product in Fasak. It has distinct seasons, cold winters, and the flu during spring and autumn can be deadly for the poor. Adele continued to analyze, circling on the form with her pipe. Moreover, after the shipping routes are opened, a large number of Lonus will travel to Fasak, and those who are unaccustomed to the local conditions will also be important targets for development. On one side were the poor who might collapse from a single flu, and speculators who had left their homes due to war. On the other side were elite soldiers carefully selected by the Loan government for overseas combat. It was self-evident whose faith would be easier to change. What's more, the Church of the God of War had just lost the war. Compared to the Night Church, whose believers would be harder to snatch, even if Adele didn't say it, Mr. and Mrs. White understood. What you said is indeed very reasonable, but our project here has already started preparations. What should we do about that? After listening to Adele's explanation, Erwin was completely convinced by the young lady's words, but when he thought of the field hospital he had invested in already under construction and set to officially open in a few days, abandoning it now would be quite a pity. You can keep some clinical doctors here. As for apothecaries, except for those treating tropical infectious diseases like malaria, all of them will be transferred to Fasak. I will arrange their reception. Adele first made arrangements, then said with some heartache, don't worry about salaries and expenses. We can discuss these in detail later. Anyway, so far, she had no competitors in the coastal area. With Miss Audrey personally in charge, others probably wouldn't interfere with business in this area until they saw clear benefits. Once the island's mineral veins were officially mined, within 3 months at most, the company should be able to break even. What? You ask where the money for these few months comes from. What do you think Adele's shoulder? Ah, she's not wearing epaulets now. What do you think her lieutenant rank and privateer captain identity are for? Although the plundered goods could only be split 4/6 with the kingdom, even taking only 40% was not a small sum. In fact, Adele's business acumen wasn't particularly high. For any seasoned businessman, seeing through her plan wouldn't be difficult. However, the bureaucratic system of the Fasak Empire and its royal composition were far less mature than the constitutional monarchy of the Loan Kingdom, and even less comparable to the Intis Republic's system reformed by Emperor Rosal. Of course, Rosal's later re-enthronement was another matter entirely. In short, the Fasak Empire's situation was still in a transitional stage between feudalism and capitalism. Rosal had even specifically written a book on capital to criticize the systems of other countries in order to promote republicanism, but after his death, this book was also banned by the 3 countries. However, as a former hardcore Rosal fan, although now in a semi-disillusioned state due to the Demoness card incident, Adele had previously found some pages of On Capital through various means. Terms like capitalism were also something she found there. Due to Faesac's backward political system and the overwhelming suppression of the Church of the God of War, there were almost no established large syndicates within Faesac. This was also one of the important reasons why the Indo-Port gangs grew large but were not suppressed by syndicates. In Loan, syndicates are strong and individuals are weak. In Faesac, syndicates are weak and individuals are strong. No competitors, no obstructive forces, official Beyonders and the Demonist sect is her backing, and the mysterious Tarot Club. In this situation, taking over the already powerful Indo-Port gangs. I, Adele, have never fought such a rich battle in my life. Seeing Mr. and Mrs. White still hesitating, the instigator's talent told Adele that it was time to bring out her trump card. If your actions here are not smooth, then Emlyn's situation will be very troublesome. He just joined the church, and his position is not very stable, neither in the church nor in the military. Adele paused, secretly observing the expressions of Mr. and Mrs. White. Sure enough, when their son was mentioned, the sanguine, who had been haggling over every detail, suddenly perked up. What I'm about to say is a military secret, do not spread it. Seeing that her words had an effect, Adele quickly continued to fan the flames. The celestial body that rose from the sea 2 days ago not only caused a tsunami but also severely damaged the kingdom's ironclad ship fleet. Although this was something Emlyn could not have prevented, the expeditionary force still needs someone to take responsibility. Perhaps because of his chosen status, his personal safety is certainly not an issue, but the quartermaster of the expeditionary force, that's a lucrative position, and there are many people competing with him. Adele said meaningfully. The loss of the ironclad ships was clearly news that couldn't be kept secret. Saying it now wasn't a serious error, instead, it could impact the mental defenses of these two sanguine. How could this be? Fleur White's face suddenly turned pale, even paler than before. Then, will Emlyn be dismissed? Erwin White tried to take off his gold-rimmed glasses, but due to nervousness, he couldn't take them off for a long time and even broke the temple of his glasses. I didn't come here from the northern continent without reason, Adele replied ambiguously. I can only say that there's still room for maneuver, and I'll do my best to fight for it. However, if he leaves any handle by helping white pharmaceuticals develop in the southern continent, it will be difficult for me to resolve. What she said was indeed true, but her reason for coming here was not to clean up Emlyn's mess, as Mr. and Mrs. White might have thought. Hearing that there was still hope, the two sanguine simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Although Emlyn's hobbies had indeed given them headaches for a long time, this child was, after all, their pride. Please rest assured, we will not make things difficult for Emlyn in this regard in the future. Actually, the promotion of secular official positions is secondary. They don't care who holds this position. Seeing Mr. and Mrs. White relax slightly, Adele, fearing the effect wouldn't be good, gave another push. Adele said solemnly, you also know that he, like me, was chosen by both Mr. Fool and the Mother Goddess. Therefore, I know the progress of other people's tasks. If that one awakens, and Emlyn's task progress is the slowest. In front of the two sanguine who were already drenched in cold sweat, Adele leisurely spoke a sentence that Mr. Hanged Man had once warned her about. Believe in the power of the deities, not in their benevolence. Erwin White and Fleur White swallowed hard, exchanged glances, stood up from their seats, and bowed to Adele together. Then, Fleur White sincerely took Adele's hand and said to her, we understand all this. I must thank you on Emlyn's behalf. This child has always been too impetuous in his actions. Now that you are by his side, we are relieved. Wait, Mrs. White, isn't this attitude a bit off? Haven't you switched from the state of choosing a daughter-in-law? Adele's mouth twitched stiffly, forcing out a smile. We'll do as you say regarding White Company. Once shipping to the northern continent resumes, we'll find a way to transfer some of the apothecaries here back. As for our kin who haven't yet departed, I will arrange for them to go directly to Indo through a special sanguine method. Erwin White also echoed, you don't have to worry about the salaries and expenses of the employees. We will advance them for you in the early stages. Emlyn will need your continued support in the future. It seems this persuasion was a great success. Adele nodded with satisfaction in her heart. Although she exaggerated her role in the persuasion process just now, she didn't actually create something out of nothing. Emlyn's position was indeed unstable, and he truly lacked experience in handling affairs, making it difficult for him to contend with those great nobles who played power games. Adele estimated that if she couldn't achieve something significant next, Emlyn certainly wouldn't be able to hold his position for long. Military logistics was a place to make money, and this was already an unwritten consensus among Loan's upper society. Even demigods needed to earn money to support their families, and in fact, many demigods had high expenses and couldn't make ends meet. A position like logistics, which wouldn't cause major problems and allowed one to make a lot of money, which military member wouldn't covet. Now that such a big problem had occurred under Emlyn's administration, whether it was his fault or not, it certainly wasn't his credit. Adele estimated that the senior military officials in the country who wanted to pull him down were probably already celebrating with champagne. And precisely at this time, Mr. and Mrs. White arrived here. According to Emlyn's personality, he would definitely secretly support his family's company, but how many people were currently watching him, waiting for him to make another mistake? Adele didn't know, but Adele knew that at such a time, even a small mistake would be infinitely magnified. Although Emlyn was relatively reserved at banquets, he was actually very arrogant at heart. Even though Adele and he were both chosen by the Fool and the Mother Goddess, Adele's sequence and seniority were not as good as his. Adele wasn't sure how much he would listen to her. It was better to prod Mr. and Mrs. White and solve the problem at the root. After all, the White family's affections were quite good, and family members would always have more influence than an outsider like herself. Adele thought to herself, but verbally instructed, Emlyn has been keeping these matters from you, but I'm worried that if you are unaware and truly open that door, he might not be able to control himself. You who watched him buy dolls should know his self-control best. If Emlyn asks, please keep it a secret for me. All right, please rest assured, Miss CC, we know our limits. Chapter 304. Look, the crouching eyes. It took Adele a considerable amount of time to persuade Mr. and Mrs. White, so much so that by the time she left the Whites' mansion in the southern continent, it was already approaching noon. The White family's estate was located outside Baron's Port, with dedicated walls guarding the manor. Along the road leading out, one could see tenants hired by the White family busy collecting medicinal herbs. Adele rejected Mr. and Mrs. White's offer to send her back by carriage. She intended to experience the local customs and culture of the southern continent up close herself, and also to prepare for her further plans. After all, it wasn't far from the city, and there was a distinct man-made river as a landmark. By following the river, she would soon reach the city. Adele changed into a comfortable casual outfit at the White's home, consisting of a 7/4 length waisted overcoat, a well-tailored cotton vest, and boots with shiny metal caps. The gray hood at the back of her clothes could partially obscure her pretty face, preventing a commotion. Due to the colonists' deforestation, the rainforest near the manor had long disappeared, replaced by sparse mountain forests. The sky became clear and open, and the population along the way grew denser. The land became fertile and easy to cultivate, with roughly tilled fields distributed along irrigation canals. About 10 minutes later, Adele saw a small lake at a tributary of the man-made river, with a floating island-like field in the center of the lake. The edge of the floating field was a circle of supporting fences, half submerged in water, while the center had neatly crisscrossing waterways that divided the floating island into uniform small plots. On the fields of the floating island, corn, pumpkins, and kidney beans, 3 staple crops, were densely planted, with chilies, sunflowers, and some herbs Adele had never seen before on the side. Before she left, Mr. and Mrs. White had told Adele that seeing this chinampa in the middle of the river meant she had officially re-entered the vicinity of Baron's Port. Sure enough, Adele hadn't walked far before she saw this port city, which had distinct Balam Empire characteristics. When Adele first arrived here, she had entered the city directly from the more thoroughly developed port area. On the way to the White's residence, she had been preoccupied with her clothes and hadn't paid much attention to her surroundings. Similar to the East Borough and West Borough of Loan, Baron's Port also had distinct differences in its architectural composition. The North Borough, closer to the port, was more akin to the Loan style, with most factories and public facilities concentrated there. The South Borough, however, was more heavily influenced by the architectural style of the Balam Empire. Originally, Barons was not a port city and had its own city walls, but after Loan colonists landed and occupied it, they established the North Borough along the edge of the original city walls, thus preserving the original buildings. From the land route, Barons Port revealed a trapezoidal earth and stone city wall, 4 to 5 meters high, adorned with dark red patterns, said to be the result of colonial blood sacrifices centuries ago. Beyond the city walls, one could immediately see the Pyramid Temple in the very center of the South Borough, tens of meters high, which was once a place dedicated to death. But now, 4 chimneys, even taller than the temple, stood at its 4 corners. These belonged to several Loan metallurgical factories, and the black smoke they emitted perpetually obscured the sky above the temple. It doesn't look like a coincidence, the architecture of these factories seems to have some mystical significance, Adele evaluated, relying on her demoness intuition. Those 4 chimneys were not equidistant but varied in distance, maintaining fixed, different distances from each other. Their heights also differed, the shortest was about as tall as the temple, while the tallest was almost twice its height. Using the mystical significance of everyday buildings, a mystical suppression was constructed, effectively preventing anomalies in the temple that once worshipped death. The people responsible for building these factories back then were probably not simple. Adele narrowed her eyes, carefully examining the mystical implications symbolized by the 4 chimneys and the smoke. Only after repeatedly confirming their accuracy did she relax. Adele then walked through the open city gate, paid a pence entrance fee, and proceeded along the cross-shaped streets that traversed the South Borough. Below the Pyramid Temple was the central square of the South Borough, covering several thousand square meters. This was once a square where natives who worshipped death conducted large-scale human sacrifices. Despite being transformed into a marketplace by colonists and enduring hundreds of years, phenomena of vengeful spirits occasionally still occurred here. The periphery of the farmers' market was lined with stalls belonging to villagers and townspeople, offering a wide array of goods. Farmers brought turkeys, dogs, rabbits, black bean paste, pumpkins, chilies, sunflower seeds, and last year's avocados. The vendors here sold a local specialty, a handmade corn tortilla wrap, filled with minced meat or animal offal, topped with chopped onions and cilantro, and finally drizzled with freshly pressed bright red chili sauce. It smelled incredibly fragrant and inviting. Adele had been dancing all morning and then walked all the way back to the city center, so she was somewhat hungry. She spent 1 soles at a street stall and ordered a corn tortilla wrap, a bowl of chicken and corn red soup, and a handmade chocolate as dessert, thinking she should fill her stomach first. Since this was currently a Loan colony, the currency of the suzerain state was very strong here, with purchasing power considerably higher than in the homeland. There was indeed food at the Whites' banquet, but in such settings, people's appetites naturally diminished. At least, Adele couldn't openly gorge herself while being the center of everyone's attention, it would make her feel like a monkey in a zoo. After taking a sip of the spicy chicken red soup, Adele felt the chill she had accumulated from her walk being driven away by the chili. Although it was the tropics, it was still late January, and the temperature was only in the teens Celsius. Coupled with strong gusts of wind, continuous outdoor walking led to rapid loss of both body water and heat. Shredded lettuce, shredded radish, and avocado, such a combination, I've learned something new. Soon, Adele finished her main course, took a sip of hot cocoa, and then began to cough violently. Due to the intensity, her hood slipped, revealing her pretty face, which at this moment was slightly flushed from the sudden stimulation. Why was there chili in hot cocoa? Adele wasn't adverse to spicy food, but as a staunch sweet lover, adding chili to cocoa, which she subconsciously believed should be a sweet treat, gave her an abrupt sensation and almost made her choke. After finally managing to compose herself, Adele apologetically looked up at her surroundings, only to find that the people around her were staring blankly at her. That's why being a demoness has its downsides. If you don't cover your face, you might get stared at even just walking down the street. Adele sighed inwardly and lost the desire to stay at the stall. She casually handed the remaining cocoa to a child by the roadside, then put on her hood, changed direction a few times in the crowd, and left the stall. After browsing for another 2 rounds, Adele gradually found herself losing interest. After filling her stomach, the appeal of the market's goods to Adele plummeted. Although the pottery made by the indigenous residents was exquisite, it was difficult to preserve during sea voyages, so she didn't buy any. While handmade obsidian tools and statues had great commemorative value, she already had a set of ritual knives obtained from Gegran, so there was no need to buy more. As for death-style clothing, Adele didn't think it would be comfortable to stick a bunch of ornate feathers on herself. After becoming a Beander, especially after advancing to demoness, Adele paid particular attention to preserving her original personality, which included reasonably controlling and releasing desires, including the urge to buy everything. Now, if it wasn't a mysticism-related item, Adele didn't even bother buying it herself. Although she felt this might not be ideal, it was better than squandering money. Without the corresponding temptations, Adele merely glanced at her surroundings, felt she had seen most of the novelties, and prepared to leave for the North Borough, where the army headquarters and port were located. Along this path, there were subtle changes in the residents' attire, dress, and architectural styles. The male residents of the South Borough favored ornate clothing, with slightly higher status indigenous men wearing colorful shawls and long feathered crowns. However, the closer one got to the North Borough, the more Loan-esque the residents' clothing became, transforming into a combination of capri pants and taraba shirts. By the time Adele reached the vicinity of the North City Wall of the South Borough, gentlemen in long formal wear were commonplace. There was also a coffin-carrying service on the street, a very famous local mode of transport, stemming from the legends of death. For a maximum of 2 souls, one could be carried from the south gate of the South Borough to the North Gate. However, Adele had no interest in trying it. After all, when she lay down, her face would inevitably be seen by the carriers, and she wasn't overly optimistic about the conscience of the local natives. Lying down like that, there was no guarantee where they might carry her. Of course, Adele wasn't worried about her safety, but rather unwilling to cause trouble. After all, she currently had the important task of helping Emlyn solve subsequent problems. If even she herself were to be caught by others, it would be troublesome. Adele turned a street corner and was surprised to look at a specific spot. There was an exquisite fabric canopy there, and a group of people were gathered around it, leisurely puffing smoke and enjoying a relaxed atmosphere together. It seemed to be a stall selling various herbs. The vendor was burning fresh tobacco leaves, mandrake, wormwood, and a certain southern continent cactus specialty in an open-air incense burner, emitting a peculiar fragrance that even invigorated Adele when she smelled it. This formula is not simple. Is the stall owner a Beander? Adele's thoughts stirred slightly, but she quickly dismissed the possibility. The other party had clearly not been setting up a stall here for the first day. Publicly burning plants with spirituality to attract customers on the street like this, if he were a Beander, he would have long been taken by the Earth Mother Church's gardener for a chat. It should be some folk mysticism enthusiasts who have acquired certain herbal knowledge. Adele quickly made a judgment in her mind. The ways to enter mysticism were actually diverse. Before Beander pathways were summarized, humans had already mastered ways to utilize supernatural powers to a certain extent through ritual magic, and herbalism was one of them. There were rituals set up through types of herbs, through arrangement of positions, through ratios of medicinal materials, and so on. Adele stopped in front of the stall and picked up a cigarette placed on the table for closer inspection. This kind of cigarette was carefully wrapped in local leaves, containing dried tobacco, and some unidentifiable herbs and spices. "Welcome, beautiful lady," a rather friendly voice rang out. "Would you like to try this divine smoke, passed down from the Balam Empire and originating from the sacred rainforest?" Adele looked up, and what met her eyes was a deformed head twice as long as her own. The skull curved backward from the forehead, extending into an elongated crown, adorned with circles of feather ornaments and dangling silver decorations. Adele couldn't help but step back warily. This was one of the vile customs prevalent among the nobles in the southern colonies, often preserved by descendants of high-status divine officials and nobles. From birth, they would press the child's skull between 2 bound wooden boards, tightening them a little each day. After 3 years, the child's skull would be completely deformed before they removed the device. Of course, some also used cloth straps to wrap the skull, forcing it to grow upward, but the principle was similar. After Loan occupied the area, they were greatly shocked by this barbaric and backward custom, yet they repeatedly failed to stop it. Only in recent centuries did this custom gradually disappear. "I didn't expect to see it here," Adele frowned, beginning to consider a reason to leave. This is death's sigh left in the human world. Just a tiny one can allow you to establish a 15-minute connection with him and experience the beauty of the divine kingdom. Seeing Adele hesitate, the descendant of the divine official seemed to think Adele was tempted and continued excitedly, "This bag of divine smoke contains 5 sticks, and I'll only charge you £1. If you're not satisfied, I also have ancestral ayahuasca from the divine official family, which can let you experience incredible tranquility and pleasure. It seems he does have some effect, at least keeping you from being caught by the goddess church until now." Adele replied sarcastically, preparing to withdraw and leave. "I'm telling the truth." The merchant, seeing Adele turn to leave, suddenly burst forth with unexpected speed, grabbing Adele's wrist. With his other hand, he snatched a glass bottle from the table, filled with black ayahuasca. Before Adele could stop him, she saw him deftly open the cork and take a large gulp. His expression instantly became blank, and his body twisted in place like a zombie, turning towards the direction of the 4 chimneys. His mouth opened unnaturally wide, and black liquid, far exceeding the amount he had drunk, spewed out. Fortunately, Adele dodged quickly and avoided being splattered. While black liquid streamed from the corners of his mouth, he spoke in a broken, hoarse voice. "I saw white bookshelves, black shadows, and also those crouching eyes." Chapter 305, Ayahuasca and the Priest. "He's crazy." Adele frowned, feeling that this matter was not as simple as she imagined. Ayahuasca, as the name suggests, is a potion made from tropical plants such as the death vine and knotweed. It was once very popular among the residents of the Balam Empire who worshipped death. Even now, indigenous soldiers in the colonies still use ayahuasca as a medicine to combat parasites. After consuming this potion, users experience symptoms such as vomiting, fever, and tremors, accompanied by severe hallucinations, causing them to behave in ways that are usually inexplicable. Priests who believe in death regard this as a divine revelation. However, the safe dosage of ayahuasca has not yet been determined by warlocks and nighthawks, so in the northern continent, this potion is explicitly prohibited by governments. Only a small number of unscrupulous apothecaries will prepare and sell it to addicts for profit. When Adele lived in the East Borough, she had seen similar potions a few times and had some understanding of the effects of such addictive drugs. However, she had never seen symptoms as obvious as his. Although many thoughts flashed through Adele's mind in that instant, her movements were not slow at all. Ignoring the panicked smokers nearby, Adele suddenly raised her leg, delivering a high whip kick with a sharp whoosh that struck the vendor's deformed head, simultaneously pulling back her hand that the opponent had grabbed. Of course, Adele controlled her body perfectly. According to her judgment, this kick would at most knock the opponent unconscious, possibly accompanied by minor bone fractures and a concussion, but it wouldn't be fatal. However, the moment her iron-clad leather boot kicked the side of the opponent's head, Adele immediately noticed an anomaly. The opponent's head was too soft, as if what was covered by the elaborate feather ornaments was not a hard skull, but a swollen abscess. By the time Adele realized something was wrong, she couldn't retract her strength. She could only twist her waist and body at the last minute, forcefully changing the kick aimed at the head into a diagonal chop towards the nape of the neck. This action indeed saved the guy's life. This hastily redirected kick caused his neck and head to form an exaggerated, less than, shape, but he didn't die. When he was kicked, the opponent's towering head swayed back and forth like jelly, and even the wrinkles on his face were pulled taut by the swaying upper half of his head. Holy crap, this is a bit eerie. Adele gasped. If before, when she saw his deformed head, she hadn't reacted much, merely considering him a victim of backward customs, then the sight she was now witnessing was enough for her to revise her judgment of this person. This is not something that fooled common folk could achieve with brute force and life experience. At the very least, this gelatinous skull structure could absolutely not grow naturally. This guy has been corrupted, and not lightly. The vendor was kicked to his knees. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the surrounding people scattered like birds and beasts. Adele knew that official beyonders would probably arrive soon. Because she was going to a banquet, Adele didn't carry any weapons on her, and even her sleeve daggers were left at the Navy headquarters. If possible, avoid direct conflict. As long as he doesn't intend to attack others, leave him to the professional official beyonders to handle. Adele quickly thought of a countermeasure, then calmed herself. Countless invisible threads spread out from her body, forming an invisible net around the vendor. Finally, under Adele's vigilant gaze, the opponent slowly got up from the ground. Many of the feathers that were originally tied to his head had fallen off. He half knelt on the ground, clumsily picking up the colorful feathers, trying to reattach them to the side of his head. The band holding the feathers had broken. He tried several times without success, and finally just forcefully jammed the sharp quills at the ends of the feathers under his scalp, even trying to stir them twice to ensure they were securely fixed. What flowed from his wound was not bright red blood, but a black, viscous fluid that looked similar to ayahuasca. The thick black liquid dripped onto the ground, bubbling like it was boiling. The initial warmth in the opponent's voice was completely gone, replaced by a "ha ha" sound like an old bellows. Adele had to strain to hear what he was saying. "Why didn't you drink it?" The garbled voice was filled with mad dog-like rage. The last bottle of ayahuasca had completely robbed him of his sanity. "What did you see?" Ignoring the opponent's question, Adele calmly retorted. "I saw it, I saw the edge of the divine kingdom." Adele's question seemed to remind him of his previous hallucination, and the priest's expression suddenly became confused and relaxed. He seemed to be trying hard to recall something, but regrettably, this recollection did not last long. His expression once again became distorted due to his injuries and pain, and his eyeballs turned completely dark black. "It's coming." Adele's spiritual intuition suddenly warned her. Although a demoness's spiritual premonition isn't as convenient as a seer's, which can directly see the opponent's next move, detecting danger to this extent is still possible. "I don't know if he's a Beander, but even if he is, his sequence shouldn't be very high. So even if he mutates, the abilities he can use will be very limited, likely still focusing on physical attacks." "Ah!" A fierce wind burst from the priest's body, blowing up the colorful feathers on him and revealing his cracked skin. The branches of nearby streaked trees snapped and flew into the air, sharp wood splinters scattering everywhere. A group of smokers, paralyzed with fear by the mutation of the vendor, a descendant of a priest, involuntarily floated up, were thrown several meters away, and were in pain all over. Not only them, but everything within a dozen meters of the roadside was blown away by this sudden gust of wind, either flying to different positions or stumbling to the ground, rolling around like a ball. Adele's figure was also blown up, but each time she was about to leave the ground, she could adjust her posture with powerful core strength. She seemed about to be blown away, yet she never left the ground. The ability to manipulate wind. Is he a Beander from the Sailor pathway? Adele flexibly spun to dodge the debris crashing towards her. At the same time, she brought her hands together and pulled them apart in front of her chest. An ice spear instantly condensed in her hands, and she turned to throw it towards the center of the storm. However, at this moment, a blazing white fire dragon burst out from the center of the storm, with a wingspan of at least 3 meters. Using the still present gusts of wind, it charged towards the unstable Adele at an extremely high speed. What kind of trick is this? Adele hadn't even reacted when the dazzling fire dragon lunged at her, baring its fangs and claws. At the critical moment, Adele's body suddenly, like a puppet about to exit the stage, was violently pulled into the air by an external force, rising 3 meters in a strange posture. The scorching fire dragon almost grazed the hem of her trench coat as it flew past, exploding behind her. Boom! The violent explosion ignited the herb cart and the roadside stalls. The resulting airwave once again made Adele's figure sway. However, this time she was in the air, so she easily neutralized the impact, closing the distance between herself and the fallen one. If she hadn't practiced with Vianata enough times, to the point where her body even formed an instinctive reaction upon seeing flames, this blow could have severely injured her. Since Emlyn had chosen a lady's dress for her without pockets, she hadn't even brought her substitute wand, and the nearby buildings were quite old, so she couldn't find a place to cast mirror substitute for a while. If she got hit, it would truly be over. What is going on with this guy? Does he have a mystical item on him? Adele used invisible threads to adjust her posture and rushed towards the priest's descendant at the center of the explosion. The feeling of kicking him earlier couldn't be wrong. His head was a weakness, and one powerful blow should be enough to take him down. Engaging in a long-range battle with a pyromaniac of the same sequence puts a demoness at a disadvantage. This was an experience Adele summarized from fighting Vianata. Before reaching sequence 5 and gaining control over diseases, although a demoness possesses strong overall abilities, if it's purely a long-range battle or close-quarters combat, they won't gain an advantage against a hunter of the same sequence. After all, the only skill truly suitable for mid to long range for a demoness is the ice spear, and they don't have as many physique bonuses as hunters. If they were to fight on an open, unobstructed battlefield, a demoness would be inferior to a hunter on paper. Of course, this is only on paper. After all, a demoness's strengths lie in the restraint, attacks, and flexible multi-stage displacement methods achieved through threads, which allow her to contend with opponents of even higher sequences in complex terrain. When the opponent prepares for a long-range attack, she can close in for zero-distance black fire or assassination. When the opponent prepares for close combat, she can rely on her high mobility to create distance. Therefore, a demoness's strength depends more on the user's own experience, unlike a pyromaniac, who can sometimes just mindlessly throw fireballs. Adele quickly closed the distance. However, just as she was about to approach the priest and infect him with black fire, she suddenly saw his body grotesquely inflate like a balloon, and his plump flesh slowly cracked open, oozing a yellowish-green liquid. No way! Adele didn't dare to be negligent, immediately slamming on the brakes. With a fierce pull and tug of her hands, the invisible threads that had permeated the space between them instantly materialized, forming a dense white spider web. The moment the spider web formed, the priest's body grotesquely exploded forward. More than half of the flesh from his chest and abdomen was shot out by the impact of the gas explosion in his abdominal cavity. Anything it touched immediately emitted thick white smoke, and a foul odor permeated the air. Those palm-sized chunks of flesh were firmly caught by the materialized spider web, sticking to it, causing the delicate threads to sag as if they could break at any moment. This is the Rose Bishop's flesh magic. How many abilities does he, no, it, even have? Adele retreated 2 more steps, watching the deformed, ugly priest slowly recover in the center of the smoke. The Rose Bishop's flesh magic was exceptional in this regard, he should recover to normal very quickly. Of course, the opponent's state could no longer be called normal. His pure black eyes had completely lost all reason, filled with madness, and his skin had become smooth and mottled, like the epidermis of some aquatic creature. He let out a gasp that seemed to come from the depths of hell, and countless slimy, disgusting tentacles drilled out from the gaps in his feathers, adorning him like an experimental product of a mad scientist studying evolutionary species. The moment she heard his low gasping, Adele understood the source of his abnormality. She had seen such mutated creatures, just a few days ago, no, perhaps thousands of years ago. The creatures in the waters around that mysterious island, and the mutated police officers in Chow Chow's world, all underwent similar changes, except they didn't possess complex Beyonder abilities. Now it seems that the dark ayahuasca likely contained a contamination source from underground. Adele felt a chill. From her experience, if that guy had suddenly spat out ayahuasca and she hadn't dodged, she might have turned into a monster just like him. However, before panicking, she still had to deal with the trouble. Adele reached out again, grasping hard in the void as if clutching something together. The next second, several thin indentations appeared out of thin air on the monster's gelatinous, swaying head. They wrapped around the priest's body several times, almost constricting into his tender flesh that had yet to grow skin. From the very beginning, Adele had already bound the monster's body with threads, but at that time, the fine threads had not yet materialized and could not be detected without spirit vision. In the chaos just now, she hadn't had a chance to use this move until now, when the monster forced her back with flesh magic but also fell into a brief state of rigidity due to healing, that she decisively used this move. "May the goddess forgive you," Adele whispered. Then, more threads gradually materialized, completely enveloping the mutated priest's descendant. Black flames ignited from Adele's fingertips, spreading along the pure white threads to the struggling monster, and in an instant, completely enveloped the decaying flesh in fire. Dozens of seconds later, the priest's body crashed to the ground, still oozing black-green liquid, but all the deformed mutated parts had been completely burned away by the black fire. It seems it truly is contamination related to the underground, with a status so high that even black fire can't burn it away. Adele stood up silently, looking in the direction the priest had last stared. There were the 4 chimneys surrounding the mausoleum of death. At this moment, the smoke rising from the chimneys was eerily circling above the temple, lingering for a long time. Did he mutate because he drank the ayahuasca, or did he mutate because he saw something he shouldn't have seen after drinking it? If it's the latter, what did the scene he saw represent? Adele took a deep breath, lost in thought. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 306, The Gardener's Inspection Method. However, she didn't have much time to ponder. No matter how underdeveloped the South District was, it was still a densely populated residential area, and the gardener, stationed there, quickly arrived on the scene. A 5-person team arrived, dressed in the common local loose-fitting uniforms with leg binders, tapered legs, their shoulders and waist significantly wider than average. They looked more like a group of farmers who had just finished their work than beyonders. The beyander leading the group wore a green thimble on his right hand, a common inspection tool used by the Mother Goddess churches, doctor, and a symbol of their identity. In contrast to the Nighthawks, elite, red gloves, the Earth Mother Church's elite gardeners are known as green fingers, a term derived from a Feniport slang compliment for those with exceptional planting talent. All members are at sequence 7 or above. During this time, Adele had already used silk threads to cordon off the exploded flesh and gushing black liquid with a conspicuous white barrier. Seeing the official beyonders arrive, she stood up from beside the collapsed stall and spread her hands to show she had no ill intent. "You're a step too late, I've already dealt with it." Since Adele now held a military identity, she didn't leave the scene quickly as she had before, to avoid attracting trouble. Moreover, many matters would certainly be inefficient for her to investigate alone. The stall owner was clearly corrupted, and Adele didn't dare to communicate with spirits casually. As for surgical autopsies, a demoness would definitely not be as good as a doctor, or a corpse collector. "You are." Even though Adele had shown goodwill, out of caution, the Green Fingers beyander hadn't relaxed, continuing to point his revolver at Adele and began to question her identity. Naval Lieutenant Adele Cersei, recently awarded by the military. Adele didn't mind his vigilance. After all, in matters involving extraordinary events, one could never be too cautious. Moreover, his attitude was quite friendly, so she had no reason to dwell on it. "My appointment letter may not have been announced to the grassroots Nighthawks yet, but I don't think you care much about the Loan military anyway." Fearing that they might not know about her appointment and cause new trouble, Adele simply explained the whole situation in one breath. "If you don't believe me, you can go to Mr. Emmeline White, the supervisor of the naval base, for confirmation. We will confirm later." The leading member felt a slight relief after hearing Adele's clear explanation. He had already believed her for the most part after seeing her actions to protect the scene, and now he could basically conclude that Adele's words were true. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am William Morrice, a member of the Earth Mother Church's Green Fingers." The tall beyander walked up to Adele and extended a large, calloused hand the size of a cattail leaf fan. Adele hesitated slightly and shook his hand gently. After all, in Feniport, shaking hands is the common way for strangers to greet each other. For those who are a little closer, greetings involve a cheek kiss or a hand kiss. In the relatively conservative Loan, etiquette requiring physical contact with a woman needs the woman to make the first gesture before the man can proceed. However, neither Loan's nor Feniport's similar courtesies amounted to much in front of Intis people. According to Vianata's description of a dance she attended during her university exchange in Intis, those Intis people seemed to want to gnaw off half of the other person's face when greeting. While Adele and William Morrice were exchanging pleasantries, William's team members weren't idle. They immediately began to clean up and investigate upon arriving at the scene. "Can you describe the process to me just now?" William watched his team investigate the scene while questioning Adele, the person involved, attempting to reconstruct the situation to the greatest extent possible. Adele didn't mind. After all, since joining an official organization, her identity and pathway could no longer be considered a secret. If they wanted to investigate, they could apply to the military for her records. Moreover, the silk threads she used to protect the scene were still hanging there, making it not difficult to deduce that she was at least a sequence 6 demoness. Of course, this candidness was also one of the reasons William Morrice so quickly believed her explanation. Now, in the eyes of this Green Fingers, Adele's words had a considerably high degree of credibility. So Adele didn't decline. She briefly organized her thoughts and described the battle process simply. She didn't mention her own abilities, only the abilities the opponent used. Since they already knew she was a demoness, there was no need to elaborate on these. You mean, this guy exhibited abilities clearly belonging to different pathways? William Morrice frowned, and looking at the scene, the power of each ability doesn't seem small, not like something that illusions or small tricks could simulate. To be honest, it's a bit unbelievable. But that's the truth. Adele nodded with a serious expression. Your subordinate's investigation should yield similar results. Seeing William Morrice fall silent, Adele continued to press. A Beander capable of this level should be of a high sequence, and the person has clearly been operating a stall here all this time. You mean you never discovered anything? William gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. No, actually, it's precisely because we've investigated this person many times that we find it strange. After all, tribes that still retain the custom of valuing deformity are very likely to also retain a lot of evil knowledge. Through William's description, Adele learned that this person's name was DiCarlo, a descendant of an ancient tribe living in the jungle. As the rainforest was cut down and converted into farmland, this family gradually declined. Perhaps their ancestors once had Beyonders and left behind mystical items, but by DiCarlo's generation, all that remained were a pile of tattered herbal notes that had changed hands many times, and the Beander power in their bloodline had long been diluted. William paused. However, we conducted several investigations on him, whether through dream intrusion or other means. In every periodic inspection, he showed no abnormalities whatsoever, completely unrelated to Beyonders, and his only connection to mysticism was the cigarettes and ayahuasca he sold. In Baron, selling ayahuasca is not a crime. The government even encourages indigenous soldiers to drink ayahuasca to clear parasites, so we couldn't really manage him. At this point, William shook his head in confusion. Until the routine inspection last month, he showed no symptoms. How could he have mid-sequence strength within a month, and seemingly a quite powerful mid-sequence at that? So, what's your opinion on his performance? Seeing that direct tracing was impossible, Adele settled for asking for his guesses instead. I only know 2 people with similar abilities. No, 3. William thought for a moment and replied to Adele. The first is the pirate general who has already been killed, Hurricane Admiral Kilangos. He had a mystical item that allowed him to simulate other people's abilities, seemingly related to the shepherd. After Kilangos was killed, that mystical item next appeared in the hands of the crazy adventurer German Sparrow. He also has similar abilities, making him the second. And the third. Suddenly hearing someone mention a colleague she had never met, Adele couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She quickly pretended to be uninterested and steered the conversation away. The third is also a pirate general. It is said that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina possesses similar abilities, and people from the Knowledge Church can also simulate the skills of Beyonders from other pathways. Knowing that the lady opposite was from the military, William Morrice no longer concealed anything. A sequence 6 of the reader pathway is called a polymath, and at that stage, they can simulate other people's Beander abilities. Unlike scribes, polymaths imitate by studying and analyzing the principles of Beander abilities, with no limit on usage. The more comprehensive their knowledge and the deeper their understanding, the better the analysis effect, the higher the success rate of simulation, and the stronger the power. However, at the same sequence, the Beander abilities they simulate are always inferior to the original. But even if we know which pathway can grant multiple abilities, it still doesn't explain why this guy suddenly underwent such a mutation. William Morrice scratched his hair, looking troubled, making one worry about his already sparse hair. At this moment, the team members had almost finished processing the scene and came over to whisper a few words to Morrice. After hearing the report from his team member, Morrice's expression became slightly stiff. He then walked towards DiCarlo's corpse, which was lying on its side, and gestured for Adele to follow. The black liquid on DiCarlo's corpse had been completely absorbed by the plants cultivated by the gardeners, and those plants that had absorbed the corrupted mutation were then destroyed by the Beyonders. Only DiCarlo's incomplete corpse remained, shriveled because its bodily fluids had also been absorbed by the plants. No Beander characteristic precipitated, Morrice said with a heavy expression. This means his Beander abilities were not granted by Beander characteristics or potions, but simply arose from mutation. Ayahuasca can cause ordinary people to undergo such a mutation. Adele asked with considerable suspicion. To be honest, I think it's highly unlikely, but now I have no choice but to believe it. Maurice was somewhat exasperated. Plants created by a harvest priest can quickly decompose a corpse and accelerate the precipitation of Beander characteristics. Logically, they should have fully precipitated by now. Since no Beander characteristics have appeared, the problem must lie in the mutation. Adele pursed her lips, not quite believing this explanation. If ayahuasca could really allow an ordinary person to gain this level of power at the cost of losing their sanity, it would have long been fought over by all the countries on the continent. Although countries like Loan considered themselves refined, if they truly knew of such a potion that could enable ordinary people to exert powerful mid-sequence abilities, they would surely monopolize it as a strategic material. The immediate priority is to report this matter. Before the specific situation is thoroughly investigated, no one is allowed to continue buying or selling ayahuasca, and soldiers are certainly not allowed to consume it. Maurice scratched his head again, pulling out 2 more strands of hair. However, this time, instead of casually discarding them as he had before, he carefully pried open DeCarlo's mouth and stuffed the 2 strands of hair inside. Adele was still curious what he was up to when she saw DeCarlo's body rapidly dissolve and collapse, turning into a viscous paste. Maurice waved his hand, and more plants emerged from underground. They had exaggerated root systems, like countless tiny pumps, quickly absorbing the paste into their interiors. Having absorbed DeCarlo's nutrients, the plants began to grow rapidly, unfurling leaves and blooming, finally bearing several strangely shaped fruits that resembled human organs. Maurice carefully picked the fruits and placed them into the seemingly ordinary wicker basket on his back, which, in spiritual vision, shimmered with bright spiritual light. After bearing fruit, the plants, branches and leaves quickly turned grayish-white. After Maurice picked the fruits, they immediately couldn't support themselves and crumbled to the ground like burnt charcoal. "Miss Circe, I'm afraid you'll have to come with us. After all, as a key witness, your statement is very important." Maurice smiled guilelessly. Adele had seen this kind of smile on the Star Queen's first mate. People of this pathway seem to lack the ability to correctly understand the impact of their actions, always doing shocking things with a guileless expression. "Ah, are you curious about the fruits just now?" Noticing Adele's gaze, and with the high charisma bonus provided by the demoness of pleasure, Maurice had no intention of holding back and explained his abilities clearly. This is a necessary procedure for green fingers to handle a scene. After harmlessly disposing of the target and ensuring there's no longer any contamination on them, we can use poison to decompose their body, then have plants absorb it. This yields such fruits and also prevents contamination from spreading into the natural environment. Maurice paused. The fruits produced this way have a certain corresponding relationship with the remains, which druids can perceive through taste. Upon returning to base, I will taste the fruits to directly ascertain the extent of damage inside the person's body. This is a unique autopsy method within the green fingers. When we die, our bodies, after the Beander characteristics are removed, will also be transformed into fruits in this manner and eaten by our comrades. Maurice said nonchalantly, "This is a ritual passed down for thousands of years in the Mother Goddess Church, allowing us to fully return to nature and simultaneously continue to exist as the flesh and blood of those we cherish." Adele didn't reply, because she was thinking about something else at the moment. If the Mother Goddess Church was like this, how terrifying must Frank be, who was considered a heretic by the entire Mother Goddess Church? Chapter 307. Frank, who lives in legends. After clearing the remnants at the scene using the unique methods of the Earth Mother Church, William Maurice took Adele away. They passed through the ancient city gate and arrived at the North District, where their carriage was parked outside the gate. Affected by the residual Beander power, the horses nervously pawed at the ground, nearly breaking free from their ropes. "Captain, I'll drive." A Beander wearing a wine-red striped trench coat quickly walked up to the 2 horses and gently stroked their foreheads. The previously frantic horses instantly calmed down. Beanders of the Moon Pathway are very good at this. William Maurice nodded to the member, explained this to Adele, and then helped her open the carriage door. Adele obviously wouldn't spoil the mood by asking if the other party meant driving the carriage. Even Vianata, who specialized in provocation, wouldn't ask that, as it wouldn't anger the person but would instead make one seem slow-witted. After the last team member boarded the carriage due to their sturdy builds, Adele felt the carriage beneath her tremble slightly each time a member got on. Adele and the three Beyonders of the Earth Mother Church fell into a brief, silent lull. Only when the horses started trotting and the wheels began rolling did Adele look toward William, attempting to open the conversation by asking, "How much do you know about Frank Lee?" After witnessing the methods of the Earth Mother Church Beyonders, Adele had silently raised the danger level of Beyonders on the planter pathway by 2 notches in her heart. As someone who frightened even planters, Frank Lee's perceived danger level in her mind was now on par with Katarina's. After all, although most of Frank Lee's mushrooms were safely stored on Adele's ship, 2 bottles remained in the office at Indo-Port for emergencies. Patap. The 2 walnuts William Maurice was fiddling with suddenly dropped to the floor and rolled gulu into the corner of the carriage. Cough, cough, why do you want to know about him? Maurice choked on his own saliva, coughing until his face was red, and finally managed to squeeze out that sentence. The expressions of the other gardeners also instantly turned strange. Such a strong reaction. Seeing the reaction of Maurice and the other gardeners, Adele was startled and wondered whether she should answer truthfully. I just met him once before, and he gave me some gifts. After a slight hesitation, Adele decided to answer truthfully. However, the moment the words left her mouth, William Maurice instinctively reached for his waist, but due to the limited space, he sharply elbowed the teammate next to him in the waist. The unlucky team member cried out in pain. Maurice then realized his reaction was excessive, gave an awkward smile, and slowly put his hand back down. To be honest, if you hadn't mentioned that I could confirm with Mr. White, I probably would have shot you without hesitation. Maurice didn't give Adele time to reply and continued speaking on his own. I owe you an apology, but I really have to be responsible for my team members, and at least ensure that the person sitting across from us is only a demoness, not a monster Frank created by hybridizing humans, fire lizards, and spiders. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Adele gave 2 dry laughs. Although Maurice's words sounded like an insult at first, Adele inexplicably felt that this was indeed something Frank was capable of doing. Of course not. Not only can he do those things, but he can also make sure we can't spot any flaws. At least a demigod is required to notice anything unusual. Maurice looked deeply traumatized. When the Mother Goddess Church first took him in, the priests were shocked by his astonishing talent and pure heart, predicting he would become at least an archbishop. He lived up to expectations, becoming a priest of the Mother Goddess and reaching sequence 6 at a young age. As he spoke, Maurice swallowed, seemingly trying to hide the fear in his heart. The abilities of sequence 6 allowed Frank's wild ideas to be fully realized, but the way he realized them was different from what we imagined. Frank's mentor was Gregor, an honorary professor of agronomy at Fenaport National University and also the church's Archbishop of Fenaport City. His research topic was the hybridization of crops, which was originally an invention to improve people's livelihoods. Even just assisting his mentor with this work would have allowed him to easily accumulate enough merit for promotion. That sounds quite normal. Adele carefully chose her words. Even someone like her, who didn't know much about the doctrines of the Earth Mother, had heard of Bishop Gregor's name, as the improved crops he introduced had genuinely promoted the repeal of the Grain Act, the effects of which had not yet fully vanished. Originally, Lowen had enacted the Grain Act to protect the price of domestic crops and refuse the import of grain originating from Fenaport. The introduction of improved crops significantly lowered the price of grain, which greatly dissatisfied the Lowen citizens who were still forced to buy expensive grain, thus prompting protests and the repeal of the corresponding act. However, perhaps the difference between Frank and us is his purity, and the drive to put that purity into practice. This not only allowed him to complete the technology but also pushed hybridization technology to a height it should never have reached. Maurice's expression was serious, his eyes slightly closed, seemingly lost in the recollection of past events. He started from that time. Adele asked tentatively. That's right, he is not someone ordinary people can teach. Maurice's facial muscles twitched slightly. Bishop Gregor taught him for several years, but the only thing he truly absorbed was probably the single phrase, hybridization technology is a good thing. No one knows when he started researching cross-species hybridization technology. Everyone was kept in the dark until he presented his results. If he hadn't been so pure and completely lacked malicious intent, he probably could have created something far more terrifying and destroyed the entire Harvest Church. To be honest, that's true. Adele recalled the pile of toothpaste tubes and strange mushrooms Frank produced when he first appeared, and she remembered Rayleigh's father, who had turned into fungus, and couldn't help but nod vigorously. Maurice continued, still showing lingering fear. His teacher, Bishop Gregor, was stunned at the time. He first managed to calm Frank down, then immediately notified the church staff and had him brought to the judgment platform. I was one of the people sent to arrest him. After being subdued by the church's beyonders, he didn't show any emotion, just confusion. Looking at his expression, one would think he was truly innocent. Of course, you have to ignore the bull and the cow lying next to him. When we arrived, he was trying to hybridize them with wheat. Maurice reached out and knocked on the boxwood armrest, seemingly trying to ward off the bad luck associated with mentioning these things. It certainly sounds like something he would do. Frank's honest smile reappeared in Adele's mind, making her involuntarily start fantasizing about how he managed such bizarre operations. She was then startled by her own imagination and had to stop immediately. How to deal with him was a dilemma for the entire church. Judging by his actions, his creations amounted to blasphemy, but they valued attitude, and in that regard, Frank was genuinely acting for the church's benefit. Ultimately, it was the Pope at the time, Her Holiness Matriarch Roland, who delivered the verdict, placing Frank Lee on the church's blacklist and striking a deal with the then Star Admiral, now Star Queen. She would be responsible for looking after Frank and prohibiting his research when necessary, and the Church of the Earth Mother would not unduly interfere with her fleet's operations along the Fenaport coast. Maurice finally finished Frank Lee's story, then looked at Adele with some apprehension. So, do you understand now why we were so wary when we found out you had dealings with him? Not only do I know, I even think your reaction was mild. It's just that the planter pathway skills aren't as fast to activate as a demoness's. If it were me, black flames would already be burning the opponent's face. Adele nodded gently, pulled up her sleeve, and channeled spirituality into her arm. A blood-red, crescent moon mark wrapped in flowers and grass leaves appeared on the back of her hand, identical to the blessing symbol on the hilt of the bloodletter sword. This symbol currently represents the Earth Mother, a fusion of sanguine symbols and the Earth Holy Emblem. Adele only discovered this symbol on her hand after emerging from underground. It only manifested when she channeled spirituality into it. The internal capacity for spirituality seemed limited, and something might happen once it was filled. However, she guessed that this item could be used as a form of proof or credential by the believers of the Earth Mother Church. This mark. William was surprised, but then he realized, I understand. May I ask if your name, before becoming, a demoness, was Altair Brewster? Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Holy crap, my identity is exposed. This was unexpected for Adele. She had thought the task entrusted to her by the Earth Mother would be a secret mission, and secret missions should be kept confidential from everyone except the principal parties involved. At the very least, her identity shouldn't have been exposed by a mere gardener. How did you know that? Adele managed a strained smile. Denial was useless at this point, as the name Altair Brewster didn't carry much additional significance. The fact that the other party could name him instantly meant they likely had sufficient evidence. It seemed they knew this mark was related to Altair. Adele's smile was a little bitter, as her identity was not exactly glorious. Sister Ishtar told us. She said there was a Mr. Demoness named Altair Brewster who played a huge role in the Angel's Descent incident. Ishtar, derived from the giant language, means uprightness and justice. It is Sister Vesper's middle name and also her religious name. In the church, colleagues address each other by their religious names. Wait, are you talking about Sister Velati Ishtar Vesper? Adele asked in surprise. Where is she now? Originally, even though Adele hadn't directly witnessed the final battle, the sheer aftermath had caused so many casualties that Sister Vesper, who was at the center, was likely doomed. She had always assumed the sister had sacrificed herself. He never begrudges gifts to truly devout believers. William Maurice's voice held a hint of amusement. She only lost her former strength as a warrior. Now, she is a classical alchemist, blessed by the Mother Goddess, currently in charge of the medical team on the front line. And today, she happened to arrive at the Baron's Port Church as the representative to receive supplies. You might still have a chance to meet her. However, due to the restrictions of rebirth, her emotions are now relatively faint. Besides the revered names of the god of combat and the mother goddess, the only two people who can cause a slight fluctuation in her emotions are you and Miss Vianata Sevens. Therefore, your meeting might not be as pleasant as you imagine. Maurice spoke somewhat ramblingly. Even so, do you still want to meet her? Sir, I think that is quite obvious. Adele was melancholic for a moment but quickly controlled her emotions and smiled at Maurice. Of course, I'm going to see her. After all, although Adele had notified the church in time, although many people were involved in this matter, and although the disaster was a battlefield where multiple entities transcending deities were playing games, it still didn't change the fact that Sister Vesper played a crucial role in the battle. Had Sister Vesper not ultimately relied on the residual divinity within the emblem to destroy the teleportation ritual of the storm devil Mathafari, the impact of this calamity would likely have expanded once more. Furthermore, she had many questions she wanted to ask the sister. In Backland, there were only 3 powerhouses in Altair Brewster's social circle who genuinely possessed demigod-level combat power: Audrey, Gegran, and Sister Vesper. Audrey and Gegran had cooperated from the start. One represented the City of Calamity, and gave her an entry ticket to the Demoness sect, while the other was a member of the Tarot Club, who practically watched her embark on the path of the Beander and gradually become her colleague and a member of the Fools' Divine Council. So, what role did Sister Vesper play, having guided Altair Brewster into the Twilight Country, where he eventually met Lilith's avatar and received this mark and the knowledge of the outer deity? Adele needed an answer, a definite answer. Chapter 308, Seeing the Nun Again. Following the Gardener team, Adele quickly arrived at the Earth Mother Church's outpost in Baron's Port. Unlike the surrounding square, box-shaped residential buildings, this outpost was built in the center of the main street. It was circular, with a hollowed-out central courtyard, surrounded by a ring of terraced houses. There were 4 rather grand-looking gates, each bearing the holy emblem of the Earth Mother Church. This place was once a stronghold of the Rose School of Thought's Shaman King, later recaptured by the Night Church and handed over to the Earth Mother Church for stationing. The huge central courtyard makes it easier to gather moonlight, assisting us in a series of ritual magic, and also convenient for observing moon phases and conducting some mysticism research. William Maurice introduced proudly, "Now, there are not many places and instruments left that can safely observe celestial bodies. This is the only place on the southern continent without pollution risks." Adele, who had a certain psychological shadow of the observatory, reluctantly agreed and walked with Maurice into the Mother Goddess Church's gate. They passed through the circular corridor and finally stopped at the exit of the bottom corridor. Before them was a massive cast iron door, carved with patterns of wheat ears, flowers, and babies. "It will take some time for me to report to my superiors. You can probably spend an hour with Sister Vesper, and then I'll come back for you." Maurice took out his pocket watch, glanced at it, and instructed Adele. "This time limit is..." Adele was quite puzzled. "We were delayed quite a bit on the way, and it's early spring, so dusk comes early," William Maurice explained. "Every dusk, it's Sister Vesper's evening prayer time. Between 5 and 7 in the afternoon during winter and spring, no one is allowed into the moon phase courtyard. She still retains her faith in the god of combat." Adele didn't know how to respond and could only remain silent. "Well, I'll open the door for you." William Maurice had no interest in lingering. He reached out and removed the heavy bolt from the large door, then took off his formal jacket, revealing the elastic vest he wore underneath, and placed his thick hands on the door. His muscles bulged, making his entire cross-sectional area about a third larger. With a dull creaking sound, the heavy cast iron door was pushed open by him alone. How powerful! The strength bonus of a planter is indeed terrifying. If an ordinary person were hit by such a punch, it would probably smash their head into their chest cavity. Adele secretly clicked her tongue. If she were to fight Maurice, whether Maurice could hit her was one thing, but she was certain that such a punch would definitely summon her substitute. However, she was only distracted for a moment before her attention was drawn to the scene in the center of the area. Enclosed by brick and cement walls was actually a garden-like space. Various herbs and flowers grew luxuriantly, disregarding seasonal and climatic requirements, with plants from all seasons maintaining their best mature state. And surrounded by arnica, calendula, chamomile, echinacea, and chasteberry was a tall woman, over 1.9 meters in height, none other than Sister Vesper. At this moment, she had already shed her heavy full-plate armor, wearing only a linen robe. Coupled with her brown long hair, her back looked like a winter tree. Though its branches and leaves were withered, it contained a powerful vitality. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Sister Vesper turned around. Her movements were not slow, but due to her tall stature, they appeared unhurried, yet carried an invisible pressure. The exaggerated centipede-shaped scar on her face had disappeared, and her skin had become unusually smooth, like exposed tree heartwood. However, Adele immediately discovered the source of the incongruity about her. Her eyes were covered with a piece of white coarse cloth, completely obscuring them. Although a demigod's abilities were enough for her to solve many problems, allowing her to move freely even with her eyes covered, it didn't mean she could truly see through the white cloth. In other words, she had lost her eyes. When I heard footsteps, I was thinking it shouldn't be more ice today. The tall nun bowed slightly in Adele's direction. Good day, Brewster. No, I should call you Miss Cersei now. Your eyes. Adele unconsciously moved 2 steps towards the nun. Is that a sequela from that battle? No, this is the price for regaining power, and also why this place is not contaminated. Sister Vesper reached up and pointed to her head. Adele looked up and saw stone bridges extending from the edge of the tower above, holding a transparent quartz container suspended in midair. And inside the container was an eye that Adele was incredibly familiar with, exactly like Sister Vesper's original pure blue eyes. One is here, and the other is in the Moon Phase Garden in Feniport City. Sister Vesper nodded gently. The benevolent Mother Goddess has endowed them with authority, giving them a purifying effect. When others observe the moon phases, it's actually through the transition of my eyes. And the effect of this transition, you should also be clear about. In the apocalypse, obtaining information about those existences is an important matter. Someone always has to make sacrifices for it, perhaps you, perhaps me. Sister Vesper extended her hand towards Adele. I can sense that before this, you also served as a similar filter. Although the pollution didn't erupt, it left traces that someone like me can instantly perceive. Sister, I have some things I want to ask you this time. Adele hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow the Earth Mother Church's rules, omitting all social niceties and asking directly. I guessed as much. Vesper nodded lightly. Then, if you don't mind, please sit next to me. Adele naturally didn't decline. After taking a deep breath, she stepped into the center of the garden. As Adele walked into the garden, the plants swayed, clearing a path for her. She walked directly to the grass next to Sister Vesper and sat down cross-legged, just as the nun had done, her back resting against the black stone coffin Adele had seen once before. Sister Vesper also sat down beside her, still in a kneeling posture, her upper body remaining perfectly straight towards the sky. It seems you are quite confused now, Sister Vesper said softly. Adele nodded, her emotions were indeed complex at the moment. So, what are you confused about? Sister Vesper asked gently. Adele opened her mouth, but found she didn't know how to begin. The instigator's eloquence seemed to be useless at this moment. In front of Sister Vesper, even the most cunning criminal would become like a child. Too many things had happened, too many people were involved, too many forces were entangled. Too many people had died, and more were striving to survive. How could the intricacies of all this be clarified with just 1 or 2 questions? I don't know. Finally, Adele answered honestly. Then you truly are quite confused. Sister Vesper pursed her lips and chuckled twice. Then how about this, can you tell me your story from this period? You can sort through what you've experienced while thinking about what you truly want to ask. Alright, perhaps that's a good idea. Adele nodded, agreeing with the suggestion. The dappled light from the leaves reflecting on the stone bridge made her a little lost in thought. Let me think, where should I start? Adele spoke to herself, then clapped her hands with some excitement. Well, let's start from when I met Vianata. After all, that was the beginning of our connection. Sister Vesper smiled serenely, nodded, and listened to Adele rambling on about those stories. Adele seemed to experience a sense of tranquility she had never felt before, which reminded her of Altair Brewster's vaguely remembered father. If Gegran gave her the feeling of a mother, then Sister Vesper was like a father or an older brother, someone whose mere presence made one feel at peace from the bottom of their heart. As for Miss Audrey, Adele couldn't quite say, but she subconsciously felt that Miss Audrey was more like some non-human entity than a relative, friend, teacher, or classmate, making one instinctively want to refer to her as them. Adele babbled on, starting from their initial clash, talking about the Twilight Country, the Stenson family, Old Lynch and that toad, the female workers, Rayleigh and his father, the demoness sect, the underground, and finally, the future. Unlike Audrey and the others, Adele didn't need to worry if these questions would affect Sister Vesper. After all, she herself was a filter, and in this regard, she was the same as Adele. Finally, I arrived here. Adele said with some self-deprecation, the things I've experienced along the way are enough to write a long novel, and it would definitely sell better than Wuthering Heights. However, this hasn't given me a clearer understanding of my goals. But from your description, you've done well enough, and you're active enough. Sister Vesper's face remained gentle, showing no emotional fluctuations. The warlike soul seemed to have been stripped away, leaving a soul so kind it could be written into a holy scripture, continuing to bear the responsibility of a filter in this new body. But, all this is because I know I should be active. Adele sighed, I know what I should think and what I shouldn't think. Only thinking about what I should think allows me to always maintain the freedom to do what I want. I'm not confused because I'm being pushed forward by important figures. I'm not asking if you know about these things to confirm whether I'm a pawn or not. Because I'm not averse to it, I won't be confused by it either. Nothing is holding me back. I should be free, but that's precisely why I'm confused. Respected sister, can you answer my question? At this point, a hint of urgency entered Adele's voice. All right, I think I understand your confusion, Sister Vesper said to Adele, her brows furrowing slightly as she pondered for a moment. You are a lucky person, you don't care about the truth of things, but because of this, you are closer to the truth than anyone else. They are influencing you, and your perception will gradually distort. In life, such an attitude might make things easier for you than for others. However, if you are unprepared, then when that day truly comes, the trauma you suffer will far exceed others. Growth marks, scabs, like the human body. Although they have depicted the appearance of the kingdom of heaven, reality is still riddled with holes. Sister Vesper turned her empty eye sockets, covered by white cloth, towards Adele, making Adele feel a sudden chill for no reason, as if the nun before her could see into people's hearts. You told the story of Rayleigh, and Smith, Wagner, the stories of these people who might seem insignificant in the eyes of important figures. They are also free, only their freedom is different from yours. But the undeniable fact is, society, no, the advancement of the entire world is the same, it requires tearing. And the scabs left behind need to be peeled off. Possession and loss coexist, but we can only move forward towards rationality. This is humanity's last resort against the cosmos, and it hasn't changed even after all this time. Then, Sister Vesper closed her mouth, seemingly feeling that she had said enough for Adele to complete her own adjustment. Adele's expression gradually became lost and quiet. The answer to this question was still somewhat difficult for her. Sister Vesper didn't continue speaking, merely sat beside Adele, waiting for her to figure out the problem on her own. The two of them leaned against each other, sitting quietly on the grass, watching the shifting light and shadows that filtered down from the top of the moon phase platform. Unconsciously, it was already 3:45 in the afternoon. Adele heard the sound of William Morrice opening the large door behind her. Although she didn't turn around, she knew that the gentleman with the green finger cot was quietly waiting outside the courtyard garden. You should leave. I will be praying for the next period, and the inside of the courtyard will become unsafe. Sister Vesper stood up and patted the grass off her clothes. I hope what I said today can help you. Also, I heard you're about to set out with the fleet. May glory be with you. Before I leave, I have one last question. Adele also stood up and took 2 steps towards the door, but quickly turned back and asked. Just now, were you? When she heard this question, Sister Vesper's smile froze for a moment. Then, Adele heard her reply. No matter what, does it truly matter to you? Chapter 309, The Gardeners. Yes, it doesn't matter to me. Adele paused, then nodded almost imperceptibly, and walked out of the courtyard with Maurice. In reality, whatever Sister Vesper said didn't matter, because Adele's will and actions always remained in the perspective expected by everyone. Doing the right thing based on correct thoughts originally requires no advice or guidance. However, human nature is not absolutely correct, it is a fragile state of balance between absolute correctness and absolute error. A truly humane person will have both good and evil thoughts, though they may manifest differently in their actions. Therefore, whether it's using self-suggestion to prevent evil thoughts or strictly controlling oneself according to moral norms to avoid thinking inappropriate things, both will, to some extent, extinguish human nature and cause one's consciousness to deviate. However, this standard of balance is different for everyone. As a meander of the demoness pathway, Adele's standard was inherently more inclined towards malice, which meant that the more she forced herself not to think or do things she shouldn't, the more she deviated from human nature. Therefore, this standard could only be explored by herself. If Sister Vesper's humanity had not been extinguished, she might have been willing to offer Adele advice, but at that time, she did not possess wisdom beyond human standards, and her advice would have been limited for Adele, who was watched by multiple deities. If Sister Vesper's divinity now overshadowed her humanity, then what use would her advice on maintaining humanity be to Adele? In the end, what needs to be clarified is not their thoughts at all. Adele let out a long sigh. Although Sister Vesper's answer was filled with oracle-like ambiguity, regardless of whether she was. No. Nothing. Following behind Maurice, Adele felt as if she had returned to Backland, back to the time when she was still cooperating with the Beyonders of the Night Church, which made her think of Britain. If Gegran failed her advancement, Britain probably wouldn't make it out alive either. Lolota would be sad, wouldn't she? Adele recalled the time Britain and Lolota spent together. This couple, who pretended to be married to conceal their true intentions, behaved almost flawlessly in their daily lives. Even when Adele and Vianata's relationship was at its best, they often argued, especially when Adele first became a demoness and they escaped Backland, and when Vianata first moved into Altair's home. They would argue almost every 3 to 5 days over trivial matters, until they arrived in Fosak and lived with Sophie, when they finally reined it in a bit. However, Britain and Lolota, this nominal couple, always seemed to treat each other with respect, making it almost impossible to find fault with them, of course, provided no discussions about sexual preferences were involved. Feelings are truly strange. Adele sighed inwardly. To outsiders, this couple seemed perfectly suited, both the man and the woman, in terms of family background, social experience, and demeanor, were extremely well matched. Yet, they simply couldn't ignite any passion for each other, and their current harmonious coexistence was merely due to responsibility. I hope Britain and Gegran can return alive. Adele prayed silently in her heart. She followed Maurice through the long corridor and into the walls were adorned with various floral decorations, making the air in the room fresh and pleasant. In the center of the room was a solid long wooden table, around which sat 4 or 5 Beyonders in relaxed postures. Well, it doesn't look that formal, which is good news. Adele breathed a slight sigh of relief, saving her a lot of trouble. She had just acquired her military identity, and her position was neither high nor low. She hadn't yet figured out what attitude to adopt in front of these official Beyonders of the Church of the Earth Mother. If these Beyonders questioned her like an interrogator, she would have to carefully consider how forcefully she should retort to establish her position without making the situation irreversible. And a less formal setting meant that many things could be handled with less rigidity, and problems could be brushed aside. Adele straightened her back and gave a low and military salute to the crowd, so that these Fenaport people wouldn't instinctively use their country's etiquette of kissing hands or cheek-to-cheek greetings. Although for most demonesses, this level of physical contact was commonplace, Adele, influenced by her own beliefs, was still relatively conservative in similar aspects. After all, the Essence faction's potion digestion method had lower requirements at low sequences. Acting was merely to quickly grasp the characteristics of that sequence's abilities, and many abilities would cause discomfort during normal use if not acted out. In short, demonesses of the Essence faction still needed to act, but at lower sequences, the demand for acting was not as strong as in other pathways. Even without acting, the potion in their bodies would gradually digest over time. Of course, at high sequences, acting was still indispensable. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Adele Cersei, the newly promoted naval lieutenant of Baron's Port. Upon seeing Adele's face, the Beyonders in the room showed either obvious or subtle changes in expression. Amazement, praise, jealousy, all were present. Let me introduce you. This is Humphrey Martins, who is responsible for verifying your testimony today. He is an interrogator. Since Maurice had already told his teammates Adele's sequence, explaining his teammates' sequence names to Adele now was also a sign of trust. My sequence might not be as high as yours. Please don't resist later, there might be brief discomfort. Humphrey, who looked more like a silent scribe than a judge or interrogator, timidly said to Adele, who returned an encouraging smile. Dantelin Evans, a true scribe. The other party pushed up his glasses and nodded gently to Adele. Jaca Victoria, a distinguished sanguine baroness. The silver-haired sanguine lady, wearing a hairband with a white silk flower, nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over Adele before she asked in surprise. No. Adele was a little confused. Strange, then why do you smell of Elena? No, why are you so familiar with Elena's scent? And how long has it been? I even changed clothes in between, and you can still smell it. Adele was momentarily at a loss for how to answer, but fortunately, Maurice interjected in time to explain. Did you provoke her? Good heavens, she's even bolder than I imagined. Adele was a little surprised. She didn't expect this sanguine lady to be more proactive than she seemed. From the looks of it, she might really be planning to show up in the middle of the night to snatch someone. No need. Adele tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. And charmed all the sanguine ladies. Adele added in her mind. Wait, you said the White family's banquet. As a fellow sanguine baroness, Jaca, who worked as a civil servant in the Church of the Earth Mother, was clearly inferior to Elena, who was a human manor lord. Adele, of course, didn't say this out loud, merely looking at her with some pity. Of course, Jaca's status was still not bad compared to other sanguine ladies, but she and Elena were on the same level. If likened to a banquet, they were both main course material. There could be many side dishes, but one main course was enough. Jaca seemed to realize something, whimpered pitifully, and retreated to the corner of the room. Jaca, I'm sorry, Miss Jaca isn't quite used to such occasions. It's fine. But, is it really okay not to remove that mark? No, it's really fine. Adele declined again. She wasn't afraid of Elena doing anything, after all, she was right there in the naval base. Even if Elena came, what could she do? Moreover, Adele herself wasn't a pushover. For a lovesick sanguine lady to gain the upper hand against a demoness of pleasure, the difficulty was no less than making Benson's hairline move down 2 centimeters. One could only say, she would surely come and not return. Adele easily turned her gaze to the last. However, the other party was even faster than Maurice, as he simply flipped over the table since he was sitting quite far from Adele. Hello, Miss Adele, I am Constantine Eggers. The other party grinned, extending his right hand to Adele. Adele observed this somewhat lively Beyonder. He looked about Wendy's age, perhaps a little older than Adele, with yellowish-brown skin and soft facial contours, appearing quite pleasant, a clear Baron ethnicity from the southern continent. He wore a neat white shirt and dark blue trousers with suspenders. Although the clothes were not small, because the edges were tucked into his trousers, Adele could vaguely see the outline of his muscles, which were exceptionally clear and gave a sense of power, but not like Maurice, who resembled a brown bear. That's right. Yes, I know about this because I just received a telegram from the military this morning, which mentioned your appointment as a privateer captain. Constantine nodded. Then, he clenched his right fist and struck his left chest, giving Adele a military salute. A representative suddenly appeared. Adele frowned, quickly understanding the intention behind it. Tracy was, after all, a renowned pirate general, and her publicly known strength was only sequence 7. Even with Natasha and her group, they could only be on par with Tracy. Even if Tracy was restricted by Emlyn, even if she couldn't cause substantial harm, if Trace's final battle results surpassed Adele, the nominal official representative, many people would still lose face. So, Constantine was assigned to both monitor Tracy and help me gain an advantage in battle results. Adele mumbled to herself. The military's current idea was to both leverage Tracis' prestige among the indigenous people of the southern continent and to use privateering to recover losses as much as possible, while also preserving the military's fragile reputation. Given this, the collaborators' sequence could not be higher than Tracis, otherwise it would feel as if the official government was spearheading privateering. To be honest, Adele didn't understand this formalism. Didn't the military and the church signing privateering licenses, stationing their beyonders, and modifying the no choice, after all, this is politics. Constantine chuckled, seemingly having read Adele's thoughts. Very well, you've all been introduced, so let's get to the point quickly. William Morrice, seeing that the introductions were complete, clapped his hands. The beyonders immediately sat back at the table and entered work mode, even Jaka turned her chair back around. Please cooperate with me. Chapter 310, The Snow Wind Will Protect Everyone. Seeking subscriptions to reach 500 average. The routine questioning didn't take much time. A few minutes later, Adele gently rubbed her forehead and adjusted her body slightly to sit more comfortably. Humphrey was a Sequence 7 interrogator, capable of exerting mental pressure on others to force them to reveal the truth. However, this method wasn't very effective against beyonders of a higher sequence, and since it was just a routine check, overly harsh methods would inevitably cause resentment. That's why he told Adele beforehand not to resist. Even so, after just a few minutes of examination, Adele still felt lightheaded, as if she had been forced to read millions of words of professional books, and her temples throbbed. Of course, if Adele had resisted, Humphrey would be the one suffering now, but there was no need. No problem, then I will record it according to this verbal statement. Dantelin Evans, looking serious and earnest, tapped the white paper full of writing on the table, then nodded at William. All right, Miss Cersei, you may leave now. Of course, you can also rest here for a while if you wish, that is your freedom. William Morrice sat down on a chair with a relaxed expression, making a dangerous creaking sound. I'll go home and pack today, and will soon head to Naval Headquarters to rendezvous with you. Constantine's expression was a mix of casualness and seriousness. Miss Cersei, you should also prepare as soon as possible. Sister Vesper said when she returned that the front lines are very tense. To prevent a backlash, you won't have many days of peace. No problem. Adele nodded, immensely grateful that she had managed to relax a bit today. At least, the time she spent walking outside the city was entirely her own. Wartime mobile teams like Adele and Tracy never had fixed holidays, they were always on call. Although Constantine made it sound like there was still some time, Adele estimated that her fleet would have to depart in 2 days at most. In such a short time, it was obviously impossible to repair the Honeysuckle Queen through normal means, let alone modify and enhance its performance. Adele estimated that this maintenance would likely involve Beyonder factors to some extent, and the Honeysuckle Queen might become an ironclad ship modified by Beyonder powers. By the way, was your ironclad ship's original name Honeysuckle Queen? Just as Adele was about to get up and leave, Constantine seemed to remember something and called out to her from behind. Yes, why? Adele turned back, puzzled. Although it might not be appropriate for me to relay this, the kingdom's military repair artisans sent a telegram stating that this naming convention does not comply with the kingdom's fleet regulations and requires a renaming. Constantine's face showed some apology. After all, in this era, naming ships was mostly the captain's job, and arbitrarily changing a ship's name was an offense to the captain. Adele gently frowned, but she quickly controlled her emotions and asked Constantine, so, what has my ship been renamed to? It seems to be called, Snow Wind. Indo-Port. While Adele was still deliberating over the ironclad ship's name, Vianata, thousands of miles away, was eating in the Esco family's restaurant. Indo-Port, located in western Fosak, and Baron's Port, in northeastern East Balam, were only one time zone apart, and it was now dinner time. However, the Church of the God of War in Fosak seemed to be undergoing rectification recently. Beyonders originally responsible for certain areas were facing rotation and dismissal, and the security in these areas was entirely handed over to gangs. This resulted in the usually bustling restaurant being deserted, with only Vianata, Anne, and a few other idlers present. Everyone else was at their posts. So, Vianata simply had the kitchen bring out the copper pot Wendy had tinkered with earlier and started cooking hot pot according to the method she had previously told Adele and Tracy. Even though it was late winter, the temperature west of the Intersea and along the Fosak coast remained terribly low. The wind seemed to carry tiny ice shards, plastering a salty, icy film on one's face. Just as Vianata tossed the sliced beef into the copper pot, Ask Eggers, dressed in a heavy wool sweater, came downstairs, a stack of documents in his hand. As he descended, he slowly moistened his index finger with saliva, turning the pages of the stack of reports with varying handwriting, his expression changing from time to time. "How's work going?" Vianata raised her voice slightly, gesturing to Ask. Hearing Vianata's call, Ask looked up blankly and scanned the room, then saw Vianata sitting at the round table in the restaurant, waving her arm slightly at him. He politely acknowledged her, skillfully tucked the documents under his armpit, subconsciously pushed up his non-existent glasses, and walked steadily towards Vianata. "Since you're here, why don't you join us?" Vianata enthusiastically invited. As a Fosak Highlander, Vianata was more accustomed to straightforward ways of dealing with things, without so many twists and turns, which was why she was able to gain the trust of the gangs in the shortest amount of time. She had witnessed Ask's work results during this period. The gangs who were originally unwilling to obey actually started learning grammar obediently under this unassuming middle-aged man. In Vianata's eyes, this was an incredible feat. Vianata herself had attended university and knew how difficult it was to stay awake when you couldn't understand what the teacher was saying. She herself had dozed off in half her classes, only passing through sheer comprehension and last-minute cramming. It seems this instructor really has some tricks up his sleeve, at least enough to scare those lawless fellows. Vianata had been a bit uneasy at first, secretly peeking into the guard's lounge, only to find that as soon as Ask Eggers looked in the direction of a troublemaker, that person would immediately shrink into a ball, as if doused with a bucket of cold water in the dead of winter, no longer daring to cause trouble or daydream. Could it be that the authority of an old teacher is real? If he's so capable, why hasn't he become a full professor, or even an associate professor, but just an ordinary instructor? Recalling that he gave up his profession to come to distant Fosak, although he claimed his purpose was to hunt seals, Vianata was inclined to interpret this as Ask Eggers' personal excuse. In Vianata's eyes, Ask's image had transformed into that of an academic fanatic, deeply devoted to scholarship but suppressed and ostracized by academic elites, unable to advance, ultimately leaving in anger to live in seclusion abroad, a serious and somewhat unfeeling academic lunatic. However, Ask had been quite humble and polite during this period, which made her doubt the accuracy of her guess. "Thank you for your invitation, but I still have a batch of reports from the security team to process. I had planned to read them while eating, but..." Ask nodded to Vianata, Anne, and the others at the table, and, as expected, noticed Sophie's gaze flicker slightly before returning to normal. "But the food you're eating clearly won't allow me to free up a hand for official business. He's also hiding. It seems his strength is more severely damaged than mine. I at least retained strength commensurate with an angel's status, but he seems to have only retained the status itself." Ask smiled regretfully, attempting to decline. "It's all right to relax occasionally. Don't talk about work today." Vianata casually patted the seat next to her. "However, your daughter doesn't seem to be all right with it." Ask smiled helplessly, put the folder aside, and sat down next to Vianata. After a few days of interaction, he found that his new boss never gave anyone a chance to object in such matters. His intuition told him that for the sake of his ordinary future life, it was better to cooperate with her now. "I originally wanted to popularize this throughout the family, but unfortunately, they are all on guard duty outside recently." Vianata picked up a slice of cooked meat and placed it in Sophie's bowl, then asked Ask with concern, "How have things been with the security team these past 2 days? Aren't you still asking about work?" Ask was somewhat dumbfounded, feeling that his boss was unbelievably unreliable. After adding grammar training, it's even busier than before. But since she asked, Ask had to answer. However, they still seemed to be full of enthusiasm. On Ask's first day as captain of the security team, the guards, who were originally gang members, were not very receptive to this parachuted captain. So, during Ask's scheduled class time, the attendance rate was less than half. Then, The other half enjoyed Ask's and his undead creatures' thoughtful wake-up service. To this day, just a glance from Ask would remind them of that suffocating feeling, forcing them to be full of enthusiasm. Of course, Ask couldn't tell Vianata the specific details, so he just gave a general report of the situation. But more than all of this, I'm more concerned about their reports. Since Vianata couldn't keep her mouth shut, Ask didn't care anymore. He scooped up some vegetables with a long-handled spoon, while deftly rummaging through the pile of documents with his other hand, pulling out a report filled with writing. Here, you can take a look yourself. Ask reached out and handed over the report. Reports like this have been increasing recently. So many typos, and the handwriting is so ugly. Vianata took it, glanced at it, and frowned, holding the report further away in disgust, squinting to guess what the scribbled words were. After all, you only had me teach for less than 2 days. Given their temperament, being willing to sit down and write reports honestly is already a significant improvement. Ask shrugged in a manner quite unbefitting his status. Although he had only been in office for 2 days, he quickly learned some of the local Fosak body language, integrating into the environment faster than Vianata had imagined. I can't just pour knowledge directly into their heads. Alright, you should look at the content first. Though I really can pour knowledge in, that is. Ask sighed, muttering to himself inwardly. Vianata patiently read on, line by line, and as she progressed, her expression grew increasingly solemn. After finishing, she let out a long breath and pointed to a symbol that occupied half the page, asking Ask Eggers, did you really find this symbol in the home of the suspect in the recent cases? Invariant symbols based on the Elven language, constructing a new runic system through complex ideographic Elven words, including multiple clear mysticism imageries such as stranger, corruption, and external summoning. However, its foundation is indeed this symbol, that's correct. Although ancient Fosak and Elven languages, as Beander languages, were rarely used in the ordinary world, many universities in Loan offered similar courses. Thus, Vianata was not surprised that Ask understood these introductory mysticism concepts. Ask nodded. He had already read this report several times, confirming that its contents were accurate. Does it look familiar? Ask took the opportunity to swallow the food in his mouth, then extended his hand to Vianata, signaling her to return the report to him first. After Vianata complied, Ask put down the chopsticks that had tormented him for so long, and which he still didn't know how to use, and lightly traced a few lines on the pattern with his index finger. If you fold these lines outwards, excluding the trapezoidal pattern in the middle, what do you think of? Ask gave Vianata a meaningful look. She frowned, pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped her thigh and exclaimed in surprise. It's the emblem of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Actually, the person most familiar with this pattern should be Adele, because it was identical to the one in Rayleigh's home. If one stood at the doorway and folded the emblem patterns drawn on the 5 surfaces, then drew it as a 3-dimensional image, it would be this pattern drawn on the white paper. 6 disappearance cases have occurred successively this week. Although only 2 were assigned to us, this symbol was found in both. Ask replied, I've already had those without prior records contact the Church of the God of War, and also inquired through the local police station. We are currently awaiting their response. If similar symbols are found at the scenes of the other disappearances, then it can be confirmed that an organization hired by the Knowledge Church, or rather, an organization that believes in the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, is planning something. Really, why do some people always disregard peace? Vianata growled angrily, then turned to ask, do we need more manpower? Make this a priority during this period, we must investigate it thoroughly. I'll do my best. Ask nodded elegantly and continued to eat. I pushed hard 2 days ago, and the average subscription once reached 505, but it has plummeted again these 2 days. I hope everyone will keep reading closely at the end of the month. If I lose my full attendance bonus because of 1 or 2 average subscriptions, I'll be completely devastated. Chapter 311, Becoming a God in 3 years, an Outer Deity in 5. After dinner, Ask returned to his room, preparing to continue processing the accumulated reports. Asking the security team members to describe their surroundings and write a written report was Ask's idea. Previously, neither the captain nor the members had the leisure for such things. However, since they now needed to practice grammar, it was a good idea. Just as Ask turned a page, he suddenly felt something and looked up at the ceiling. He saw dark red liquid seeping from the wooden ceiling, dripping along the seams of the suspended ceiling to Ask's feet. Yet, strangely, it didn't splash, merely forming a slightly rippling puddle on the floor. Then, a human figure condensed from blood slowly rose from the puddle. Its blurred features vaguely resembled Cheshire. Perfect. Now that I've finished those official documents, I also wanted to talk to you. Ask was not surprised by the arrival of this demon pathway angel. Indeed, now was a good opportunity for an open and frank discussion. Let's keep it brief. My current abilities are vastly different from my peak. I'm only able to occupy this body and use its abilities while that little girl is asleep. Cheshire cautiously glanced around, then sat down at Ask's desk. The blood forming her body, constrained by Beyonder powers, didn't leave any stains on the surfaces it touched. Actually, how long we can talk mainly depends on you. Ask put the documents aside, removed his black-rimmed glasses from his nose, and placed them on top of the papers. First, tell me how you came here. I also have some understanding of what happened in Backland. Ask's gaze was sharp, making Cheshire feel a bit guilty. The role you played in this incident determines whether we can continue our conversation. Cheshire hesitated for a moment, then dejectedly repeated the explanation she had given Sophie. However, reporting to a true angel, she omitted the lines boasting about her power and adopted a very humble posture. So, although you didn't stop Mathafari's ritual, you didn't actually participate in causing casualties in Backland. After hearing Cheshire's explanation, Ask pondered for a moment, then confirmed with Cheshire. Although Ask was already very kind-hearted, he was, after all, a true angel. As the Death Consul, he had once sent vast numbers of living beings on Earth into the underworld. At least half of the undead creatures he commanded now were those he had personally killed before. Therefore, he did not demand perfection from Cheshire. Given Mathafari's personality, if he knew his plan couldn't be implemented, he would definitely cause a huge commotion to attract the Mother Tree of Desire. By then, not only would the Mother Tree of Desire directly gain two demon pathway angels, but after devouring Mathafari, she could also influence Mathafari's hidden arrangements left here, potentially changing Mathafari's divine descent into her own. Even if the gods' blockade was strict, the Mother Tree of Desire could completely release Mathafari, who was contaminated by her, to come over. Before this, there was already the example of Sueya, so another one was entirely feasible. It goes without saying which would cause greater destruction: an angel with mild outer deity contamination who still retained rationality, or an angel who had completely become an outer deities those who are attached. Hearing Ask's words, Cheshire let out a long sigh of relief and nodded vigorously. Since that's the case, we should be able to continue talking. Ask smiled gently. This requirement remains in effect as long as you stay in this world. Cheshire nodded again, indicating she had no objection. Ask's meaning was clear. As long as Cheshire remained quiet during this period, didn't cause trouble, and didn't create Beyonder disasters, he wouldn't mind turning a blind eye to Cheshire's existence and might even offer some assistance. First, tell me your thoughts on this matter. Ask leaned back in his chair. I fell into a deep sleep during the most crucial period and don't know much about recent events. During the battle with Mathafari, due to the Bloody Archduke's unique fighting style, Cheshire devoured a part of Mathafari's body and also obtained some information about the northern continent that Mathafari had acquired through Smith. In terms of information mastery, she and Ask, who could only rely on Klein's letters to understand the situation, each had their strengths. Let me be clear, the level of detail in the information I have is only so-so. Cheshire first instinctively demurred, then began to analyze. According to the information I possess, Mathafari has at least two partners outside. One is the Snake of Fate from the Fate Pathway, and the other is the Spectator Pathway Angel, Hermes. However, the Knowledge Church and the Iron and Blood Cross Order are the ones appearing now. There must be a link or some catalyst that united these individuals and forces. To put it simply, these people must have a common goal, and it's necessary to clarify this first. Cheshire hesitated slightly. Mathafari's subordinates weren't very high-ranking and didn't know much, so this is just my guess. Is a new outer deity about to be born? Ask was a little surprised, not expecting this angel to suddenly bring up the matter of outer deities. Look, Matters involving more than 4 angels and true gods must be significant enough. They can't just be out for a team-building exercise, can they? Chesha said as a matter of course, has the omniscient and omnipotent one awakened? No, then those 5 true gods wouldn't exist. But looking at the Mother Tree's state, it doesn't seem like she has taken control of most of the Sephira yet. Considering the god of combat's recent comprehensive retraction, and the results of the wars between Loan, Fosak, and Intis, is the Evernight goddess about to become the eternal darkness? But this wouldn't be bad for the knowledge church. There's no need for a large-scale snatching of the god of knowledge and wisdom's anchors. If anyone needs an anchor, they can just find one in Fosak, right? This, I might know something about. Seeing Chesha fall into speculation, Ask rubbed his nose and smiled apologetically. It's the fool, no, one of my students. Your student. Chesha subconsciously repeated his words, feeling that even though she understood the meaning of every word, putting them together made it unacceptable. Yes, when I was a history lecturer at Hoi University, no, back then he was just an ordinary person, and my student. Ask's words were full of pride. Although my strength hadn't fully recovered then and I didn't help him much, he still became a half-outer deity through his own power and is currently facing the most difficult challenge to maintain his humanity. How long were you a history lecturer? Hundreds of years. When Chesha asked this, she felt it was a foolish question, but she genuinely couldn't believe it without hearing Ask say the answer himself. It took him less than 4 years to go from an ordinary person to a half, the mystery. Seemingly discerning what Chesha was concerned about, Ask directly answered, to be honest, after I awoke from my slumber and saw the letter he sent me through a messenger, it took me a long time to calm myself down. The blood-colored puppet controlled by Chesha was silent for a long while. Ask heard the sound of a teacup shattering upstairs. After a long time, she finally spoke. Besides this, I only have one other piece of information. Hearing Chesha's words, Ask also perked up and urgently inquired, oh, what is it? Thinking carefully, he couldn't escape from that desperate situation, so it obviously couldn't be a physical object. And for a single angel Beander characteristic, there's no need for so many deaths. So, the thing he gave away could only be knowledge. The blood clots on Chesha's face, serving as her features, twisted slightly, seemingly trying to express a helpless emotion. However, as she was currently only equivalent to Sequence 5, and only retained some blood magic abilities through her own knowledge and a drop of blood, the blood clone she created clearly couldn't achieve such delicate operations. After several attempts, she had to give up. Chesha didn't speak before because she only had contact with Adele and others. Even if she found a way to tell them these messages, she wouldn't get any benefits she valued. Moreover, this knowledge involved the origin of the Bloody Archduke's abilities. If Ask's news hadn't been such a huge shock to Chesha, she wouldn't have revealed it so easily. As a child of the devil monarch Farbati, Chesha, although she had lost most of her power, still retained much of her pride. To make her offer her ultimate skill, one would have to be higher than her in sequence or status. Ask's original identity was a child of death, similar to Chesha's. Although he now retained most of his power, making him stronger than Chesha, Chesha still felt somewhat unconvinced. But now, adding the teacher of the fool, sorry, I spoke a bit loudly just now. Chesha pushed these messy thoughts aside and said to Ask, one of the Bloody Archduke's abilities is the mutual conversion between body and soul. We can make any part of ourselves possess all the functions of a complete individual, whether it's soul memory or flesh and blood body, regardless of the degree of completeness or the amount of Beander characteristics it contains. This means that even if the spirit body is severely damaged, the body completely destroyed, and the Beander characteristics extracted and taken away, the Bloody Archduke can still survive as a drop of blood or a fragment of soul. He can search for a new host or absorb fragments of his original body. However, I think neither Hermes, the snake of fate, nor the god of knowledge and wisdom need this method of reshaping the body, so they must have other uses for this knowledge. Chesha said somewhat reluctantly. Clearly, exposing her abilities made her feel very uncomfortable, as this was currently her only means of survival if Ask decided to act against her. Telling Ask meant she would have no more secrets from him. This indeed requires further study. Ask pondered for a moment and nodded. Then, can you also tell me the detailed principle of this ability? Since Mathafari could package this knowledge and give it to Hermes, then you. Before Ask could finish, Cheshire, made of blood, quickly waved her hand. His ability doesn't mean I can do it too, at least not right now. Seeing Ask's slightly displeased expression, Cheshire quickly explained, this method involves inscribing all the information of the original individual onto a part of that original individual, which can be either the soul or the physical body. However, even according to my past experience, to achieve this separation, one would at least need to reach the saint level to perform a single detachment without damaging my existence. At the very least, the remaining devil Beander characteristic from Mathafari's subordinate inside this little girl is definitely not enough for me to complete a separation. Cheshire looked at Ask expectantly, her hollow eye sockets, formed from condensed blood, looking somewhat eerie. I understand, state your terms. Ask thought for a moment and readily said to Cheshire. The initiative was now in his hands, Cheshire couldn't cause any trouble. It's simple, help me recover my strength. For that, I need a demigod-level devil Beander characteristic. Cheshire seemed to have planned this for a long time, blurting out without hesitation, if I rely on this body to collect it myself, who knows how long it will take. Even I can't conjure a demigod Beander characteristic of the demon pathway out of thin air for you. Ask frowned, you'd best have a definite target in mind. Of course. The corners of Cheshire's blood puppet's mouth split open exaggeratedly, revealing an excited smile. Harbinger of death, the flagship of the Undying King, Agorito, corresponds to the sequence 3 blatherer characteristic of the demon pathway. Oh. Ask raised an eyebrow, you've done quite a bit of investigation. Of course, that ship was originally a self-rescue method I tried before. Unfortunately, the Mother Tree of Desire's divine kingdom had too many restrictions, and I couldn't leave on it. Instead, the lower sequence ship itself drifted here, only to be occupied by that idiot Agorito. At the mention of this, Cheshire's blood puppet's hollow eye sockets seemed to blaze with fire, yet she dared not act out in front of Ask. Very well, but there's an additional condition. Once you become a demigod, you will leave this young girl's body and accept my supervision. Ask nodded gently. As for Agorito, if the opportunity arises, I will help you deal with it. Before that, you must first swear an oath to the fool. You should be very clear about what his name signifies now. Chapter 312, The Earl's Knight. Cheshire readily agreed to Ask's condition. Beyonders of the demon pathway are currently universally reviled. Even the Storm Church was forced to modify the section regarding Mathafari in its sacred texts, changing, he is an angel from the ancient era who submitted to the Lord of Storms, responsible for guarding the abyss of storms. 2. He is an angel from the ancient era captured by the Lord of Storms, suppressed in the abyss of storms. Furthermore, even when Mathafari had not yet been recaptured by the Mother Tree of Desire, the Storm Church only viewed him as a hired thug, and the anchors he received among the Storm believers were pitifully few. Therefore, for Ask to offer such a guarantee to the powerless Cheshire shows deep sincerity. Moreover, given his standing in the Church of the Fool, having Cheshire swear an oath witnessed by the Fool means that the Church of the Fool will provide sanctuary for Cheshire. At least, that's what Cheshire herself believed. Ask saw Cheshire's reaction and knew she had misunderstood his words, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. All right, the terms have been settled. You may leave now. Don't wake anyone on your way back. Ask waved his hand, making a gesture to dismiss the guest. Only after the humanoid figure made of blood disintegrated and flowed out through the crack beneath the door did he adjust his posture and continue studying the report. Regarding Sophie's matter, since the members of the Tarot Club had already promised to help resolve it, he didn't need to immediately demand that Cheshire leave her current body. After all, the current Cheshire was no longer the bloody Archduke, and changing bodies wasn't as easy as pulling a plug. East coast of Intersea, Constant City, Hall Manor. Miss Hall, is there any news about the Honeysuckle Empress? Although it was late at night, after receiving Miss Hall's message, the anxiously waiting Lolota immediately rushed to Audrey Hall's residence. I'm afraid it's not good news. Miss Hall, wearing black silk pajamas, sat down opposite Lolota, with a table between them. She pushed a newly printed telegram across, her expression grave, observing the other party's reaction. The ship appeared out of thin air south of the Rorstad archipelago, several crew members on board are missing, and most surviving crew members have amnesia. Lolota took the telegram and read it carefully, but after only a few lines, she couldn't help but cry out in surprise. It sounds fantastical, doesn't it? Miss Hall showed a look of sympathy, her sorrowful expression seemingly genuine. However, the Southern Continent military did provide a similar response. The demoness sect hijacked the ship. Britain discovered this and followed them aboard. What happened during that time, we don't know. All we know is what I just told you. I'm very sorry. Lolota's expression froze. She held the thin printed paper, remaining silent for a long time, until Miss Hall worriedly stood up, jolting her back to reality. How is this possible? Lolota forced a smile. Peter is a red glove, the most elite deacon in our team. I'd sooner believe there are 2 suns in the sky than believe he went missing. However, before the honeysuckle empress appeared, a second sun did rise over the southern continent sea, soaring straight from the surface into the depths of the cosmos. Miss Hall sighed and rang a bell. Soon, her personal maid entered, respectfully bowed to the 2 women, and waited quietly by the door. Lolota, I know this might sound heartless, but it is the truth. When I was organizing disaster relief in Backland, I heard similar news every day. After spending this time together, her relationship with Lolota had grown closer. She no longer called her Mrs. Britain, but referred to her directly by her name, Lolota. Due to the appearance of that sun, our fleet suffered some damage and was forced to reincorporate the Honeysuckle Empress into the combat sequence. Adele won't be able to return anytime soon. Miss Hall apologized and promised, it's very late now. Please follow the maid to rest. Tomorrow, I will give you triple the compensation, as is customary. No, I have a premonition that he is not dead. Unexpectedly for Miss Hall, Lolota's tone became even more resolute after hearing her attempts at comfort. I don't need compensation. I only hope you can continue the search. I will notify the local church about the demoness sect matter, and I believe we will receive a reply soon. He is my husband, I know this much. But, aren't you? The light of the crimson moon shone through the transparent glass into the room, making Miss Hall's slender figure appear even more delicate. Yes, our marriage was merely a formality. Lolota tucked the telegram into her pocket, bowed slightly to Miss Hall, and without even looking at the beautiful maid by the door, pulled open Miss Hall's bedroom door. Just as she was about to step out, she turned back and said to Miss Hall, who had stood up to see her off. Even so, he is still my husband. After Lolota left, Miss Hall stood silently at the desk for a long time. Only when the maid timidly asked if she had any further instructions did she wave her hand, dismissing the maid. Is this what you wanted? A familiar voice rang directly in her mind, sounding exactly like her own. I've been wondering when you would finally arrive, but I didn't expect to wait until now. Hearing the voice, Miss Hall showed no surprise but an expression of expectation. She slowly turned around. Standing in the corner of the room was Audrey, wearing a dark blue traveling cloak, with emerald green eyes that seemed to have something burning within them. The other Audrey Hall. The real Audrey Hall. Their gazes collided in the air, practically sparking. Why did you do this? After a long silence, Justice, Audrey broke the quiet. In the original plan, you didn't need to do these things. Plenty of people would naturally fight to take on the task of reviving the Intersea Shire. It could be a factory owner from the new party, an established noble, or a royal descendant. Countless people want a piece of that cake. Why did you insist on? It could be a factory owner from the new party, an established noble, or a royal descendant, but just not me. Miss Hall said mockingly, as for the reason, you stuffed all the cowardly, sentimental emotions you wanted to discard into my mind, but you took away the power. You told me I was Miss Hall, the youngest daughter of Earl Hall. You told me to act spoiled around Dad, told me to gently counsel Mom, told me to make Hibbert smile, told me to suggest Alfred find a good wife and stop him from taking risks. Miss Hall's face showed a pained expression, but you also told me that we have grown up and are no longer little girls. You left this life and these memories to me, yet you expect me to pretend I know nothing, live comfortably and happily, and be a good child to my parents. After Miss Hall finished speaking, she tightly pressed her lips together, her expression desolate yet resolute. I'm telling you, impossible. Just as you couldn't stand the despair of forever being only a spectator, I can't stand it either. She slightly raised her arm, and cold, illusory black armor covered her body. In the blink of an eye, her form was completely enveloped by solid black armor, with only her eyes flashing with a scarlet light. What did you do? Now, even Justice Audrey Hall couldn't help but feel surprised. When she created this avatar, she had only set her strength to sequence 5 level, believing that would be enough to solve all the Beander incidents the Hall family encountered. But now, the other party's appearance clearly couldn't be explained by a simple sequence 5 or a mystical item. The only possibility was that her avatar had also somehow advanced to demigod. It was Hermes and Ouroboros, Miss Hall stated concisely. They gave me new power. Now, even you cannot easily reclaim this avatar. More than a spectator, I still hope to become a knight. You should know that even a sequence 4 Black Knight is not difficult for a Dreamweaver to deal with. Justice Audrey pondered for a moment before speaking. The atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point because of that sentence. Illusory dragon scales appeared on the surface of Justice, while the shadow behind Miss Hall grew denser, seeming tangible. However, a few seconds later, Miss Hall's aura dissipated. The black illusory armor vanished, and she reverted to her previous appearance, simply wearing ordinary pajamas, calmly facing Justice Audrey, who in every gesture already approached that of a true angel. You won't do that, trust me. Miss Hall walked openly toward the silent Audrey, took her hand covered in opalescent illusory scales, and placed it on her own chest. You won't kill Miss Hall, because that would ruin everything you've established here. As Justice of the Tarot Club, you cannot step forward to handle these visible issues. Everything you want to do with your family requires, Miss Hall, to do it. You're Justice Audrey, and I am Black Knight Hall. There's nothing wrong with that. What you separated from your body was not just me, but also your weakness, your hesitation, your anxiety, the dregs of humanity that your Justice doesn't need. Miss Hall stared directly into Audrey's placid green eyes and said word by word, you cannot kill me. Only when you become a true angel might you surpass Hermes' priority and forcibly reclaim this part of humanity within me. I will not obey Hermes' commands, but neither will I be completely subservient to you. I am Roll Hall's youngest daughter, and I will use my own methods to keep my parents away from the conflicts I bring. Not even Justice can stop me. The room fell into another deathly silence, and dark clouds completely obscured the crimson moon. Miss Hall subconsciously averted her gaze, looking at the moon outside the window. It's a blood moon again tonight, she murmured. However, when she turned her gaze back, she found that the true form of Justice had vanished, just as suddenly as she had appeared. Miss Hall stood stunned for a moment before slowly sitting down in the chair, seemingly deep in thought. A faint, indistinguishable sigh echoed in the quiet night, and finally, everything returned to peace. In the captain's cabin of the future, Star Admiral Catlia was performing a ritual in the manner common among members of the Moses ascetic order, attending the 10 pillars meeting through spirit projection. As the herbs on the altar burned and the pure dew evaporated, Catlia quickly completed her soul's departure from her body, projecting herself into the hidden stone palace of the pillars meeting. This stone palace is one of the venues for the Moses ascetic order's pillars meeting, located near the Odrak archipelago of the Intis Republic. Queen mystic Bernadette Gustave was recently there to meet Zio Derecha. To disguise the fact that she had a good relationship with her, Catlia had her fleet bypass the Arctic Sea and sail into a cape near the Antares Mountains, finding a location far enough away to perform spirit projection without going to the Intis coast, where she attended this pillars meeting. However, as soon as her illusory figure, composed purely of spirituality, appeared at the gathering, Catlia noticed a difference from previous times. In previous pillars meetings, she was usually the highest-ranking pillar attending, because Albert Noss, who ranked above her, and another angel whose name she didn't even know, rarely attended the meetings. But today, counting her, only 5 of the 10 pillars were present. Among these 5 was Albert Noss, the earthbound angel famous for his mastery of numerology magic and mystical rituals. This made Catlia feel uneasy, sensing that something major was about to happen. Look who's back, our pirate queen. A frivolous laugh rang out, but it was quickly silenced by Albert Noss's gaze. Welcome back, Star Queen. Congratulations on advancing to Sequence 3 and officially joining the ranks of the 4 kings. Noss's voice was deep and magnetic, eliciting bursts of insincere applause around the long table. Thank you for your concern, His Holiness the Pope. Catlia replied, slightly uncomfortable with the attention. However, the theme of this meeting is clearly not to celebrate me, is it? Of course. Albert Noss nodded. We have selected the pillars who develop influence externally this time. Those who focus on internal digestion have no experience with matters like this. With that, he manifested a giant symbol in the space between them, composed of countless tiny characters. Even with Catlia's high sequence, looking at it too long caused a dizzy feeling. If Ask were here, he would probably recognize immediately that this was a variation of the pattern reported by the gang members, mixing all possibilities and concentrating the chaotic lines within a single symbol. I need you to spread this symbol as quickly as possible, Albert Noss stated emphatically. Chapter 313, 10 Pillars and the Dream of the Outer Deity. Spread this symbol. Catlia frowned slightly. What's so special about it? What should my crew pay attention to when spreading this symbol? You can learn from the Aurora Order and preach their theories about the apocalypse and salvation. Albert Noss's voice was calm as he casually explained, the specific method is your business. You can hire others to do it, or do it yourselves. In short, I hope this symbol appears in every coastal city within a year. You want me to circumnavigate the entire northern continent's coastline in a year. Catlia was both annoyed and amused. That's not very realistic. Even the fleets of the 4 kings and 7 generals were reluctant to easily formulate long-term navigation plans. With fixed safe routes, long-term adherence to a predetermined plan could easily lead to the navy deducing their destination, causing unnecessary disputes. What's more, circumnavigating the continent wasn't something just any fleet could do. For pirate ships, intermediate supply points were also crucial. In unfamiliar countries and coastal cities, even a pirate general would find it difficult to obtain necessary supplies silently, and disputes would be inevitable. Of course, the combat power of coastal cities couldn't withstand the Star Queen's fleet, but if combined with the previous point, it would be fatal. After multiple raids exposed her intentions, Catlia might very well find ambushing church demigods waiting for her at the next stop. You can divide the fleet into 2, heading in opposite directions simultaneously to spread the hidden wisdom. Albert Noss ignored Catlia's safety concerns and answered irrelevantly. Don't worry about the time. We have another pirate general spreading this knowledge on the other side of the continent. Once you two meet up, the mission will be complete. Another pirate general. Catlia looked up in confusion, her spiritual body scanning everyone present. Under the Star Queen's gaze, a black-robed figure with a weak presence, sitting at the last seat, stood up. Only then did Catlia notice that she had never seen this person's face before. It wasn't one of the original 10 pillars. The original 10th pillar, materialism, was summoned by the sage. His worldly duties are temporarily handled by Limanu King. You can call him Shadow Lieutenant General. The 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order each had their own titles, starting from the first pillar, atheism, followed by stupidity, rejection, apathy, cruelty, ugliness, lust, greed, instability, and materialism. Catlia's codename was rejection. It was when she broke away from the Queen Mystic and joined the Moses ascetic order to resist her, and this title has accompanied her ever since. Of course, not everyone's codename was as fitting as Catlia's. For example, Pope Albert Noss's codename was Stupidity, while his sequence name was Sage, which sounded quite ironic yet made sense. After Noss finished his introduction, the slender Limanu King bowed to everyone present and then sat back down. The demonist sect has no objection to this. Catlia frowned. As the previous pirate general supported by the Moses ascetic order, her asking such a question didn't seem out of place. He has other matters to worry about. Noss answered vaguely, I hope that Red Heretic doesn't disappoint the sage. Red Heretic. Catlia secretly noted this title in her heart. Mr. Fool had mentioned this Red Heretic when talking about Bansi Port to the Tarot Club members. According to Zio's speculation, he might have already obtained the Conqueror characteristic from the demonist sect and was now at least a Sequence 2 angel. I hope he hasn't completed the ritual for advancing to Sequence 1. Conqueror, just from the name, it's clear this is a pathway inseparable from conflict, and the advancement ritual must also be related to conquest. However, the only place still worth conquering is the southern continent. If he wants to digest it, then the next step must be in the southern continent. Catlia was certain in her heart and quickly made a judgment. If there are no objections, then, materialism, will proceed west from the northern part of the Loan Kingdom, and, rejection, will proceed east from the Fosak region. You will first meet in the Intersea area, and then continue to spread this symbol. Albert Noss looked at Catlia and Lehman, who both responded hastily. Once I leave here, the fleet will move west and may arrive in the Intersea area before you. Lehman nodded to Catlia, indicating, before that, I'll find a way from the coastal cities, to acquire some supplies. You want to get supplies in the Intersea area. Catlia's gaze was somewhat strange, as if she had heard something incredible. Shipping has recently resumed there, your information is too outdated. Lehman smiled. That area will have a lot of profit to be made next, much more valuable than the previous village. Oh, really? Catlia nodded noncommittally. In that case, I wish you good luck. I imagine you suffered quite a bit when you dealt with Tracy, so I won't compete with you for business here. Hearing Catlia's words, Lehman's expression changed slightly. After all, this wasn't above the gray fog, and there was no eternal gray-white mist to obscure it, so Catlia saw all of Lehman's emotional changes. It seems Tracis' influence among the pirates hasn't completely disappeared. Usurping power, even in Tracis' absence, wasn't a small matter for Lehman. After a moment of silent thought, Catlia decided that as soon as the summoning ritual was lifted, she would immediately find a way to notify Justice and the Empress. One of them was inconstant in the Intersea, and the other's influence covered the entire Intersea area. This would allow them to take precautions early and avoid unnecessary civilian casualties. As for Lehman, she could only wish him good luck out of collegiality. Time is almost up. Pray to him. Noss glanced at everyone, then gently tapped the stone table. The pillars slowly rose, one hand covering their eyes, the other pressing against their chest, performing a Moses ascetic order etiquette and softly chanting. We come from him, and to him we shall return. Meanwhile, it was late night in Baron's Port. Due to the events of the day, Adele felt exceptionally exhausted both physically and mentally, so she quickly went to bed in her clothes, brewed herself a steaming cup of black tea, and added 2 lemon slices. She had just taken 2 sips when she heard a knock at the door. Subconsciously, she got out of bed, intending to open the door as she was, but halfway there, she realized and grabbed her naval coat, covering what shouldn't be exposed, before walking to the door. It's me, Wendy. A familiar, tired female voice sounded. There aren't any good rooms at the shipyard. Our cabin was just repaired, and my sheets are full of wood shavings, so I came back. Adele pulled open the door, and Wendy stumbled into the room, grabbed Adele's black tea from the table, and drank it all in one gulp, so fast that Adele couldn't even stop her. Then she screamed from the burn, and Adele quickly used her ability to create a small piece of ice for Wendy to hold in her mouth. The kingdom stationed a classical alchemist in Baron's Port. She used life alchemy to create those little guys who replaced most people's work. You didn't see the scene, it's hard to explain what happened. Wendy held the ice cube, gesturing with her hands as she struggled to explain the situation to Adele. Although she herself didn't come, those living steel golems really helped a lot. In just one day, the ship was basically repaired, and after loading weapons tomorrow, it can depart immediately. I'd rather they moved a bit slower. After this day's experience, I really can't say whether I'm more relaxed or more tired. I think I need more rest. Adele complained. Yeah, but I don't have that problem, because I'm 1000% sure I'm definitely more tired than before. Wendy rolled her eyes and lay down on Adele's cot, emitting a lazy groan. Adele hesitated for a moment, then pulled out another spare cot from behind the cabinet and threw 2 cushions from the sofa onto it. Incidentally, this was also one of the means used by the Navy base to defraud funds. A spare bed was prepared in every room, theoretically to provide more beds for wounded soldiers in wartime. It sounded quite good, but the proposer didn't seem to consider that a logistics base would rarely experience such an overflow of wounded soldiers. Even if it did, it would be the hospital department's concern, not the soldiers' dormitory. Moreover, when faced with similar problems, officers often solved them with a makeshift bed on the floor. However, it must be said that this spare bed really helped Adele a lot. By the time she moved the bed from behind the wardrobe, Wendy had already fallen into a dream. This period of experience was too stimulating for an archaeologist, wasn't it? Adele lay down on the spare bed, covered herself with her greatcoat, and whispered to the sleeping Wendy. Being inexplicably kidnapped, joining a gang, working for Beyonders of unknown origin, getting involved in a secret plan of an evil organization, and then being sprayed out from the seabed by a waterspout while on a ship. If it were written as a novel, it would definitely be a good story. Alright, I admit I'm just making conversation, but I hope this helps me calm down faster. After all, I experienced these things with you, maybe even more than you, so it's inevitable to have some emotional fluctuations in this situation. Wendy was unresponsive, she seemed truly exhausted. Alright, good night. Adele finished speaking to herself and also fell asleep. Adele was sleeping soundly when she was suddenly awakened by the clamor outside the door. She opened the door in confusion, only to find that it didn't lead to a corridor, but to a magnificent city that was both familiar and strange to Adele. Unlike all the cities Adele had ever seen, this city was filled with a sharp sense of opposition and conflict. Houses on both sides of the street had collapsed, crimson liquid flowed from broken beams, street trees were burning, and iron-gray clouds obscured the sun, making the city eerie and terrifying. However, small winding trees grew on the ruins of the collapsed houses, small animals ran to lick the liquid flowing from beneath the beams, people huddled for warmth under the burning street trees, and even the iron-gray clouds seemed to possess both terrifying and comforting, incompatible characteristics. Adele had seen this city before, it was a replica of the city on Bimini Island. However, compared to its appearance long ago or its current state, the city before her had many differences from the one Adele knew. It looks like different moments of the city superimposed on each other. Adele murmured to herself. She was now mostly awake and knew she was dreaming, an incredibly real dream. The content of this dream was far from reality, allowing Adele to react instantly that she was in a dream upon seeing it, yet upon closer inspection, she found shadows of the real city everywhere. A peculiar feeling urged Adele to step forward, walking to the base of the collapsed building, which was supported by a lush beech tree, allowing the two collapsed buildings to achieve a wondrous state of mutual support. Countless strange aerial roots spread from the thick trunk, with innumerable dried corpses hanging from them. Adele had seen these before when she was on Bimini Island, so she wasn't too surprised, nor did she interrupt the dream. Instead, she continued to approach the beech tree, trying to get a closer look. By the light of the burning flames near the building, Adele was surprised to find that all the corpses had no faces. Just as she wanted to rub her eyes to see more clearly, a strong wind blew, scattering the clouds, and crimson moonlight poured down, illuminating the faces of those corpses. In an instant, all the faces seemed to turn, facing Adele, and each face bore Adele's likeness, either shriveled and withered, or vividly lifelike. Adele suddenly woke up, sitting bolt upright in bed. She saw the crimson moonlight filtering through the curtains, saw the bookshelf and desk, saw Wendy on the bed beside her, and confirmed again that her nightmare was over, and there was a pounding knock at her door. What did I dream? As a demoness, Adele, though not as skilled at interpreting such intentions as the seer pathway, would never underestimate any similar omen. Moreover, the meaning represented by this omen, she could guess even without interpreting it. City of Calamity. After collecting her frightened emotions, Adele reluctantly climbed out of bed, finding that she had only slept for less than 2 hours, which made her even more frustrated. P.S. Happy birthday to me. Chapter 314. Necessary Pain and Sacrifice. Thanks to fellow reader, Lone Dream in the Clouds, for 121 recommendation tickets and Ming Huang, for 7,300 tips. Awakened by a nightmare, Adele no longer felt like sleeping. After nearly 12 hours of sleep yesterday, she wasn't that tired anymore, just a little muscle fatigue from the high-intensity maneuvers during battle. Beyonder healing speed is much faster than ordinary people's. Many muscle strains caused by sudden bursts of activity can heal overnight. However, perhaps because healing consumes energy, they tend to get tired more easily during this period than normal people. But it's not insurmountable. Adele got out of bed, took off her nightcap, and planned to record the scenes from her dream to prevent herself from forgetting. This was entirely possible. As someone blessed by two quasi-outer deities, many harmful pieces of information would be invisibly filtered out, and Adele herself wouldn't even notice this filtering process, merely attributing it to forgetting some things. Adele tiptoed to find a candle, used her last match to light it, and, under the faint light, began scribbling in a notebook. She roughly summarized several characteristics of the dream world, including opposing intentions, repeating faces, and overlapping time, and then drew a quick sketch with a fountain pen below. After outlining the scene with hazy lines, Adele held the notebook away to examine her drawing skills. Well, as long as I can understand it myself, she quickly evaluated with self-awareness. Anyway, at the Tarot Club, she could directly imbue her written thoughts onto illusory paper and pen, and no matter her actual drawing skills, the resulting images would be lifelike. Just as Adele was about to put away the notebook in her hand, a rapid and forceful knocking sound suddenly came from the door again. Adele froze for a moment, gently pinched her thigh, confirming that this was not a dream, but undeniable reality. After a slight hesitation, Adele placed the short candle on the brass candlestick and walked towards the door, holding the candlestick. This was the naval headquarters. After all, with a demigod stationed here, there shouldn't be any problems. Besides, even if there were problems, the brass candle holder was quite heavy and handy for striking people, making it a decent offhand weapon. Adele held the candlestick in one hand and reached for the doorknob with the other. At this moment, the appearance of the person outside immediately formed in her mind. The person was wearing a crisp white shirt and dark blue suspender trousers, with only half of the collar buttons fastened, looking quite casual. The brownish skin, characteristic of the Baron race, appeared particularly soft under the moonlight, and a pair of dark eyes twinkled, looking quite capable. It was none other than Constantine Eggers, the Green Fingers of the Earth Mother Church, whom she had met earlier in the day. "I'm sorry to disturb your rest, but..." Adele opened the door, and Constantine immediately stepped inside, almost face to face with Adele. Adele could almost see the outline of his abdominal muscles through his half-open collar, but he also noticed Wendy lying on the other bed in the room, and his voice immediately lowered. "Let's talk outside." Adele waved her hand, and Constantine tactfully turned around to allow Adele to change out of her pajamas. Soon, Adele changed out of her cotton nightgown and put on her easy-to-move naval uniform again, donning a cape-like dark blue fur cloak behind her. She gently pushed Constantine, signaling him to go out first. "Since I'm seeing you now, it must not be good news." The doors on both sides of the corridor outside were open, and a draft blew through. Adele felt a little cold and tightened her coat. "Although I wish I could deny it, it's true." Constantine's expression was solemn. "New battle reports have arrived from the front line. Although I haven't seen the specific content, the situation doesn't seem optimistic. The army suffered a defeat east of Star Highland. Due to the overextended front line, the Rose School of Thought's Angel personally intervened, severely damaging the deployment in the middle of the front line. If the new commander on the front line hadn't decisively ordered the burning of the Hagati grassland, forcing the Rose School of Thought to extinguish the fire, it's hard to say how many of the frontline troops would have been able to retreat." Burning the Hagati grassland. Adele couldn't help but gasp. How much damage did that Pope of the Rose School of Thought cause? "I don't know the specifics, only some hasty last words left by wounded soldiers from the front line." Constantine's expression was complicated. A frontline staff officer said in his last telegram that the map of the Star Highland would have to be redrawn. Goddess above. Adele instinctively made 4 quick crosses on her chest, her fingers trembling with fear. The Hagati grassland is the largest grassland terrain in the southern continent, an area equivalent to half of Fosak, where a large number of nomadic people who believe in the Rose School of Thought live. The 1,000-mile-deep grassland has always been a headache for Loan commanders. A rash attack would only unnecessarily lengthen the front line, leaving no natural defenses and completely exposing supply lines to the cavalry charges of the southern continent's princes. After Loan broke with the Church of Steam and Machinery, it lost a lot of military equipment support on the battlefield. The weapons carried by the supply escort troops were simply insufficient to resist Baron's Eagle cavalry on the plains. If forced to choose, Loan's commanders would surely have hated this grassland and burned it long ago. However, due to the influence of Emperor Rosal, concepts of environmental governance and sustainable development had long been deeply ingrained. Allowing troops to casually burn the Hagati grassland would have far-reaching consequences beyond just environmentalist protests. In severe cases, it could even lead to the resignation of the Prime Minister. After all, the attitudes of the major kingdoms towards colonies were far from friendly, and similar protests had lasted for hundreds of years. Reckless plunder and destruction in a colony could easily provoke a backlash, turning the attack into a protracted, messy war, yielding no benefits and only causing self-inflicted losses. Now, the commander actually had to burn the Hagati grassland, which showed that the frontline situation had become dangerous to a certain extent. Even the founder, Sequence 1 Hand of Order William Augustus, who was campaigning with the army, couldn't hold on and had to approve some inhumane methods. Of course, officially, the founder had long passed away, and the nominal supreme commander of the army was Prince Grove Augustus of Sunnia, a Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter. These were things Emlyn White had told Adele. And the price of this Sequence 1 angel personally leading the expedition was that Backland had no angel stationed there at the end of last year, which allowed Mathafari to exploit the loophole. If William Augustus, as a Hand of Order, had been present, he could have instantly established order to suppress all devil embryos throughout the entire area, and destroying Mathafari's portal would have been no problem. However, not only did he leave, but the Pope of the Night Church, another servant of concealment, was guarding the Hornassus mountain range. Abbess Ariana, under Hermes's arrangement, went to the southern continent for support, and the Pope of the Storm Church was located in the Abyss of Storms on Passu Island. The Snake of Fate, Will Osepton, also went to the Dixie Bay after sensing Ouroboros's presence. Within this month, none of them were in Backland, yet, within this same month, another disaster erupted, more direct and terrifying than the Backland Great Smog, almost directly exposing the essence of Beyonders to everyone. The Snake of Fate, Will Osepton, was fine. His anchors were mainly in the Life School of Thought, in the Council of Fate, and in the Fool Church. The shaking of faith in Backland had little impact on him. But the other angels, in this disaster, lost a large number of anchors. This was a severe price, very likely to affect their mental state and cause even more serious damage. Yet now, having taken such great risks and even paid the price, they were almost completely routed by a surprise attack from the abomination Sueya, making their already scarce humanity even thinner. Sueya, however, was different. Her rebel army was not organized, and she didn't engage the Loan army head-on. Even if William Augustus wanted revenge, he couldn't inflict large-scale casualties on organized troops like Sueya, because the Rose School of Thought simply didn't have an organized army. If the frontline situation continued to be deadlocked, it would eventually slide in a direction Loan did not wish for. No one could say whether William Augustus, forced into such a corner, would unreservedly unleash his personal great power in the southern continent. The war is going to get dirty. Adele sighed. Even though we weren't clean to begin with. Why can't those guys just let themselves be crushed by His Royal Highness Prince Grove? Constantine also lamented. Of course, that's just my wishful thinking. You know, this is their game, they can't retreat a single step. Adele said gloomily, walking towards the conference room she had visited once before. Constantine followed behind her, his eyes subtly shifting, lost in thought. The conference room was almost full, with only 2 seats left at Emlyn's lower end for Constantine and Adele. Tracy sat on Emlyn's other side, opposite Adele's seat. Just now, we received news from the front line. Emlyn said with rare solemnity, our army's front line was overextended. Just 3 hours ago, the Central Army in the Plateau region was attacked by the abomination Sueya, suffering heavy losses. Mahams the Silent used some method to summon his teacher, the Sequence 1 abomination, within our army. With just one strike, the opponent destroyed our military camp, and the resulting rift almost cut the entire Star Highland in half. Although the founder arrived quickly, he could only lightly wound Sueya and force her to retreat. The cost of this defeat is extremely cruel. If an effective counterattack cannot be organized quickly to regain momentum, the frontline army is likely to collapse. Considering the mental trauma caused to Beyonders by the Rose School of Thought's methods, this is highly probable. The Rose School of Thought is an evil organization that worships the human body, often using human limbs in their spellcasting to complete bloody rituals. For the frontline Beyonders, not only are those rituals dangerous, but the process of preparing the rituals also causes them a certain degree of psychological trauma. Therefore, winning battles was fine, but once defeated, without the Hand of Order having the energy to establish order, it would definitely escalate into a major rout, which no one wanted to see. The army has distributed charms personally made by His Excellency the Founder to every senior commander. As soon as Sueya appears, activate the charm immediately to summon His Excellency the Founder, so the safety here does not need to be worried about for now. But if the front line fails, we will eventually have a day to worry. Emlyn scanned the officers present and continued, therefore, we must cooperate and take action. I've spoken with the head of White Pharmaceuticals. They will provide free medical services to soldiers who grew strange organs from directly looking at Sueya. Everyone, return to your posts immediately after the meeting. I want the entire logistics base to operate at maximum capacity. Tonight, I want to see the first batch of emergency supplies loaded onto trains and sent to the front line. Emlyn said unequivocally, all vacations are cancelled. Strive to complete the transportation of all supplies within a week. Seeing everyone nod, Emlyn turned his gaze to Adele and Tracy. Your ships will be refitted soon. Get ready, tomorrow night you will set sail and begin privateering. Sink all ships you can find. All violent actions against the southern continent resistance, except for large-scale massacres, are approved. Show no mercy. Everything is for victory before Lord the Founder's patience completely runs out. As long as you believe it helps the situation, there's nothing that can't be done. Otherwise, if he has to act personally, half of the southern continent might sink. Emlyn emphasized this point again, seemingly fearing that Adele's mindset wouldn't adjust, and specifically explained. Lowen had already sacrificed too much for this war, any outcome other than victory was unacceptable. The only difference was the method of victory. Winning by relying on the army and beyonders was victory. Relying on the founder William Augustus's personal great power to directly cleanse half of the southern continent and cause Sueya to lose her anchor and go mad was also victory, but no one could bear the cost of the latter kind of victory, not even William Augustus himself. As long as Adele and Tracy could cause enough damage to the southern continent's shipping supply lines and coastal cities to break the residence's will to fight, then their mission would be accomplished. No matter how cruel the methods, they would be acceptable. Necessary pain and necessary sacrifice. Adele took a deep breath and saluted Emlyn. Yes, sir. Then, she nimbly flipped over the long table in front of her and was the first to leave the venue, with Tracy following close behind. Her dark blue cloak fluttered slightly, as if brewing a storm. Watching CBA, today's update almost didn't get finished, but I still want to shout, Liaoning Champions. Chapter 315, The Benefits of Being an Insider. Since there was still plenty of time, Adele didn't return to the room to wake Wendy. Instead, she went with Tracy to the naval armory at the pier to replenish their weapons and ammunition. The ammunition used by naval soldiers and sailors didn't need to be collected by them. This time, they were mainly there to collect weapons and ammunition specifically for beyonders belonging to the Royal Military, including charms, Beyonder bullets, and some sealed artifacts. I never thought that one day I'd be collecting weapons and ammunition from a naval warehouse and being greeted kindly by naval soldiers. After a naval soldier carrying a box stepped aside to let the two pass and greeted Tracy, Tracy said with considerable emotion. Perhaps this is politics. Adele shrugged, taking a rather exaggerated-looking flamethrower off the wall. If it were me, I wouldn't want my enemies to have this thing. That's a dangerous naval weapon, but now without the support of the Knowledge Church, ammunition is quite precious. Tracy, who had long seen this item in her struggles with the Lowen military, explained to Adele, so they probably won't let you test-fire it. I can demonstrate it for you when it's really needed. Before ironclad ships were widely deployed, sailing warships were still the main force in naval battles. This powerful weapon, which used specialized incendiary shells, was enough to make all wooden warships fear it. Here is the approval form. Please send this batch of high-pressure steam rifles to the Snow-Wind ironclad ship at the port. Adele handed the approval form signed by Emlyn White to the supervising official, then turned to speak with Tracy. According to regulations, after a Beyonder joins the Navy and obtains a rank of lieutenant or higher, they can receive a sealed artifact from the military, but it requires strict approval. But with Mr. White's help, the paperwork won't be an issue. Adele said excitedly, let's go, let's take a look together. There's no need to get excited so early. If the Navy's mystical item prevalence were really that high, we pirate generals would have been wiped out long ago. Tracy poured cold water on her enthusiasm. The mystical items issued are at most equivalent to Sequence 7. In most situations, they can't affect the course of battle, and their negative side effects are usually very severe. I've seized a few, but I later resold them. Choosing mystical items is not like buying groceries, you can't just grab anything good. You need to reasonably weigh the cost-effectiveness of negative effects and abilities. When equipping multiple mystical items, you also need to consider their interactions. This matter is actually far from as easy as it sounds, otherwise, a Warrior Pathway Sequence 7 Weapon Master would be no different from a blank slate. Their core ability is to directly sense the general effect of a weapon through spiritual intuition when holding it, and to make the optimal combination in situations where a choice needs to be made. Their upper limit is close to Sister Vesper, and their lower limit, perhaps Wendy, could be a reference. Tracy clearly didn't have this ability, and among the Beyonders on her ship, fewer than 10 were above Sequence 7, with no weapon masters among them. So, she could only rely on her own experience when choosing her mystical items. Therefore, every pirate general is familiar with screening acquired mystical items, selecting the useful parts, and reselling the rest for gold pounds to reward their subordinates or for Beyonder characteristics. You're no longer on the Black Death, so something is better than nothing. Adele was in high spirits, even with Tracis cold water, she remained excited. Besides, this is a free mystical item, so why not take it? When Tracy boarded the Snowwind, then called the Honeysuckle Empress, she didn't bring many mystical items. After all, a demoness of afflictions, own combat power was formidable, and her reliance on mystical items was not high. Moreover, she was with Katerina at the time, which itself provided safety. But precisely because of this, she now had few mystical items available. Aside from her sapphire necklace and diamond bracelet, she only had the standard demoness items like the substitute wand she carried, and her possessions were even less than Adele's. Of course, Adele wasn't someone who wanted every mystical item she saw. Her craving for mystical items wasn't just due to the shock Sister Vesper's fighting style gave her. The main reason was that she had never acquired a mystical item so easily, which felt very fresh to her. Thinking back, the night she got the bloodletter, she fought Vianata and almost lost her life. The day the bloodletter was enhanced, she and Vianata entered the Twilight Country and witnessed the secrets of the divine level. The spirit summoning bracelet was relatively easier, but that was the result of Miss Audrey's intervention. Before that, Adele had witnessed a tragedy. The Heart Stealer lip gloss, that was a reward for surviving the Angel's Fall incident. It seemed only the survivor's hidden blade came relatively normally, although before that, Adele's ship was bombarded by several ships caught in between, but at least the situation was still under Adele's control then. Therefore, this free mystical item was extremely precious to Adele, but she didn't plan to tell Tracy about these things. The two, each with their own thoughts, passed through the armory, which reeked of chemicals, under the supervision of military personnel, and arrived at the place where mystical items were stored. It seemed to be an unwritten rule that all churches liked to store their sealed artifacts underground, and the Royal Military was no exception. Especially after the Earth Mother Church joined, the Royal Military became even more fanatical about preserving mystical items, building a 7-story underground palace and reinforcing it with every material they could think of. Of course, these actions had ample reasons, because in the early stages of the advance, this place was specifically used to store mystical items confiscated from Rose School of Thought members. Storing these mystical items, which might be contaminated by evil gods, meant that no matter how exaggerated the fortress was built, it wouldn't be excessive. However, even knowing these things, Adele had no fondness for underground structures, as they always reminded her of the tragic state of Backlands underground. Therefore, she kept a grim face on the elevator heading to the 5th underground floor. The 7-story underground palace structure was divided into 3 parts. The 4 layers closer to the surface formed one part. Most of the mystical items here had weak effects, equivalent to low-sequence Beyonders. Of course, this also included some mid-sequence sealed artifacts with less severe negative effects, but those mystical items were generally reserved for noble children going to the war zone for experience, and were not available to Adele and Tracy. The deepest layer was a separate zone, storing 7 high-level sealed artifacts, including level 0 sealed artifacts, and a series of mid-sequence sealed artifacts with severe negative effects that were difficult to contain by ordinary means. Adele and Tracis' target was in the middle section. According to the list provided by the military, Adele had 3 choices, all of which had relatively minor and acceptable negative effects that wouldn't cause unpredictable impacts on the battle. The first mystical item was called Inshu's Artificial Eye. It looked no different from a normal dark blue eyeball and would automatically observe everyone in its line of sight, identifying the one it deemed most dangerous. This mystical item could be turned on or off at any time. When off, it was no different from a normal eyeball. When on, it would cause a certain degree of visual confusion, which was uncontrollable but could be corrected with the aid of the other eye. In reality, this warning effect was somewhat useful to Adele, but the drawback was that this mystical item truly required an eye socket, meaning it was most suitable for someone who had lost an eye. An ordinary person wanting to use it would first have to dig out their own eye. Of course, Adele could apply to the Navy for permanent ownership, but digging out one of her eyes just to possess a mystical item was still somewhat unacceptable to Adele. The second mystical item was a gray stone fish scale, possibly from the scales of some magical creature, showing no signs of life. When this scale was attached to the skin, the affected organ would randomly mutate into some fish-like characteristic and possess certain water-based spell abilities, as well as the underwater breathing and enhanced illusionary scale abilities that Adele favored most. The longer it was used, the stronger the abilities, and the more fish-like characteristics would appear on the body. Removing it within 3 hours would cause the loss of the abilities granted by the scale, but the mutated parts of the body would slowly recover within 6 hours, accompanied by a strong stench of rotting fish. If used for more than 3 hours, the mutated parts of the body would not recover, language ability would be lost, and the mutation would continue, not stopping even if the scale was removed. Frankly speaking, the effect of this sealed artifact was quite good for naval beyonders outside of the sailor pathway. Underwater breathing and water-based spells were always the most popular at sea. In the registry, this mystical item was also the most frequently borrowed. However, the negative effect of Adele's main weapon, the survivor's hidden blade, could make people sink upon entering the water, and she had exhausted all her luck protecting the ship, so she would be very unlucky in the coming period. This also meant that the probability of rolling the sink upon entering water effect greatly increased, and she had to avoid falling into the water. Furthermore, as a demoness, the negative effect of not being able to recover immediately and emitting a foul odor after removing the scale was simply unacceptable to her. Whether she was male or female, Adele placed great importance on appearance and demeanor. As Wendy had said, being strong is temporary, but being handsome is for life. There's no comparison. Finally, Adele turned her attention to the last mystical item. Unlike the previous 2, this mystical item had a number, meaning it was not a Rose School of Thought trophy captured in this war, but originally belonged to the goddess church. Sealed Artifact 2024, Veil of Night. This sealed artifact had the appearance of a thin, crimson veil. According to temple records, it seemed to have been left by a mid-sequence female Nighthawk at the church's inception. In the last period before her death, her memory began to fade. She often fell into confused dreams, and finally fell into eternal sleep, dying from organ failure. This veil had 2 effects. The active effect could forcibly pull people into dreams, allowing spirits to rest and sleep soundly, making it difficult for them to wake up. Even when used against saints not of the darkness pathway, the success rate was still close to 10%, with a delay exceeding 2 seconds. The passive effect was to completely erase the wearer's presence at night, allowing them to approach targets in the dark without being detected. When worn and used during the day, it could make the wearer ignored the moment they were seen, forgotten as soon as they were remembered, and unable to communicate even with active contact. The veil's negative effects were similar to those of the scrapped, spirit summoning bracelet. It would cause memory decay and drowsiness. After each use of the active effect, the user would enter forced sleep for an hour after 20 minutes, during which they would be plagued by nightmares, posing a great test to their willpower. Furthermore, continuous repeated use of the active effect would have an uncontrollable impact on the duration of forced sleep, making it highly likely for the user to fall into eternal slumber. This standard varied from person to person and had no definite number of uses. Adele quickly weighed her options and made a choice. "I choose the Veil of Night," Adele said to the guide beside her, who acknowledged it and walked into the corresponding sealing chamber to retrieve the mystical item for her. Incidentally, Tracy also completed her selection during this time. It was a transparent glass jar, inside which blue-green light occasionally flickered, like surging plasma. This sealed artifact was called bottled lightning. As the name suggests, it was a bottle containing lightning spells. It could automatically charge during thunderstorms, and once full, it could be released in multiple bursts. The total energy was equivalent to one bolt from a Sea King's lightning storm. It could effectively solve the demoness's problem of insufficient lethality against non-living objects. Although Tracy didn't express much verbally, from the way she carefully put away the small bottle, it was clear she liked this mystical item very much. Britain had previously tried to get me to join the Nighthawks team and become a formal Nighthawk. At the time, since I was still an assassin, I politely declined. Now it seems there are quite a few benefits. Adele casually chatted with Tracy. Before the war, the acting method was not as widespread as it is now, and the risk of loss of control for low-level Nighthawks was still considerable, which caused the Nighthawks' treatment to rise with the danger. The Nighthawks' benefits not only included new concept welfare guarantees like death insurance and pension insurance proposed by Emperor Rosal, but also generous salaries and a humane atmosphere. Aside from being relatively restrictive, there really wasn't anything to fault. So, do you regret not having lived a life within the system? Tracy retorted. At this moment, the guide silently walked over and placed the exquisite box containing the Veil of Night into Adele's hand. Of course not. We should go. Adele hesitated slightly, took the mystical item from the guide's hand, and left the basement with Tracy. Bought a new keyboard, still getting used to it. There might be many typos I don't have time to correct. If you see any, just comment directly. Chapter 316, The Telegram from Bansi. A piece of good news and a piece of bad news, which one do you want to hear first? When Wendy woke up, she saw Adele sitting by her bed, wiping her exquisite hidden blade. The other party also noticed that her roommate had woken up and asked casually. Then, the good news. Wendy wasn't sure what Adele meant and asked tentatively. The Navy mess hall has your favorite muffins today. Adele magically produced a covered serving tray from behind her, containing 2 servings of muffins, and placed it on Wendy's bedside table. Yay! Wendy cheered briefly, then asked with some unease, so, what's the bad news? The bad news is, you won't be able to eat them for the next few months. Adele straightened her arm, extending the blade of the hidden blade for easier wiping. We're going to sea tomorrow for battle. You'd best do anything you haven't done yet today. I'll put in a word for you at the shipyard. What? Wendy's face immediately fell. She wanted to complain, but seeing the hidden blade in Adele's hand, she ultimately didn't dare to speak. When was this decided? I thought we had at least another week to prepare. Actually, I thought so too, but last night, the local gardener suddenly came to inform me that the front lines were not doing well, and our departure time had been moved up. Adele subconsciously glanced around and whispered to Wendy, "You were sleeping too soundly then, and besides, the War Council had nothing to do with you, so I didn't wake you." Oh. Wendy's last shred of hope was shattered. She nodded listlessly, preparing to get out of bed, only then realizing that she hadn't even taken off her outer clothes the night before, leaving her light riding attire wrinkled. "You can wear my clothes out," Adele suggested. She, who used to be a man and frequently needed to disguise herself, wasn't overly pathologically opposed to others wearing her clothes or using her things. Vianata often wore her men's clothing out, though this had become rare since they arrived in Fosak. I don't think I can wear them." Wendy's face flushed slightly, and she pointed to her chest. "Your current clothes would be too tight." Adele's face instantly darkened. When an Essence faction demoness advanced to Sequence 7, the missing ritual didn't just affect the digestion rate of the potion, it also caused physical changes. Although Mr. Fool's protection allowed Adele to avoid most potential abnormalities, the development of certain secondary sexual characteristics was not as perfect as it could have been. "Constantine will be on the same ship as us. He'll meet you here later. You can go shopping with him for anything you want. I need to go to the telegram office to see if the civilian telegram line to the northern continent has been restored." Taking a deep breath, Adele tried to keep her tone calm. "Are you sending a telegram to Miss Vianata?" Wendy asked with a hint of envy. "It's really good to have a life partner." "Yes, if it were still the 4th epoch where girlfriends were popularly called life partners, you'd have one too," Adele said sourly, After all, for some people, just pressing their upper body's fat against someone's arm can solve all problems. Quote. I feel like you're getting more and more used to your demoness identity. Wendy opened her mouth, but could only manage to blurt out that one sentence. I'm already sequence 6, and you're just realizing it. You're really quite slow. Adele shrugged, refastened the hidden blade strap, and prepared to leave the room. By the way, what does that Constantine look like? Is he handsome? Just as Adele was about to open the door and leave, Wendy called out from behind her with anticipation. Brown skin, blue eyes, typical southern continent appearance. Overall, a little less handsome than I was before. Adele thought for a moment and finally gave a relatively objective evaluation. Okay, if I said I don't want to focus solely on academics and ignore handsome young men around me like I did in Intis and Lindbergh, do you have any advice? Wendy hesitated briefly and asked Adele. My advice is to chug a bottle of demoness potion, but you can't. Hearing Wendy's words, Adele was surprised that this was the first thought that popped into her mind. I'm not sure. Perhaps you should pray to the goddess, hoping she can take you back to the 4th epoch when life partners were still popular. Wendy gave a wry smile. I remember the goddess doesn't seem to have authority over time. Even if she did, the church's donation box probably wouldn't hold the price for that wish. Then you should start by changing that title, and then iron your clothes. Forget it, you'll just wrinkle them again anyway. After parting with Wendy, Adele continued to stroll through the streets. Although she was somewhat interested in Wendy and Constantine's affairs, she knew Wendy's personality quite well. At least in her perception, Wendy would likely talk about marine biology with Constantine for an entire day. She definitely wouldn't want to be there, as that might double the poor man's embarrassment. Soon, Adele arrived at the largest telegram office in Baron's Port, and as expected, received the news that the telegram office had not yet resumed normal operations, only opening a few military lines. The rupture with the steam church really set the Loan people's quality of life back 20 years. Adele regretfully left a note, asking the telegram office staff to send her telegram to Indo-Port once the system was restored. If this telegram office hadn't also operated some military lines, it probably would have closed by now. Adele muttered to herself after leaving the telegram office. In Loan, most telegram offices were partly state-owned, so they also operated and maintained some military lines. Of course, there were also small-scale, privately owned telegram offices that only operated civilian lines, but Adele doubted such places would exist in a colonial city. After a moment of thought, Adele decided to continue walking around the streets to see if there were any private telegram offices still open. And indeed, she found such a telegram office. Compared to the previous one, this office was much smaller, with both the reception window and the hall full of a sense of age. A sign outside read, Red District Telegram Office. The inside of the red brick walls was unpainted, moss even grew in the corners of the ceiling, and the room was filled with the scent of cigars, a specialty of the Baron region. The blue-white smoke even somewhat affected Adele's vision. Inside the somewhat yellowed glass window, a slender man sat in an armchair, holding a newspaper and chatting with the young lady at the counter. His pipe was emitting a strong tobacco smell, having been refilled countless times. The smoke in the room was almost entirely caused by him alone. The thick glass provided surprisingly strong sound insulation. Adele could only hear snippets of their conversation. Ahem, sir. Adele saw the two chatting happily, with no intention of acknowledging her, so she couldn't help but cough twice, trying to get their attention. Hearing Adele's voice, the man turned around, his movements slightly stiff, and spoke slowly. Hello, sir. My name is Pavo Court. How may I help you? Hello, sir. My name is Pavo Court. How may I help you? He still had the pipe in his mouth, and as Adele focused her gaze on his face, a puff of blue-green smoke shot out from the pipe, completely obscuring his face. I'd like to send a telegram to my wife in Fosak. Adele said frankly, I'm not sure if your telegram service is still operating normally, and if so, how is it priced? Currently, only one line is operating, Pavo Court said, still speaking slowly. You can send it to Bansi, and then transfer it to Fosak. If you want to send a telegram, it's 1 penny per word. Bansi. Adele repeated the place name in confusion. Where is that? I feel like I've heard this place somewhere, but I can't recall it right now. Adele racked her brain, though she wasn't too surprised. After all, from the spirit-waking bracelet to the Veil of Night, side effects could impair memory, otherwise, she wouldn't carry a notebook with her. That's a small port in the Sonia Sea, belonging to the kingdom. It's known as the Weather Museum. The brown-haired female employee next to Pavo Court explained, but she didn't turn around, still facing away from Adele, and also spoke word by word, "My name is Melanie." Fine, I'll pay your price. Adele didn't want to waste time and said directly to Pavo Court, "Sender, Adele Cersei, recipient, Vianata Sevens." Adele and Vianata are still both women, after all, and cannot marry in a church, as seen with Britain and Lolota. Therefore, on official documents, Vianata's current surname is still Sevens, not hyphenated as Brewster or Cersei after Adele's surname. "You are Miss Adele Cersei," Melanie suddenly said. "We received a telegram from you earlier. God, I beg you, can you two please stop talking like that?" Adele felt a bit anxious but couldn't show it. She pulled out her wallet and said to Melanie, "We can look at that later, send my telegram first." "Okay, what do you want to send?" Pavo Court flexed his fingers and spoke mechanically, his voice sounding as broken as the old typewriter. "Unexpectedly arrived in Baron's Port, unharmed, do not worry. I will be going to sea, will definitely return within 3 months." Adele carefully weighed her words, expressing her meaning as concisely as possible. This price was 4 times higher than a normal telegram, 1 penny per word, so she had no choice but to be careful with her wording. Although she had requested similar help from Miss Justice at the Tarot Club, she felt it wouldn't be right not to send a telegram herself. "How much is it now?" Adele looked at the change in her wallet, only a few 1 sols banknotes. The rest was gold pounds, which seemed a bit wasteful for this paltry sum. 1 sol, 10 pennies. Pavo Court still used his half-dead voice. Then add, "I love you." Adele thought for a moment and said to Pavo Court. "That's 3 words, 2 sols, 1 penny, Pavo Court said. "All right, I feel much better about this paltry sum." Adele smiled and handed over a 1-pound note, waiting for the draft. Soon, Pavo Court and Melanie completed the task, passing the draft, the telegram, and the change back to Adele through the small window. "Thank you." Adele was thanking them out of habit when her gaze suddenly narrowed. On the telegram paper, yellowed from age, faint crimson writing was visible. A subtle scent of rust reached Adele's nostrils, though it was largely masked by the strong cigar aroma. "Did anyone get hurt?" Adele pondered for a moment, then cautiously asked. This time, the two didn't respond immediately. After a long pause, they hesitantly replied, "It's nothing, Court's prosthesis fell off, we are putting it back on." "Do you need my help?" Adele's arm tensed slightly, and the hidden blade had already sprung out in a place unseen by the two. "No, thank you, we can handle it ourselves." Pavo Court's voice was somewhat weak, yet sounded very resolute. At the same time, a squelching sound came from inside the counter, as if something wet had fallen to the ground. "That doesn't sound like something they can handle themselves at all." Adele frowned, thought carefully for a moment, then put away her hidden blade and quickly left the hall. She was now part of the military, there was no need for her to risk herself. She could simply have official beyonders investigate the place. She carefully backed out of the Red District Telegram office, remaining vigilant for any anomalies behind her. Pavo Court and Melanie remained quiet throughout, not launching a sudden attack when Adele abruptly turned to leave, allowing her to retreat safely. Adele, back on the street, breathed a sigh of relief and tried to remember the location of this strange telegram office. However, the moment she turned her head, she froze. Behind her, there was no telegram office at all, only a long abandoned empty house, with even half of its courtyard wall collapsed. Adele rubbed her eyes in disbelief, confirming that this was not an illusion but something that had truly happened. Then she suddenly remembered something and quickly pulled out the mysterious telegram from her pocket, unfolding it. Just one glance, and Adele was stunned. The telegram clearly bore a row of crimson writing, the neat script bleeding into the paper due to the ink, appearing quite flamboyant and sinister. "I found you." Chapter 317, One of the Conquerors. "I found you." The dark red ink bled across the telegraph paper, making Adele's heart pound with fear. Who sent this telegram, and why are they looking for me? Adele subconsciously threw the telegram away. She felt uneasy holding something of unknown origin. However, as soon as the telegraph paper left Adele's fingers, it mysteriously burst into flames. Before Adele could react, the flimsy paper had turned into dancing ashes. Watching the fleeting spark, Adele felt an inexplicable chill rise in her heart. Not daring to linger on the street, she immediately returned to Navy headquarters, intending to discuss the matter with Emlyn. In the northern part of the Harvest Plains, the camp of the Lowen Church Expeditionary Force. After being cut in half by the abomination Sueya, a portion of the remaining Lowen soldiers retreated in time under the leadership of Leonard Mitchell, a senior deacon of the Church of the Night Goddess and the star of the Tarot Club, avoiding most of the impact. The other portion, under the command of another temporary leader in the war zone, set fire to the Hagati grassland, blocking the pursuit of the native soldiers led by the Rose School of Thought. The remnants of the expeditionary force set up camp here, relying on the Star Highland. They used sedatives temporarily prepared by the accompanying apothecaries to calm down the soldiers who had undergone some degree of mutation due to Sueya's influence. Although they had not directly looked at Sueya and had fortunately survived Sueya's attack, the mythical creature form of a Sequence 1 angel still had a severe impact on them. Many would live the rest of their lives with deformed bodies. Leonard Mitchell moved back and forth through the camp, continuously using his abilities to soothe the frightened soldiers. Otherwise, when such a terrifying event occurred out of nowhere beside them, even troops with the strongest will to fight would fall apart, leading to an irreversible rout. Fortunately, Beyonders of the Sleepless Pathway were particularly good at such things. The large-scale hypnosis Leonard released made this force temporarily forget the catastrophic scene, and they began to gather stragglers and wounded dozens of miles behind the front lines, restoring their combat effectiveness. Nevertheless, the pervasive sorrow in the camp infected this rather poetic Nighthawk, bringing back some unpleasant memories. Back when he and Klein dealt with Zangwill, he was also like this, not daring to even lift his head, only passively running around, waiting for others to create opportunities for him. And now, his situation seemed even worse. At least before, he needed a chance to fight back. Now, even retreating with his subordinates had to rely on the old man who had lost most of his power. Pales had been sleeping in his body for a long time to accumulate strength. Now, after releasing so much power at once, he had fallen back into slumber. Leonard had called him these past few days, but he hadn't responded. The situation developed too quickly, Leonard Mitchell tried to tell himself. He hadn't been a demigod for long. Becoming a demigod in 3 years was already quite fast within the church, but this level of strength was no different from having none when facing an existence of Sueya's caliber. Leonard closed his eyes, the image of the entire Star Highland fracturing still flashing in his mind. Is Klein also at this level now? This guy, how far has he gone without my knowing? Can I still catch up to him? Leonard leaned against the mottled fence, lost in thought. Originally, angels, as high-end combatants of the church, would not easily enter the fray to fight beings who had not mastered divinity, nor would they directly attack ordinary people. Although Sueya, as the leader of the cult, had a few records of taking action before, they were all projections of power from a distance and were often constrained by beings of the same or similar sequence, achieving few results. Therefore, Admiral Emilius Levitt, who was in charge of frontline command, did not fully estimate the possibility of his participation, and the cost was heavy. The Lowen Expeditionary Force suffered its most severe injury since landing, and even the admiral himself unfortunately died in battle. Only when true angels also placed themselves on the chessboard, and even used themselves as chess pieces, would the saints, who were originally high-end combatants of the Beyonder world, formally begin to consider advancing to angel. However, as an official Beyonder serving in the church, Leonard clearly knew that it was almost impossible for him or anyone else within the church to advance to angel by accumulating merits. When a true god is in power, due to the conservation of Beyonder characteristics, no Sequence 1 angel will appear. And the true god's representative in the human world, the Pope or Patriarch with the highest status in the church, is often only Sequence 2. Therefore, Leonard, who is on the same pathway as the goddess, cannot advance to angel. Even if he wanted to, there would be no way, unless he changed pathways. However, changing pathways was just a thought. The death sequence too was an angel under the fool, and Leonard also knew his name when he was a history teacher. Ask Eggers. Larian, the Grand Patriarch of the Church of the God of Combat, had also been secretly controlled by the Church of the Earth Mother, serving as a vessel for Badhile's resurrection. These two were existences he could not and dared not provoke. Currently, none of the Tarot Club members had advanced to Angel. With the current lineup, without requesting help from the Angel under the Fool, just dealing with Hermes was already quite difficult. Making too many enemies was harmful and useless for a nascent church. Just as Leonard's thoughts wandered, dust suddenly rose slightly on the distant horizon, as if an army was approaching. Leonard's spirit tensed immediately, but then he received information from the spirit he had deployed earlier. The flag of the approaching army depicted a vertical sword pointing downwards, with a red crown on its hilt. This was the symbol of the Loan royal family, the Sword of Judgment, representing the Augustus family and the Loan military. Leonard's tense spirit eased slightly, but to be safe, he still drove the spirit under his control, flying towards the front of the army, supported by the spirit. As the highest sequence person in the army, he had the responsibility and obligation to confirm the identity of the visitors and buy time for any potential future changes. However, Leonard was lucky this time and did not encounter members of the Rose School of Thought impersonating the Loan army. Seeing him fly towards the army, the Loan soldiers did not appear very panicked. They had seen many Beyonders in battle, and many, though not Beyonders themselves, were already accustomed to supernatural powers. Soon, this unit, whose morale was still relatively intact, split to both sides, and a carriage carved with ornate patterns drove out from it. Its wheels seemed to be stained with blood, dyeing the lower half of the carriage a dull, blood-red color. The carriage stopped 7 or 8 paces in front of Leonard, then the door opened, and a tall man in ancient black full-body armor jumped down from the carriage, walking directly towards Leonard. The man had rare bright red long hair, and dark red patterns were etched on his iron-black armor. A black-sheathed longsword, nearly a meter long, hung at his waist. He looked heroic and imposing, though the mocking expression on his face somewhat undermined the solemnity his attire conveyed. "It's good to see you safe, Lieutenant General Avila." Leonard took a deep breath and said to the handsome man. "That's only natural," the other replied without hesitation. "I will seize victory within the greatest possible scope I can achieve. Even if it means burning the entire Hagati grassland." Leonard couldn't help but say. This newly appointed lieutenant general of the kingdom was impeccable in terms of combat ability, tactical skill, and even his own sequence. There was only one thing that made him unlikable. His way of speaking was truly annoying, and this alone negated all his previous merits. However, as a demigod of the hunter pathway, his annoying speech could be considered part of his acting requirements. Even if you knew he was mocking you, you couldn't delve deeper with him. Moreover, in the army, no one could delve deeper with him, because his troops always performed the best. Just like this expedition to the southern continent, almost all the ground forces were disrupted by Sueya's surprise attack, but only his troops not only maintained an extremely low casualty rate but also helped all units complete the dangerous rearguard mission. Therefore, although almost everyone disliked him, everyone had to follow his ideas and arrangements. In recent days, there had been a subtle trend of him overshadowing Prince Grave. If it weren't for his overly annoying mouth, he would probably be an admiral by now. Otherwise, someone would burn it anyway. Avila tossed his red long hair aside. "I heard that the church previously burned a portion of the grassland near the harvest plains and converted it into farmland under the church. The fertility of the grassland terrain is not sufficient. To plant crops, it is best to first fill the ash back into the ground and repeatedly fertilize the land using the methods of the Earth Mother Church to ensure yield." Leonard was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say, and inwardly complained about Emlyn, who was in charge of logistics. "It's all because this guy doesn't want to offend people and turns a blind eye to his subordinates' various schemes to make money, and in the end, I'm the one being mocked." After complaining inwardly for a few sentences, Leonard tried his best to keep the smile on his face from stiffening. "The military doctor is waiting inside. You all go back to the camp to rest. I'll stand guard outside and get some fresh air for a while." Leonard frowned at the pipe in the other man's hand and said. Yes, after running for 2 days and 2 nights, there really wasn't much time to stop and breathe fresh air. Avila displayed his characteristic mocking smile, then strode past Leonard and entered Leonard's camp on his own. Don't get angry, don't get angry. Leonard's lips trembled slightly, then he furiously urged his spirit to fly into the distance. Only when his main camp was out of sight did he slowly descend to the ground, subconsciously saying to Pales within him. Old man, this guy is too much. He thought Pales should still be sleeping inside him and wouldn't bother with his casual grumbling, but unexpectedly, Pales actually spoke. HMPH, if my guess is correct, he can be even more excessive. Rather, he is already quite restrained now. Pales's voice held complex emotions. Should I say, he is reckless, or that his skill at provocation is truly masterful? Leonard was greatly surprised. Old man, are you saying? Shish. It's just a guess, don't make such a fuss. We're still on the battlefield, still in his domain. Watch your words. Pales quickly and nervously cautioned, that guy is very likely Sauron Einhorn Medici, whom the fool wants you to investigate. If I'm not mistaken, he should already be sequence 2 and is seeking to advance to sequence 1. What? Leonard was about to express his surprise with body language, then forcibly reined it in, lowering his voice to ask Pales. How did you figure that out? Why didn't even His Excellency, the founder, notice? Pales snorted, HMPH, because that guy is an excellent provoker. He's using the same face he had in the 4th epic, hasn't changed it at all. I'll never forget that punchable smile. He deserved to be killed by Alistar Tudor in the end. There's such a strategy. Leonard was dumbfounded, gaining a new understanding of how a provoker operates. The other party was once an angel of king's level existence of the hunter pathway, similar to the description of a true god. It was essentially impossible for portraits, sculptures, or similar items to circulate in the world. This was also why the other party dared to infiltrate using his original form. To operate right under your nose with his own face, without any disguise, because these nearly 1,000 years are the best cover. As expected of an angel of kings of the hunter pathway, he certainly attracts hatred. As for William Augustus, HMPH, back then he was just a down-and-out noble of the Solomon Empire, not even an angel. How could he have had a chance to meet Medici, who was an angel of kings? By the time he became an angel, Alistar Tudor was almost dead, so it would have been even more impossible for him to know what Medici looked like. Pales, who was sequence 1 during the Solomon Empire era, explained while also expressing his disdain for William Augustus. Without waiting for Leonard to ask, Pales fell into his own thoughts. But that guy isn't an idiot after all. If he only relied on his own disguise, even if William Augustus reacted slowly, he should have noticed. That is to say, someone is helping him achieve a disguise that can fool a sequence 1 existence. Or rather, his fate has been swapped. Chapter 318. I don't quite understand you demonesses. While Leonard was troubled by the suspicion that Vice Admiral Avila might be the evil spirit Sauron Einhorn Medici, Adele was also troubled by the information she had received. You mean you saw a telegraph office with a line sending messages to Binksy? In the conference room, Emlyn, who had dismissed the others at Adele's request, frowned and countered, are you sure the word was Binksy? Absolutely certain. Adele nodded with a serious expression. Have you heard of this place? I feel like I've heard it somewhere, but due to the side effects of the mystical item, I can't quite recall it. Emlyn was silent for a moment, then said, perhaps we mentioned it before. Binksy is the old name for Banksy, the port that Misjudgment was keeping an eye on. Binksy is the old name for Banksy. Adele's mind buzzed. This old name reminded her of too many things. Before Misjudgment was injured, she would occasionally update the Tarot Club members on the progress of her various missions, including the matter of Banksy Port, which gave Adele a certain understanding of Banksy. However, Judgment had only briefly mentioned that the old name for Banksy was Binksy and hadn't elaborated on it. She continued to use the name Banksy in subsequent reports, so Adele didn't immediately connect the old name with the city she remembered. Therefore, when Emlyn stated that Binksy was Banksy, Adele immediately sensed the strangeness of the situation. According to Misjudgment, Banksy Port was completely destroyed by the Storm Church due to the resurrection of an evil god caused by a wicked ritual. There were no plans for reconstruction within the next 10 years, let alone the possibility of a telegraph office. According to the joint records between the churches, the captain of a passenger ship experienced this event. He was a member of Military Intelligence Section 9, and German Sparrow was traveling with him. At the time, he was just an ordinary mid-sequence Beander, so the authenticity should be guaranteed. Emlyn said slowly, taking down the file he had just retrieved from the bookshelf and handing it to Adele. This is a copy of Captain Erland's verbal report. You can take a closer look. Adele took the report copy from Emlyn's hand. After reading just 2 pages, she felt cold sweat trickle down her back. In Erland's report, the captain focused on describing the 2 abnormal members of the Banksy Port Telegraph Office, Melanie and Pavo Court. It also included a portrait of Melanie profiled by a Beander of the church using mysticism, while Pavo Court was not seen because the group dared not enter the building at the time. Although Melanie kept her head bowed, Adele could clearly determine from the half-length portrait that the Melanie she had seen was this Melanie, and Pavo Court was likely the original version that appeared at the time. Adele nervously reached up and rubbed her nose, then continued flipping the pages, seeing a series of photographs afterward. The photos showed Banksy Port, which had been completely destroyed by the storm church. Adele saw that all the houses there had collapsed, the ground was scored with deep ravines, and there were scorch marks everywhere. This scene extended deep into the island, even mountain peaks had collapsed, as if an invisible plowshare had been dragged starting from the Banksy Port seaside and pushed across the entire Banksy Port. Amidst the ruins, Adele saw the wreckage of the storm church with its spire, and dozens of meters away, the Banksy Port Telegraph Office. It, too, had been destroyed by lightning, dramatically broken in half, with the ruined section lying across the middle of the road filled with rubble and debris. Clearly, the entity that sent her the message and caused the illusion of Banksy was not the ruins in the photo, but some existence that had revived by means of it. What are your thoughts? Emlyn asked curiously when he saw Adele finish the report. It might be the City of Calamity. Adele stated frankly, I can feel that as my sequence advances, I am getting closer and closer to him. Banksy was not truly destroyed, but rather became a part of the City of Calamity. No, perhaps the storm church never destroyed Banksy at all. It has become part of the City of Calamity, and the desolate appearance it currently presents is likely just a cycle within the City of Calamity. Adele made this bold guess. The connection between her and the City of Calamity was already common knowledge among the Tarot Club members, so making this deduction was quite reasonable. What you said certainly makes sense, but I probably can't help much with issues involving the outer deity level of the corresponding pathway. Emlyn was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered and showed a helpless expression. After all, this was not his own pathway, and Mr. Fool had not given him any related tasks. He knew nothing about it, nor did he want to know. Yes, getting help from others for this kind of thing isn't very useful. Adele said, half depressed and half reflective, I'll ask Miss Audrey again during the next meeting. Maybe she traded for some information from Gegran. Then I wish you good luck. Emlyn lowered his head again. Thinking it was inappropriate, he reached out and left a mark on Adele that was similar to the one Elena had left. If there are any problems, notify me immediately. Also, I removed Elena's mark for you. Emlyn's expression was rather unnatural. I don't know when she put it on. Do I need to warn her? If I really let you do that, you'd probably become a new legend in the sanguine social circles on the southern continent. No, because of the puppets, you're already a living legend. No, there's no need. We just, met at a ball and became friends. Adele tried to make her words sound more natural. After all, she had lied to Mr. and Mrs. White about the pharmaceutical company matter, and now she wanted to make up for it with Emlyn, at least to prevent him from losing his right to choose a spouse freely. Oh, Emlyn pondered for a moment but still couldn't think of anything to say, so he awkwardly waved his hand, signaling Adele that she could go about her business. After all these events, Adele no longer felt like wandering the streets. After leaving Emlyn's office, she walked straight to her room, planning to spend the last day of this brief peaceful life indoors. On the way, she passed the mess hall again and grabbed a single serving of dessert. Then, she stopped a soldier who looked unoccupied, using her charm along with the faintly visible lieutenant insignia on her chest, persuading the soldier to willingly buy enough candied fruit from the market to last her a long time and deliver it directly to the captain's cabin of the Snow Wind. Having done all this, Adele returned to her room. She randomly picked up a book, attempting to pass the time. However, the book's content was very dull, causing her thoughts to quickly drift to strange places. She began to wonder what she would have seen if she hadn't decided to leave the telegraph office at the last moment when she saw Pavo Court and Melanie inside. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became, conjuring up many horror stories she had read in the East Borough, scaring herself considerably. Strangely enough, she used to scoff at these things, but now that her sequence was higher, these ghost stories gave rise to a new, different kind of fear. Compared to events like the descent of an angel or a failed war, unknown, unexploded dangers were far more terrifying. At least Adele was now completely trapped in the fear of this unknown danger, unable to extricate herself. All right, there's nothing scary about this. You've even seen Frank's mushrooms. Adele began to comfort herself. After all, things like Frank's mushrooms could be tightly sealed in glass bottles. These monsters were nothing to fear. As long as she found a way to deal with them, every incident encountered in the Beyonder world could be solved. Wait, were those mushrooms still obediently sealed in the bottles? Adele frustratingly realized that due to the negative effects brought by the mystical item, she couldn't remember if she had checked whether Frank's mushroom bottles were intact or if the ritual magic left outside had been damaged when she left Indo Port, which gave her a new worry. Please don't tell me that by the time I return to Indo Port, the entire Fosac will have turned into Frank's Mushroom Kingdom. Just having that thought made Adele shiver. Soon, her worry shifted from having sent a telegram to Vianata from an unknown telegraph office, to why she hadn't reminded Vianata to check the mushrooms when sending the telegram. All right, you need to calm down. Adele took several deep breaths, popped a piece of dessert into her mouth, and finally managed to pull her thoughts back using the meditation training method she had used when she first became a Beyonder. Just as she collected her thoughts and was boredly drawing patterns of creatures like dragons and elves in a notebook by the desk, the sound of a turning lock suddenly came from the door, followed by laughter familiar to Adele. All right, I'll tell you the story of the dolphins I studied before next time. Wendy smiled as she entered the room, bidding farewell to the chocolate-skinned gardener from East Balam outside the door. He seemed to have kissed Wendy on the cheek, making the marine biologist giggle incessantly. Adele, you're actually in the room. Wendy unconsciously touched her cheek, only realizing Adele was sitting on the sofa in the room, looking at her with a half-smile, so she awkwardly chuckled and greeted Adele. Seeing her coy and secretive manner, Adele suddenly felt interested, completely tossing her previous worries aside, even forgetting that as an instigator, she wasn't usually this interested in other people's gossip. He actually asked you out. Adele closed the book in her hand and asked Wendy. Yeah, I find it unbelievable. What's so good about someone like me? Wendy said incredulously, touching the cheek that had just been kissed. Adele clicked her tongue and looked Wendy up and down. The marine biologist's face was slightly flushed, a color almost matching the tips of her hair. Following Adele's suggestion, she ultimately didn't wear her wrinkled work clothes, but instead found a change of clothes in Adele's luggage. Adele subconsciously felt that the buttons at the collar of the white shirt were strained loose. All right, I know why now. Adele subtly smacked her lips, then said, who knows? It certainly wasn't because of your dolphin jokes. Don't tell me you two only talked about dolphins the whole morning. Actually, there were whales in the whaling industry. Constantine is deeply interested in the biological classification of whales. He said he's never had the chance to see one. Wendy tucked her hair behind her ear and said, feigning reserve. What a great topic. Adele rolled her eyes. Next time you go on a date, you can bring the pneumatic harpoon that was taken off the Snow Wind. He'll definitely like a whale-related gift like that. Wendy didn't catch Adele's sarcasm. Instead, she hesitated for a long time before asking Adele. You saw Constantine kiss me just now, right? I've never felt that way before, so I wanted to ask, what did it feel like the first time with you and Vianata? I want to compare. The moment the words left her mouth, Adele immediately shot her an incredulous look mixed with a hint of pity. Even someone as slow as Wendy understood the hidden meaning in her eyes. How dare you call yourself an Intisian? Don't look at me like that. Wendy fidgeted for a moment. There are many kinds of intesians, and I happen to be more introverted. Although her original body was an open intesian, Wendy inherited the memories of Chow Chow from her previous life. And Chow Chow was an ordinary, somewhat old-fashioned, unmarried female doctor, so she was a bit overwhelmed by the enthusiastic Constantine. All right, just tell me what happened between you two at the time. Wendy looked pitifully at Adele with sincere eyes, making Adele feel uncomfortable. All right, I get it. Stop looking at me like that. I was a traditional Lonus gentleman. I mean, before sequence 7. Adele carefully chose her words and concisely summarized the experience from that night at 354 Iron Gate Street. Simply put, that night on Iron Gate Street, she pinned me to the ground and used quite a bit of force, biting my lip until it bled. So if you ask for the specific feeling, my answer is that it hurt a little. Wendy, which one of us is actually Intesian? I don't quite understand you demonesses. Miss Paromanthea stood rooted to the spot with a blank look, only reacting after a long while. Chapter 319, The Vice Admiral of Disease's Little Scheme. Thinking carefully, how many times has she sailed out now? The next day, Adele stood on the newly decorated railing of the Snow Wind, saluting Emlyn and his group on the dock. It must be said that the Loan military is far more professional than Fosak shipwrights when it comes to modifying warships. During the last naval battle, after the Honeysuckle Queen was shelled, Wendy led over 100 shipwrights who worked for half a month, only managing to salvage something between a whaling ship and a military destroyer. This time, the military's Beander shipwrights brought their metal golems and rushed the repairs in less than 3 days, completely refurbishing the massive ironclad ship. They not only dismantled the pneumatic ram on the bow, replacing it with large-caliber naval cannons, but even the room originally used for processing whales was partitioned anew to load ammunition and install new secondary cannons. The Snow Wind now features 2 oversized rotating turrets, one high and one low, on its foredeck. Installed within the turrets are 4 12-inch breech-loading cannons, boasting a terrifying range of 7 kilometers. Tracy was stunned for 3 full seconds after hearing the ironclad ship's specifications before she reacted. After regaining her ability to speak, she sadly told Adele. When the ironclad ship was first developed, the Loan Kingdom boasted that they could end the era of pirates. I used to scoff at that claim, but now I'm starting to believe it. Adele clearly understood Tracy's thoughts and the reason behind them. Although the prevailing view among pirates is that once they detect the presence of an ironclad ship, they can simply hide in unpatrolled shipping lanes until the ironclad ship retreats, this is merely an ideal scenario. In the short but fierce world war that just ended, both Intis and Fosak witnessed the terrifying dominance of the Loan Navy. Especially since Loan has now lost the support of the Steam Church, how long can a single treaty restrict those 2 countries? Fosak, having lost the Church of the God of War, is somewhat better off, but Intis is much stronger than Fosak in national power, possessing both the wealth and technology to research naval warfare weaponry. As for the pirates who originally dominated the 5 seas, most chose to protect themselves during this conflict and did not cooperate with any faction. Even Edwina Edwards, who is associated with the Knowledge Church, or Tracy of the Demonist sect, did not take any particularly obvious actions. While this certainly allowed their forces to be preserved, they missed out on the wave of wartime technological development among the 3 northern continent countries, further widening the gap between them and the kingdom's warships. Pirates who have already become demigods are relatively better off, but pirates like Tracy, who are still at the level of the 7 generals, find their position in naval warfare rather awkward. The Snow Wind's current naval cannons have a range of 7 kilometers, even a demigod's Beander ability might not reach that far. Naval cannons on pirate ships are considered good if they reach 4 kilometers, and the magical main cannon on Edwina's ship barely manages 6 kilometers. Therefore, if a pirate ship wants to fight a warship, it must somehow endure 7 kilometers of the enemy's main cannon bombardment and try to board the opponent. Wait, you're saying the warship is faster than the pirate ship? Then never mind. Adele could already foresee that after a period of rapid development in naval warfare technology, the Navy would be able to spot pirate ships sooner, fire first, and due to the performance disparity between vessels, even a pirate general's fleet, once targeted by a naval ship, would only face the outcome of being bombarded to death from several kilometers away. Adele suspected that Tracis' quick compromise this time was also due to her awareness of this fact. After all, the Loan military, having collaborated with the demonist sect to create the Great Smog of Backland, unhesitatingly pushed the demonist sect forward to take the blame, making Tracy, who had thought she could gain the kingdom's protection, realize the fragility of such a relationship. Pirates certainly helped the kingdom do dirty work, but the work Tracy did was too dirty, so dirty that it couldn't be accepted by common moral standards. Should the political situation change, Tracis' head would be perfect for warning those other wavering pirates. However, after accepting the rank of captain bestowed by the kingdom, her identity changed. Following this, Tracy transformed from a pirate hated by all into a general of the kingdom. As long as she manages her new identity well, she can secure a favorable outcome even in political struggles. Thus, Tracy appeared very happy, and Adele could detect the poorly concealed joy in her expression. Regarding Tracy, Adele's attitude was non-committal, allowing her to develop freely. In principle, Tracy had indeed done many bad things, but those were against others, and her attitude towards Adele herself was beyond doubt. At the very least, when she was coerced by Katerina to go to the underground sea, Tracy showed opposition to some of Katerina's excessive demands. Her only confidant, Anne, is currently helping Adele look after Sophie, so Adele definitely couldn't bring herself to sacrifice Tracy for the greater good. In fact, Adele had considered similar issues before. If Tracy encountered danger and she could help, she definitely would, but her priority would be after Sophie, and equal to Wendy. As a former assassin, Adele had encountered similar choices before, so she had preemptively established a priority list for relationships in her mind. Vianata's status was slightly higher than Sophie's, placing her in the first tier, followed by Wendy, Britain, Lolota, and Anne. Due to Tracis' controversial nature, she had the lowest priority in Adele's inner circle. Actually, her sequence was also the highest, meaning the probability of her being in danger was the lowest, so her priority was appropriately lowered. As for Sister Vesper, it's hard to say who would end up saving whom. Adele gathered her scattered thoughts, watching the sailors busily retract the gangway. Blue smoke billowed from the muzzles of the salute cannons on the shore, and the ironclad ship, Snow Wind, set sail once more, heading south from Baron's Port. Once the ship left the harbor and the people on the shore shrank into small dots in Adele's vision, she finally turned around, only to find that Wendy and Constantine had already vanished, likely having found a secluded spot to continue telling Wendy's dolphin jokes. Restraining the urge to go to the room previously used for stripping whale oil to watch Wendy's jokes, Adele turned her attention to the distracted Tracy behind her. "Is something the matter, Adele?" Tracy, having also climbed the ranks starting from assassin, was highly sensitive to being watched and immediately noticed Adele's gaze. "There is something I want to discuss with you. Let's go to the captain's cabin." Adele nodded and walked down the metal stairs. "Is it about potion ingredients or the formula?" Tracy had clearly guessed what this junior demoness, who was lower in sequence than herself, wanted, so she asked directly. "It's not just about the ingredients, there's something else." Adele replied frankly, nodding simultaneously to the soldiers who saluted her. The crew members on the Snow Wind were sufficiently knowledgeable about Beyonder powers, so there was no need to be overly serious about these matters, as long as they ensured the formula information wasn't overheard. Soon, the two arrived at Adele's captain's cabin. At Adele's strong request, the facilities here remained unchanged, except for the replacement of the glass windows. The Navy had assigned a new first mate and navigator to the Snow Wind, ensuring the ironclad ship could operate normally even if Adele wasn't at the helm in the bridge. "If you want the Sequence 6 formula, I can give it to you right now," Tracy said, sitting down on a comfortable sofa and addressing Adele, who was standing by the desk. The silk glands of an adult widow giant spider and the succubuses. She swallowed the rest of her words halfway through, because she saw the white threads fluttering in Adele's hand, drifting freely in the air, defying gravity. "You're already Sequence 6. When?" Tracy asked in surprise. When she first boarded Adele's ironclad ship, Adele had only just advanced to Sequence 7. Now, less than a month later, she has advanced to Sequence 6. "In the ruins. I had some personal gains during that exploration," Adele said, speaking half-truths. "I almost lost control then, but it seems I was relatively lucky." The reason it was half-true was that, Taken individually, none of the statements were false. However, strictly speaking, the gains from the exploration did not include advancing to sequence 6, the latter should be counted as preparation made beforehand. You really are. Tracy pondered for a long time, searching for a word to describe Adele's advancement, but after much deliberation, she couldn't find a suitable term. I can tell you the sequence 5 formula, and even the location where one of the ingredients can be obtained, which happens to be not far from here. But you must promise me not to advance so quickly. First, properly roleplay the demoness of pleasure. The difficulty of advancing to sequence 5 is far beyond what sequence 6 can compare to. Insufficient roleplaying will definitely lead to losing control. Tracy said with some concern. Adele had not told her that she was a demoness of the Essence faction. That would not benefit their relationship, only reminding Tracy of Katarina's matter and making her continue to worry. Of course, whether Tracy had figured it out herself, or whether she had already discovered it but was unwilling to expose it, was another matter entirely. Gegran had said that the sequence 5 potion for Essence faction demonesses shares one main ingredient with the normal demoness potion, the entire blood of a lion-headed serpent. If Adele could find the whereabouts of this Beyonder creature, she would also gain something. Don't worry, that advancement was somewhat a measure of expediency, otherwise, I wouldn't have advanced in a completely unknown environment. I estimate this round of roleplaying will take considerable time, perhaps not until after we end the war in Civianata. Adele assured Tracy. That would be too late. You will still face the risk of losing control during this time, Tracy smirked. Before then, you need to learn to find some substitutes. If you still resist doing this with men, you can go find the demonesses under Gegran. They were women before, so you won't feel conflicted. Adele subconsciously took 2 steps back, looked at Tracis' expression, and suddenly seemed to understand something. Tracy was also uneasy now. She was completely restrained by Adele and the organization behind her. Tracy always believed Adele was a military operative, and in Tracis' eyes, the military placing spies within the demoness sect was something both sides tacitly understood. If anyone has forgotten the process by which Tracy imagined Adele to be a military operative, you can review chapter 144 of the previous volume. Since this was something everyone knew, even if Tracy exposed Adele to the sect, it wouldn't cause a fallout between the sect and the military, nor would it affect Adele's status. Therefore, Tracy needed a more concrete piece of leverage. Perhaps she would never need to use this leverage, as she still needed to rely on Adele and the power behind her to whitewash herself, but whether she uses it is one thing, and whether she possesses it is another. Regarding what happened to Katarina, Tracy was unwilling to believe, neither emotionally nor logically, that it had nothing to do with the power behind Adele. To this end, she had to find leverage strong enough to check Adele, leverage that would allow the sect to immediately begin settling accounts with Adele once they knew about it. Perhaps after careful consideration, Tracy decided to focus on the matter of the Essence faction. The fact that the sect mobilized Sequence 3 Katarina plus a Grade 1 sealed artifact just for a Sequence 4 demigod of the Essence faction, Gegran, shows the depth of the sect's hostility toward the Essence faction. If Adele truly is a member of the Essence faction, this information is certainly enough to serve as leverage. However, there is no fixed way to confirm an Essence faction demoness. If Tracy wanted confirmation, she could only focus on the point that Essence faction demonesses do not have high requirements for roleplaying. The confirmation method is simple. Aren't you, Adele, currently a demoness of pleasure? The way a demoness of pleasure roleplays is by bringing physical pleasure to others. With so many sailors on board, even if you use your authority as captain, making something happen is easy. Furthermore, a demoness's inherent attraction is absolute. The sailors would rush to participate, so why would they refuse? If your mindset hasn't shifted, that's fine too. There are female crew members on the ship, those 4 demonesses who were originally women, and that Intis Mechanist. Although that Mechanist seems to have something going on with that Beyonder from the Earth Mother Church, a one-night stand is no big deal, whether for an Intis person or a demoness of pleasure. At least, that's what Tracy believes. Yet, Adele couldn't refuse Tracis' request. What the other party said was indeed reasonable. Everything mentioned above was, at most, Adele's conjecture. Even if Adele pointed it out, Tracy could deny it outright without evidence, just as Adele could deny Tracis' accusation of being an Essence faction member without evidence. After all, Tracy, as a senior member of the sect, supervising a junior's role-playing progress was standard procedure for demonesses. But if she really agreed to roleplay, leaving Vianata aside for a moment, wouldn't Tracy try to eavesdrop? Adele felt her stomach start to ache. Thanks to reader Huan Wanshi for the 7,500 points reward and 24 monthly votes. Chapter 320, Reflected Fate. Let's put the acting aside for now, they'll be on the ship anyway during this period. Adele thought long and hard but couldn't make up her mind, so she decided to change the subject. What are the materials for a Sequence 5 Demoness of Afflictions, and where can they be obtained? Do you know? Tracy showed a meaningful smile that made Adele's hair stand on end. After 2 or 3 seconds, she slowly replied. The main materials for a Demoness of Afflictions include all the blood of a lion-headed serpent and the eyes of a black-feathered owl. I only know that the former is in the southern continent and can be found in the primeval forests of northern Alit State, especially Elise in West Balam. Northern Alit State is a large state in West Balam, about 1.5 times the size of Ahorva County in Loan, and possesses the best preserved primeval forests within Baran. Although the situation in the Baran War Zone is complex, it can generally be divided into 2 parts, northwest and southeast. The northwest belongs to Loan, and the southeast is occupied by the Rose School of Thought and a coalition of native princes. Adele and her crew sailed from Baran's port to harass the Rose School of Thought's occupied eastern ports, trying to tie down the enemy fleet's probing counterattacks and ensure the safety of the troops sent from Baran's port to repair telegraph lines. Well then, let's stop here first. Adele pointed to a river mouth in the primeval jungle of East Balam on the sea chart hanging on the wall. If necessary, we can try to go upstream. You're the captain, you decide these things, Tracy said indifferently. She wasn't someone who couldn't see the situation clearly, she knew very well who the kingdom was willing to give her a chance because of. It was true that they intended to use her prestige in the southern continent, but using prestige didn't necessarily require her to be alive. If Loan could produce an annoying German sparrow, couldn't there be a second mystical item that could change one's appearance? In terms of deterrent effect alone, a dead Tracy was far more useful than a living vice-admiral of disease. Adele glanced at Tracy without surprise, her performance was within Adele's expectations. Adele hadn't expected Tracy to completely side with her at once, this current state actually far exceeded Adele's expectations. In Adele's mind, if Tracy wasn't overtly defiant now, that was already giving her face, especially since Tracis' military rank seemed higher than hers. If the other party truly went against her, it could indeed be very troublesome during this long voyage. However, it was also fortunate that the journey was long enough for Tracy to figure things out. Adele comforted herself silently, then picked up the pencil on the table and began to lightly circle and mark on the sea chart. Whether harassing in coastal waters, tying down the enemy's main naval force, or venturing into inland rivers to use ships as mobile artillery platforms to attack cities, all required prior arrangements to minimize casualties. The crew of the privateer Snow Wind had now expanded to over 200 members. Most of the original ordinary sailors were dismissed, retaining only a dozen capable sailors, including Wagner, 4 demonesses under Gegran, Constantine, Tracy, and Wendy, among others. However, these 200 people were merely a drop in the bucket for the frontline war. In an intense siege, they could even all perish within 10 minutes, so they had to be used cautiously. Although Adele and Tracis' mission seemed glorious and offered many benefits, and regardless of success or failure, it wouldn't have any negative impact on them. If they failed, they would become the eye of the storm. In the short term, the military careers of Mr. Moon and Mr. the Star on the front lines might be affected. While it wouldn't endanger their personal safety, being transferred out of the southern continent would be inevitable. In the long term, it could lead to the founder William Augustus, who was in charge of this war zone, resorting to desperate measures in an emergency, launching indiscriminate attacks on the southern continent to prevent members of the Rose School of Thought from secretly communicating with the Mother Tree of Desire. No one had ever seen a Sequence 1 Hand of Order of the Justiciar pathway exert their full power, and no one wanted to. However, it would certainly be no weaker than a half-mad abomination Sueya. Sueya could sever the entire Star Highland. Although William Augustus would find it difficult to destroy the entire continent with destructive power alone, as a sequence one in charge of rules and order, creating rules to punish beyonders within the southern continent was well within his capabilities. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Adele sighed heavily, staring at the map and falling into thought once more. In the depths of the vast cosmos, on the azure reflection star. Looking at the incredibly familiar Gothic spire church before her, Furz's mouth twitched slightly. Why are we here? The author's voice trembled slightly, indicating that this field trip was still too stimulating for her. The church before her had towering spires, utilizing pointed arches, flying buttresses, slender columns, and a new framework in its design to increase the strength supporting the roof, making the entire building rise with vertical lines, a majestic exterior, and a vast interior space. Combined with long windows inlaid with stained glass, it created a strong religious atmosphere within the church. Although she was not a believer of the goddess, having lived in Backland for 5 or 6 years, she immediately recognized this landmark building of Backland Street. Samuel Cathedral. However, hanging at the top of the church was not the holy emblem of Evernight, but a mysterious symbol Furz had never seen before, seemingly belonging to the true owner here, a powerful outer deity. Your expression needs to be more natural, no need to be so nervous. Just treat it as coming for inspiration. Eamon, who had left a clone within Furz, was now standing beside her, smiling. He was wearing a postman's uniform, stolen from who knows where, and was magically pulling handfuls of grain from his pocket, feeding the pigeons as if truly passing the time. But you said this is their territory. Furz clearly couldn't be as fearless as Eamon. Even though her body had honestly sat on the long bench behind him according to Amon's gesture, her mouth still expressed worry. That's why I said you're too nervous. Eamon threw out the last handful of grain in his hand. Just as the white doves were excitedly descending to eat, he suddenly clapped his hands mischievously, scaring them into flying up and disappearing from sight in a blink. The people here won't notice me. In fact, if I weren't parasitic on you, you wouldn't see the sights here, nor would you be able to interfere with them. Amon's mouth still held a smile as he waved his hand around the square. Instantly, all the white doves in the entire square paused, then fully half of them flew up in unison, circling around Eamon, completely enveloping him. Look at those people, little secret sorcerer of the Abraham family. Amon's voice was almost drowned out by the flapping of the white doves' wings, yet Furz still believed she heard the sentence. She subconsciously looked at the people who were feeding pigeons in the square just like Eamon, but found that their movements hadn't changed at all, they were still mechanically throwing breadcrumbs to where the pigeons were. Everyone's expression was so happy and peaceful, yet they also looked so strange and rigid. More than living humans, they resembled puppets in a miniature garden. Furz stared blankly at those reflections mechanically repeating their actions. For some reason, she felt a sense of loneliness she had never experienced before. Even when she was thrown alone into the depths of the distant cosmos, she had never felt such intense loneliness, seeping through the seams of her clothes all the way to her bone marrow. If Eamon, who had broken free from the flock of pigeons, hadn't heavily patted her shoulder, Furz suspected she would have already shed tears. How does it feel? Amon's clothes were disheveled by the pigeons, and a few gray feathers clung to him, yet Furz felt that his expression seemed a bit more vibrant. I feel like I've been rejected by the world. Furz carefully chose her words, or that I rejected the world. Anyway, it's a bit uncomfortable. Whether it was an illusion or not, Furz felt that the smile on Amon's face grew wider. Very good, remember this feeling. Perhaps, our world is like this to them as well. Eamon waved his hand, and his clothes instantly became clean and tidy. Then, he indifferently reached out and made a grasping motion inwards. Before Furz could react, everyone in the entire square collapsed. Like a wheat field swept by an invisible scythe, the people in the square lost their lives at the same time. Their lifeless bodies rolled to Furz's feet, disappearing the moment they touched her bell-adorned leather boots, like shattered reflections. It took Furz almost 2 seconds to process what had happened, then she questioned Eamon in a somewhat distraught manner. What exactly are you doing? Eamon did not answer. He merely silently looked at his palm, where hundreds of lives, when held in his hand, were like countless shimmering light points, forming a pure ball of light in his palm. Do you see? Any casual action of ours can cause them to die so easily. Ignoring Furz's questioning, Eamon waved his hand again, sending the cluster of light points back to their original owners' bodies. Quote dot dot dot. Will they be like this when they look at us? Furs opened her mouth, but still suppressed the new round of questions she had been preparing. Eamon raised an eyebrow in surprise. It seems your intelligence has improved somewhat during the time I've been parasitic on you. But when I stole relevant experience from Pales, I didn't know that such parasitism would also feed back to the host's intelligence. Furs. Seeing Furs speechless, Eamon stood up and walked towards her. Didn't you want to know what we came here for? I'll tell you now. Furs subconsciously took a small step back, but it didn't prevent Amon's figure from overlapping with hers, returning once again to a state of complete parasitism. Before Amon's body completely merged into Furs's, Furs heard his last words. We are going to meet the one here who can have a proper conversation with us. For that, we need the help of this world's secrecy. Secrecy refers to. Furs hadn't finished speaking when the secret sorcerer's spiritual premonition abruptly appeared in her mind. A figure wearing a crown and a heavily patterned black robe stood at the top of the church spire, with a proper but expressionless face, and deep black eyes that lacked spirituality. The next second, her body became blurry like a landscape in mist, and before she could use any Beyonder abilities, she had completely vanished. Eamon, you tricked me. QAQ. This was the last thought that flashed through Furs's mind before it went blank. As her thoughts echoed, her vision was already pitch black, and she completely lost consciousness, as if entering the deepest sleep without dreams. After an unknown period, the lightless, soundless darkness suddenly swayed, giving her a hazy sensation. Her thoughts slowly broke free from their solidification. Furs slowly opened her eyes, only to see an expanse of mist above, with an unreal crimson moon hidden within, appearing and disappearing. Are you dead? If not, hurry up and get up. That annoying voice sounded again from both her mind and beside her, and Furs finally confirmed that she hadn't died, though she didn't know whether to be happy or disappointed. Where is this? Furs moved her joints, rubbing her shoulders as she stood up, examining her surroundings. What first met her eyes was the pervasive mist, unlike any mist Furs had ever seen, and its color didn't belong to any she recognized. Due to the mist, visibility here was very low, only the colorful mist churning everywhere within their line of sight could be seen. This shapeless mist gave a completely different sensation, constantly changing its state, causing a strange fear of the unknown and a reluctance to venture deeper into the mist. Eamon stood beside Furs, having put on that crystal monocle at some unknown point. The expression on his face was one Furs had never seen, even making her feel somewhat at a loss. I said that the outer deity here replaced the true gods, so this is naturally his divine kingdom. Eamon looked at the surging mist around them, shrugging his shoulders, trying to appear relaxed. The divine kingdom of the uncertain mist, one of the most powerful outer deities in the cosmos. Since he is equivalent to the 7 gods here, then the person who can converse with us must be here. Eamon subconsciously pushed the lens of his monocle, making it fit better into his somewhat sunken eye socket. Then he glanced at Furs, saying somewhat mischievously, being pulled in by his agent isn't a pleasant experience, so I didn't let him pull me. Chapter 321 Furs, I really was pulling in different directions. Despite knowing that this thought itself had likely already been read by Eamon, Furs still tried her best to suppress the urge to roll her eyes. It seems there's no one here. Not wanting to waste time on similar issues with Eamon, Furs began to observe her surroundings. However, the thick, colorful mist obscured her vision, and even her spirit vision was limited to a few meters around her. Even without actually trying, Furs could sense that her connection to the spirit world had been completely severed here. Her spirit world traversing ability could only be used for temporary invisibility. She just didn't know if the spirit world connected by the picture of God could still be used normally. Furs merely glanced around and gave up on the futile attempt, looking directly at Eamon beside her. Her attitude was clear: since he led her here, what they did next was up to him. Anyway, she wouldn't dare to object. You're quite leisurely. Eamon chuckled, not bothering to hide the fact that he could easily read Furs's thoughts. He patted away non-existent dust from his clothes and pointed forward. Let's go. If this place really corresponds to a location on the northern continent, then we need to find a church. What do you mean, if? So you're not even sure? And you dare to? Furs realized that despite trying her best to suppress her urge to overthink, her habit of complaining, developed from living with Zio, was deeply ingrained. Even if she didn't say it aloud, Eamon would still see it. Moreover, what Eamon said was truly, Furs forcibly suppressed her thoughts and looked at Eamon nervously. The other party had already taken a step and was waiting for Furs to follow. Seeing Furs's expression, he couldn't help but laugh. That's right, I actually don't know if this place is exactly the same as the corresponding place on our planet, or rather, even about that place on our planet, I only heard it from my brother. Seeing Furs catch up, Eamon continued, although he's annoying, what he says is still trustworthy. In that church, there's a passage to where an old friend of mine is. Seeing Furs's expression relax slightly, Eamon then asked, without changing his expression, by the way, who is Zio? Furs's heart gave a sudden tremor. She quickly suppressed her panicked thoughts and feigned calmness, replying, she's my roommate in Backland, a bounty hunter. Your colleague in the tarot club. I see. Eamon showed an exaggerated expression of sudden realization and continued deeper into the mist. For a moment, Furs even wanted to turn around and flee directly into the colorful mist, but she knew very well that it was impossible. She dejectedly followed behind Eamon, wondering if there was any way to stop Eamon from reading her mind. If you come up with a simple and easy method, be sure to tell me. When I meet a certain seer, I'll have a good laugh at him. Eamon said nonchalantly. Could this romance novelist achieve something that even that annoying scholar of yore couldn't back then? Furs was quite annoyed by Amon's words but had no recourse. She sulkily followed behind Eamon, ignoring his occasional comments, and began to let her mind wander. However, the more she considered possible countermeasures, the more despairingly Furs realized that her level was too far below Amon's. Unless he voluntarily stopped, there was no way to prevent Amon's subconscious probing of her thoughts. Wait, unless he stops himself. Furs's eyes suddenly lit up, and she began to try hard to recall the plot of her famous work, Stormcliff Manor. Due to the long passage of time, even for something she herself wrote, it was difficult for her to remember everything. She could only recall the exciting parts. Compared to recalling the generic beginning, remembering the climax was obviously easier. When she moved from the calm, intelligent, and languid heroine, Miss Cece, encountering an evil spirit, to the heroine revealing herself as a detective and embarking on a magnificent deduction, Eamon started to lose his composure, and the frequency of him pushing his monocle increased significantly. However, Furs didn't notice, because too much time had passed, and she no longer remembered many specific details clearly. Some of the knowledge involving bedroom matters also came from hearsay, so often when she forgot her progress in recalling and started thinking from the beginning, a new plot would emerge. When Furs finally recalled the most climactic part of the entire story, where the male lead suffered a severe head injury and lost his memory, entering a tear-jerking storyline, Eamon, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped. Furs almost bumped into him. I retract my previous guess that your intelligence has been somewhat nourished. Amon's perpetual mischievous smile disappeared, replaced by an expression as if he had swallowed a fly. Although my brother Adam told me that my understanding of human nature is somewhat skewed, I don't think this Miss Cece is calm, intelligent, and languid, unless you're accustomed to using those words to describe monkeys in heat. If you make a living by selling stories like this, why haven't you starved to death? Eamon looked incredulous. This book of yours actually sold 60,000 copies. Enough for all my avatars to each have a copy. Perhaps that's why your brother says you don't understand human nature. Furs boldly retorted, at least I know better than you what they prefer. I completely fail to understand why you can find pleasure in such a plot. Amon's face darkened a bit more. What's the ending of this book? The male lead and female lead lived happily ever after, Furs answered truthfully. That's it. What about the evil spirit? Wouldn't he seek revenge after being offended? Eamon said incredulously, just losing his memory satisfies him. What a joke. Well, he didn't have any extra power left to seek revenge. As Furs answered Amon's questions, she secretly pondered in her mind who Eamon subconsciously associated with the pronoun, he. Nonsense. Was that evil spirit so weak that he could be burned to death by fire? An evil spirit burned to death by fire? Or did that string of garlic Miss Cece placed at the door work? It's not a vampire. No, vampires aren't afraid of such things either. Do you have any common sense? Eamon quickly paced back and forth a few steps. How can you, a demigod, write such a thing? Ah, I only advanced to sequence 9 after writing this book. Furs spread her hands, looking innocent. When we return to the northern continent, I'll consider how to deal with this thing you wrote. From now on, no more thinking about these things. Eamon said roughly. Furs didn't answer, standing still and staring at Eamon, her intention to give up obvious. If you find what I write unacceptable, you don't have to read it, Furs thought righteously. Eamon looked deeply at Furs, and after a considerable period of silence, he turned and continued walking forward. Hey, is that it? Are you going to keep reading or not? Give me an answer. Furs thought it over repeatedly but didn't dare to ask. Seeing that Eamon had no reaction, her thoughts gradually grew bolder. Finally, she even tried to cast Eamon and Gehrman Sparrow into a female-oriented romance novel she had previously conceived, of course, the kind for adults only. Seeing that Eamon still had no reaction, she finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Eamon suddenly asked thoughtfully, by the way, what was the summoning method for the world Gehrman Sparrow's messenger? Why do you want his messenger's summoning method? Could it be? Connecting it to what she had just been thinking, Furs's face instantly turned pale. I don't want to be made into a mystical item by Mr. World. Furs said with a mournful face, cursing herself for getting carried away. Although I don't know why you're asking, I guess you must have been thinking about something I shouldn't know. Eamon frowned. I feel that checking your thoughts now would probably reveal something unspeakable again. Since you don't want to say, then forget it. You're right, my thoughts are filthy, so I won't trouble you to check them. Furs quietly raised her hand to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. It seemed Eamon truly hadn't continued to check her thoughts. By the way, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Sequence 8 of the Marauder pathway is called Swindler. Seeing Furs's expression relax slightly, Eamon slowly added, how about you guess which of my previous statements was a deception? Furs's expression froze on her face once again. Hundreds of nautical miles off Baron's Port, the snow wind took down the naval flag originally hanging at the top of the flagpole on the ship and replaced it with a deep blue flag designed by Adele herself, which only differed from the original Honeysuckle Empress's ship flag in name. Due to the semi-official nature of privateers, Adele still didn't feel comfortable directly hoisting a black flag. Wendy, however, was quite interested in the black flag, constantly muttering a name Adele had never heard before in a bunch of strange phrases, such as, Crow, Up to the Heavens, Down to Earth, Necromancer Edward, which left Adele bewildered. They had only left Baron's Port less than half a day ago, so within this range, no enemy fleets would naturally appear. They were temporarily in a safe zone, so Adele's nerves weren't as taut. Stepping out of the captain's cabin, Adele came onto the deck. Currently, the snow wind had not yet engaged the enemy, so the ship's speed was maintained at a slightly faster pace than a regular clipper, about 18 knots. Even so, the wind on the deck was still strong, blowing the hem of Adele's naval cloak, which was draped behind her, upwards. If Adele hadn't secured it around her neck with a brass buckle beforehand, it would probably have been blown off by the sea breeze. She tightened her clothing uneasily and cast her gaze upon the deck. To her surprise, not only were there busy sailors, but Natalie and her daughter Layla were also on deck. Wendy and Constantine were still nowhere to be found. These two usually had a strong presence, but whenever they were together, their presence seemed to cancel each other out. If you didn't deliberately look for them, you wouldn't know where they were. Thinking of what Tracy had told her, Adele couldn't help but hesitate. If she wanted to act as a demoness of pleasure, among Gegran's demonesses, Natalie was the most suitable. As a single mother and the only one of the four who had reached sequence 6, Adele believed she would understand her difficulties. After all, Adele had heard her say herself that whenever she needed to act, she would secretly go to the golden rose behind Layla's back to resolve it, of course, as a client. As for the other two demonesses, Afro was originally a rescued slave. If Adele, being in a high position, discussed such matters with her, it might inadvertently trigger some unwanted memories for her. Lisette, on the other hand, was relatively quiet and had no mental trauma, but Adele wasn't completely emotionally oblivious and naturally realized the other party's feelings for her original self, Altair Brewster. If she were to do something with her for the sake of acting, even if she herself knew it was just for the role, it would be hard to guarantee that Lisette wouldn't develop inappropriate thoughts. And Lizette's thoughts would not only burden her acting as a uninhibited demoness but also bring trouble to Adele. Similar mental slippages are common in the acting of a demoness. To maintain one's mental state, one must have a clear prior understanding of the consequences of every indulgence of desire. Otherwise, it's easy to completely lose oneself and forget that one is merely acting. As for Layla, the problem was similar to Lizette's. Although she wouldn't admit defeat verbally, if Adele were to do something just for acting, Adele estimated that Natalie alone wouldn't approve. It made sense. A demoness of pleasure telling a single mother's daughter, "I need you to help me act," no matter how good-tempered the other party was, she would probably go crazy, right? As for Wendy, that fake Intis person, forget it, she just felt a sense of guilt, like she was deceiving a disabled person, if she were to take her down. After considering all possibilities, Adele shook her head and walked towards Natalie, who was standing on the deck. She was usually always with Layla, so even though she felt a strange guilt when sending Layla away, Adele still walked over. Not only for her own acting but also to maintain her relationship with Tracy as much as possible without giving her any leverage. For this, she had to act naturally, as if all of this was truly what she wanted to act. Seeing Adele walk towards her, Natalie gently patted Layla's shoulder. The latter nodded slightly and ran back to her cabin, not forgetting to cast a wary glance at Adele. "Is it about acting?" Just as Adele was at a loss, Natalie said softly, "Tracy told me everything. It's no problem, I have a lot of experience in this area." Chapter 322 The Witch's Puberty Education. 2000 words, please refrain from deletion. Chapter 322, Demoness's Puberty Education. 2000 words to prevent deletion. Tracy told you. Adele felt a dizzy spell in her mind. While she was planning the voyage, Tracy had left feeling bored. She didn't expect Tracy to have found Natalie earlier to discuss this matter, directly cutting off Adele's retreat. "Actually, it's not just telling me. Just now, when the four of us were in the restaurant, Tracy came in and asked if any of us were willing to assist you with your acting." Natalie gently gathered her rare white long hair to one side of her neck, readying it into sections of braids. Natalie and Layla, mother and daughter, had similar white hair and red eyes. Due to the demoness's age-preserving effect, they looked more like sisters, though Natalie appeared more mature, and the color of her red eyes was deeper. Most of the demonesses under Gegran had learned about the acting method from Gegran, understanding what terms like digestion and acting meant. It didn't take long to reach this conclusion. They all unanimously agreed that I was the most suitable person for this mission. Natalie tried to make her expression look softer. "Don't worry, this isn't something shameful for a demoness. Although many techniques come naturally to a demoness, I don't think you usually ponder these things. Your intuition is spot on. I couldn't imagine myself discussing these things with others before." Adele forcibly suppressed the urge to sigh and replied in the calmest tone she could manage, "You're right. So, when are you free? Should I come to your cabin or go to your room?" While in port, the passenger cabins of the Snowwind were renovated at the unanimous request of the demonesses. Partitions were added inside the original cabins used for processing whale oil, dividing them into several new single rooms, at least giving each demoness a small bedroom of nearly 10 square meters. "Actually, that's what I wanted to ask of you too." Natalie finally showed a hint of embarrassment. "I'd like it to be in my room. Layla will be next door." Before Adele could understand what she meant, Natalie spoke quickly, "I've been a Beander for many years myself. I was a mid-sequence at the time, and Layla inherited some of my Beander characteristic. I believe you know better than I do what being a Beander means. The higher the sequence, the higher the risk of losing control and the greater the reliance on acting. I only advanced to demoness of pleasure after Layla was born, but my husband was still alive then. He was an ordinary person, and although he was excellent from an ordinary person's perspective, it was still somewhat difficult to meet the requirements of a demoness of pleasure. So, in the early stages of my advancement, I neglected my acting. However, I soon reaped the bitter consequences." Natalie said heavily, "One day, I showed signs of losing control without warning and injured him. It was because of this that we eventually divorced. When we divorced, I was surprised to find that instead of sadness, I felt more relief, because if I continued to bind myself with emotions, he might have seen me completely lose control, and by then, everything would truly be irreversible." Natalie first laid some groundwork, then directly cut to the chase. Perhaps because I understand the importance of acting, I don't want Layla to continue advancing. She is currently an instigator. After advancing to a demoness, the problems brought about by acting alone are considerable. Indeed, even if I tell her the demoness's rules of clear love and hate, no taboos, and the remaining supplementary details, various chain reactions could still occur when she actually practices them. Adele nodded, but still felt puzzled. This is a matter between you two, mother and daughter, what does it have to do with me? Adele was about to ask in confusion when she suddenly reacted, taking a sharp intake of breath. No way. Are you serious? Adele asked, enunciating each word. Natalie smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, I hope Layla can listen in next door. Perhaps by understanding the requirements of acting after she advances, she might give up the idea of continuing to advance. Adele looked at Natalie in disbelief, subconsciously spreading her hands, indicating her helplessness. Knowing that Tracy might be peeking at this matter already made Adele very uncomfortable. Now, with Layla, who was clearly going to listen in. What was this? The demoness's puberty education on pleasure. In rigid Loan, it was true that naive girls would be taught some necessary knowledge by their mothers before marriage, but Adele had never seen such a thing as teaching by example and personal experience. I know this is still very difficult for you right now, but this is a hurdle that a demoness who wishes to continue advancing must overcome, that's what Gegrand said. Natalie said sincerely, I promise no one else will know. I will set up a spirituality wall covering both rooms in advance. You are a native Lonus and often frequent Loan's aristocratic circles, so you might value etiquette more, but actually, this level of thing in Intis can even be considered a unique kind of play. Yes, just look at the scandalous stories of Emperor Rosal to know how open Intis people are. Adele felt the corners of her mouth twitching uncontrollably. Originally, when living with Vianata, Adele felt that she performed quite well with her Beander abilities. However, after only a few minutes of discussing with a true demoness of pleasure, she felt that just standing in front of the other party had exhausted all her courage, wishing she could use mirror substitute to escape right now. No wonder, demoness of pleasure, is the prerequisite sequence for demoness of afflictions. I'm already suffering now. Adele swallowed unnaturally, not wanting Natalie to see her guilt. Are you really sure you want to do this? I mean, others are fine, but Layla is too. Adele still wanted to make a final effort, but Natalie's mind was made up. I've already talked to Layla about this. Natalie smiled helplessly, although she was a bit sulky at first, she reluctantly agreed in the end. So that's why her expression was so guarded when she looked at me just now. Adele opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately couldn't. It's better to do this sooner rather than later. I saw some pineapple preserves in the kitchen earlier, you can try some. Once those are eaten by the sailors, it will be hard to replenish them. Natalie gave Adele a meaningful look. Although her gaze wasn't intensely lustful, it had a sense of not giving up until her goal was achieved. Adele fled in disarray. Chapter 323, Demoness, I need you to help me act. After fleeing from Natalie in embarrassment, Adele locked herself in the captain's cabin, her mind a mess of chaotic thoughts. Subjectively, she still felt resistant towards such behavior. This was evident from the fact that even when she was Altair, he had never spent a penny at the Golden Rose or similar establishments. Moreover, letting Tracy watch was already something she had been forced into, and now even Layla wanted to join the fun. Psychologically, Adele truly could not accept this. Just thinking about Tracy and Layla eavesdropping from the other side of a thin steel plate, possibly even offering commentary now and then, made Adele so embarrassed she wanted to dig her toes into the floor. If she were still Altair, knowing someone was listening while he did such things with Vianata would probably make him instantly lose interest. However, to say how determined her resistance was, it did not seem to be the case either. For one, Tracis' goal was very clear, and she had already taken action. If Adele backed down here, Tracy would gain the necessary evidence to conclude that Adele Cersei is in essence faction demoness. Compared to her own issues of pride, Adele did not want such an important piece of leverage to fall into the hands of Tracy, whose position was not yet fully determined, as this would pose a potential threat to the subsequent actions of Queen Island Shipping Company, White Pharmaceuticals, the Fosak branch of Theosophy Order, and even the Tarot Club. Since avoiding taking the ultimate measure against Tracy was her own choice, then the consequences brought about by Tracy's actions should be handled by herself. Adele sighed, somewhat resignedly stabbing a large piece of candied pineapple with her fork and putting it into her mouth. The jar of candied pineapple was sent in by a sailor at Natalie's instruction. According to knowledge widely circulated among demonesses, consuming pineapple sweetens bodily fluids. Time spent agonizing always passes quickly. When Adele suddenly realized how late it was outside, it was already 8 in the evening. The guilty Adele crept out of her room and found that although the corridor lights were on, it was completely empty. Life on a ship was unlike a noble's mansion. Sailors, who had no entertainment facilities, slept very early when they were not on duty, especially since most of these sailors had previously been disciplined naval personnel. However, just in case, Adele still entered a state of invisibility and cautiously made her way to Natalie's room door. After lingering by the door for nearly half a minute, Adele finally made up her mind and pushed open the slightly ajar door. As she stepped across the barrier of the invisible wall of spirituality, she immediately smelled a milky and sweet fragrance in the room. The scent was warm and delicate, rich and mellow, yet mixed with a hint of freshness. Using Adele's knowledge of herbalism, she easily identified the types of fragrance used in the room. Sandalwood and rose, mixed 1-to-1, plus an appropriate amount of cantaloupe essential oil. Natalie was sitting on the edge of the bed, carefully trimming her nails, using a small striated file to smooth the broken edges little by little. She had already changed out of the dark blue linen bathrobe Wendy had bought, switching into black silk lingerie that was clearly her own treasured item. Although a fair amount of fabric was used, every inch of exposed skin was perfectly placed. "This is a bit of demoness herbal knowledge," Natalie said softly. "Essential oils and scents blended this way can reduce the tension between lovers and increase pleasure." "Come in," Natalie said gently, "remember to close the door properly. The wall of spirituality has already been set up. I think, with your charm, you shouldn't need the aid of such tools." Adele found her voice hoarse. Although she was already a Sequence 6 demoness of pleasure, she still had much to learn in such matters. "Is that low in style reserve?" "Haha, being a little reserved before starting is fine too." Natalie pursed her lips and chuckled softly, patting the spot next to her, signaling Adele to sit beside her. Adele found her body somewhat stiff, but she still complied subconsciously. Natalie gently tapped the wall beside her, making a thudding sound. Soon, a slightly hesitant response came from the other side. "They really are still listening." Adele subconsciously looked in the direction Natalie had tapped. Knowing Layla was right there, she felt slightly discouraged, and the movement of her hands unbuttoning her clothes slowed down. After much hesitation, she only managed to take off her jacket. Just as Adele was hesitating, Natalie suddenly turned around, cupped Adele's face with her hands, and said softly, "Although this is just acting, at a time like this, you shouldn't be thinking about other people's affairs, not even my daughter's." "All right, you're right." Adele's body subconsciously tensed for a moment, and then, because her mouth was sealed, she could only give an indistinct reply. After the two separated with satisfied sighs, Natalie reached for Adele's chest and instantly unfastened the military uniform clasps that had been bothering Adele for so long, revealing the plain-looking pajamas she was wearing underneath. "How should I put this? For a demoness, the style of your pajamas is still too plain." Natalie carefully chose her words. "You should pay attention to this when you are with Miss Vianata in the future. After all, lingerie in this setting is like the packaging outside a commodity. Although you don't buy things just because of the packaging, seeing exquisite packaging makes one feel happier, doesn't it? Great harvest, must be put to good use next time." Adele was completely speechless and could only nod helplessly. Following that, she felt as if countless fine silk threads were gently stroking her body, and she felt Natalie's slightly warmer fingers slide down her skin, allowing her nerves to completely relax. In the adjacent room, Tracy was sitting on Lila's bed, holding a crystal ball she had pulled out from who knows where in one hand, while the other arm was wrapped around the blushing Layla, occasionally letting out sounds of admiration. "Come on, you should watch too. Wouldn't it be a waste of Natalie's good intentions if you didn't look?" Tracy said to Layla, who stubbornly kept her face turned away. "Tisk tisk, she's learning quite fast. Can a demoness's leg really stretch that far?" "Layla, You demonesses of pleasure are terrifying. Chapter 324, Preparations and Reflections. While Adele was learning the many techniques of the demoness of pleasure in the warm lower cabin of the snow-wind ironclad ship, Furs and Eamon were trekking through the colorful, damp, and cold mist. Furs subconsciously pulled her clothes tighter to combat the chill that permeated her body. This was abnormal. After becoming a demigod and having her physique strengthened, she shouldn't have felt cold in an environment where the surface temperature had just dropped below zero. Eamon told her that this was because the outer god here was the uncertain mist, who controlled the rules, leading to various wondrous rules existing within this mist. These rules interacted, creating a reflection star deep in the cosmos that corresponded to their original planet. And the reason rules are rules is because they are universally applicable to those on whom they are enforced. Therefore, all existences that have not reached the level of a mythical creature have their senses here restricted to human levels by the rules. Although their abilities had not completely vanished, the decrease in physical resilience meant they could no longer use their powers as freely as before. Otherwise, they might incur unexpected injuries due to overexertion. This annoying mist was even more irritating than Backland at its most polluted. Furs rubbed her face vigorously with her hand, feeling somewhat vexed. This colorful mist was like both liquid droplets and dust. With every step, Furs felt as if a spider web was clinging uncomfortably to her face, every fine hair being gently brushed back and forth by this mist that was between tangible and intangible. Not only that, but the visibility in the mist was also extremely low, less than 10 meters, forcing one to concentrate fully while walking, wary of sudden situations that could arise at any moment. Despite Amon's presence, such a possibility was minuscule, but Furs couldn't help but think about these things. This feeling was like walking down a dimly lit tree-lined path and suddenly bumping into a dangling spider silk in the middle of the road, frantically trying to remove the silk that you didn't know where it was stuck, while simultaneously worrying if your movements would directly fling the spider onto your face. In this weather, she should be lying on the sofa at home, with the fireplace fully stoked, sipping hot cocoa and playing with Hugh, instead of trekking through bone-chilling cold in a corner deep in the cosmos. Just as Furs began to miss her warm fireplace in Backland, Eamon finally stopped. "We're here. This is the place. We're here already." Furs was a little surprised and quickly looked up, but only saw a dark green brick wall and not the full view of the building. "Are you sure it's here?" Eamon didn't speak, so Furs consciously took a step forward and reached out to press against the dark green wall. An illusory spirituality door opened. The simple ability to open door was not restricted by the fact that this place was not connected to the spirit world, it could still be used normally. After reaching a high sequence, even the simple ability of open door underwent a qualitative change. Not only could it transport people, but it could also open doors in various restricted places. Silently, the two passed through the dark green wall and entered the interior of the church. Inside the church, Furs, who had walked through the wall, found that her vision was no longer affected, and the physical enhancements brought by being a demigod returned to her. The thick dark green walls blocked out the illusory, colorful mist, which made Furs let out a long sigh of relief. The unpleasant feeling was finally gone. However, very quickly, her attention was drawn to the sight inside the church, no longer focused on the refreshing feeling brought by the disappearance of the mist, and she let out an uncontrollable gasp. Within her line of sight, there was a uniform arrangement of heavy black obsidian obelisks. All the stels were similar in material and size, over 2 meters tall, narrower at the top and wider at the bottom, with exaggerated bas-reliefs at the top. The pattern on the bas-relief was a distorted and blurred pale golden humanoid, with an indescribable sense of majesty. Strangely, even though the humanoid was carved on a pure black stone pillar and no pigment was used, when Furs thought of its image, she would instinctively believe it was pale golden, just as she inexplicably believed this bas-relief was incomplete. However, that humanoid seemed to lack a certain spirituality at this moment, which made Furs reluctantly shift her gaze. She suspected that if the humanoid truly recovered to its complete state, she would likely experience severe problems just by looking at the bas-relief. The only difference among these stels was their content. Unlike the humanoid at the top, which, though not clearly seen, left a definite impression, the characters on the stels were the Loan characters Furs was familiar with, yet she could not understand the meaning contained within the arrangement of those letters. "All right, there's nothing to see. This is just the first stop. What comes next is the main event. Amon's voice carried a hint of lightness for some reason, as if he wasn't lurking in an outer god's lair but was about to visit an old friend's house, with a leisurely air that Furs found hard to comprehend. He pointed to the rows of stels and said with certainty, "They will appear differently to different people, and different interpretation methods will yield different results, so there's no point in you studying them. What you need to do is find the steel among these that hasn't changed with your will, and then push that steel along these grooves." Amon tapped the ground with his toe, and only then did Furs notice the grooves specially built into the ground for moving these stels. The bottom of the steel was carved into a smooth rail structure, allowing it to move freely along the grooves. You cannot use Beyonder powers to move these stels, you can only shift them little by little along the rails. Amon saw Furs still in a daze and gently pushed her, saying, "What are you still standing there for? The sooner you move them, the sooner we can go back." Furs opened her mouth and looked towards the end of the church. Here, her vision was no longer restricted. She saw that there were at least several hundred identical stels in the irregular corridors of this church, arranged in various ways with no discernible pattern. To push a certain steel into the aisle, the sequence of movements would require a lot of thought. But, Furs's face turned a little pale. How long will this take to push? That depends on your efficiency and intelligence, Amon said with a smile, because these stels have different methods of deciphering. If I interfere, the steel you need to find will no longer be the original one. If that's the case, why don't you do it yourself? Furs subconsciously complained, but she was met with Amon's matter-of-fact expression and the curved smiling eyes behind his monocle. What did you think I brought you here for? Once I become an angel, the first thing I'll do is smash that monocle of yours. Furs lowered her head dejectedly and resignedly began to identify the stels. The next morning, Adele woke up in Natalie's bed. Her navy overcoat, cotton-printed pajama top, and Natalie's silk stockings were strewn haphazardly on the floor, covered in wrinkles from their rolling around. Adele's nasal cavity still held the sweet, cloying scent of sandalwood mixed with rose essential oil. Natalie, with her snow-white hair, lay beside her, her expression still carrying the afterglow of pleasure. The acting last night was indeed thorough, and the digestion progress of the potion in her body couldn't be faked. So, even though they had been at it for several hours, Adele still felt refreshed when she woke up in the morning. It must be said that Natalie's knowledge in the realm of pleasure was directly inherited from Gegran, who had lived for hundreds of years under different identities, and her experience clearly surpassed Adele's. There was no helping it, after all, Gegran's knowledge in this area was simply too vast. If some of the positions were truly named after their inventors, her name would have to be mentioned at least a dozen times. However, driven by curiosity, Adele fully embraced her eager-to-learn spirit, coupled with the feedback from the potion digestion in between, successfully taking the initiative in the later stages. If I had known all this before, even if I wasn't a demoness, I could have handled Vianata submissively. Adele muttered to herself, glancing at the white-haired demoness lying beside her. Natalie was, after all, a bit older and needed more rest, so Adele quietly got out of bed, preparing to get dressed and leave. Although she felt her performance last night was quite good, it was only a matter of a few hours, and this journey didn't know how much longer it would last. It's easy to enjoy for a few hours, but if she says the wrong thing later, it might be awkward for several months. At least, Adele hadn't yet figured out how to explain to Layla. Should she say, "Your mother is an excellent demoness of pleasure"? Then what would Layla say? "Thank you, you too." The thought of this possibility made Adele wish she could disappear on the spot. With the body control of an assassin, Adele quickly put on her underwear and draped her navy overcoat over herself, simultaneously annoyed to find a piece of candied fruit, which had fallen off at some unknown time, stuck to the black fabric, leaving a small, not very noticeable pale yellow stain on her clothes. Adele pulled the dried candied fruit off her coat and was about to leave when she felt someone tugging at her hem. She turned back somewhat stiffly and saw Natalie's sleepy face, her oval face, still hazy with sleep, retaining the afterglow of last night, making her appear even more alluring. "After the acting is over, are you going to leave without even saying goodbye?" Natalie slowly propped herself up, the thick duvet sliding off her, revealing her bare, snow-white skin. As the quilt was half uncovered, a warm, damp scent emanated from her body and the bed, enveloping Adele like a swamp, gently pulling her back into its depths. Adele felt her lips dry, feeling utterly unforgivable for being about to reject the other's invitation. She remained stiff for a while before coming to her senses, saying with difficulty, "I'm sorry, but, this is just acting." As soon as she finished speaking, Natalie immediately showed a relieved and gratified expression. "It seems I don't need to remind you anymore. Demonesses generally don't choose, demoness of pleasure, as their acting target. The reason is simple. Firstly, not every male demoness retains their original orientation, and secondly, every demoness possesses unique professionalism in similar aspects. If they choose each other as partners, it's very likely to blur the line between acting and reality. Simply put, if two demonesses continuously use each other as acting partners, they are highly likely to become obsessed with physical pleasure, still indulging in similar behaviors even when advancing to higher sequences." At this point, Natalie's expression became serious. Because pleasure is a part of daily life for a demoness of pleasure, many demonesses often overlook this crucial point, which often leads to losing control. I understand. Adele nodded. Natalie's reminder was indeed very necessary. It was truly an easily overlooked matter. Aside from anything else, if a Sequence 7 werewolf or a Sequence 6 zombie consistently insisted on acting as their preceding sequence, a lunatic, various problems would certainly arise, but if a Sequence 5 demoness of afflictions constantly indulged in physical pleasure, it sounded like it wasn't as serious. However, in reality, both behaviors easily lead to losing control, and the impact caused in this regard is equally significant. I can't let my personal preferences influence my judgment of the nature of a thing or an action. Adele secretly admonished herself, but then heard Natalie speak again. "Perhaps because I'm older, my sleep is lighter. I heard you woke up earlier and were planning to leave directly. Is it because you don't know how to face Layla and me?" Adele stared blankly at Natalie, finding the older demoness's expression quite serene, her attitude earnest and sincere, making it very difficult to utter perfunctory or deceitful words. Yes. But, mainly Layla. Adele hesitated slightly but still answered truthfully. Natalie stretched lazily, revealing her smooth and graceful curves, looking like an exquisite work of art in the sunlight streaming through the porthole. Then, she patted Adele's shoulder and said earnestly, "You don't have to worry about this. After all, I was the one who asked you to do this, and it was my decision to let her listen in. I'll talk to her. However, I think you should have other things to consider." "You mean?" Adele asked subconsciously, but she quickly came to her senses, then fell into deeper thought. "That girl's name is Vianata, right? I've seen her a few times at the bar." Natalie said frankly, "Although as your temporary acting partner, I don't really have the right to say this, you'd best give her an explanation. Don't talk about grand principles like acting needs or the risk of losing control. In matters of the heart, there is no logic." Chapter 325 Parade. There is no logic when it comes to matters of the heart. Adele nodded, feeling that Natalie was indeed experienced in life. Although she had no deep connection with Vianata, she could accurately predict Vianata's reaction. Vianata, originally a straightforward Fosak mountaineer, wasn't an unreasonable person as a girlfriend, she just didn't like mixing several issues together when considering them. Perhaps Adele and Natalie acting together provided sufficient justification, but to Vianata, having difficulties was one thing, and doing something that betrayed her because of those difficulties was quite another. To put it plainly, Vianata could understand, but she would still be very angry. Adele felt a headache coming on. In fact, she now had some vague worries, especially after learning that Vianata would undergo a gender change after advancing to a demigod. She couldn't help but constantly consider how she should face it if that truly happened. If both of them were ordinary people, then if it happened, there would always be a way to make do. After all, in this era, merely surviving was a luxury for ordinary people, so who had the time to care about such trivial matters? If ordinary couples had some friction, they would just manage to muddle through. In Loan, many couples only met once at their coming-of-age ball before being urged by their families to marry, and couples who were emotionally distant were definitely not uncommon. However, there was still a huge difference between ordinary people and beyonders. The risk of losing control hung constantly over every Beander like a sharp blade. The conditions that trigger loss of control are varied, and the Beander's mindset is a crucial factor. If a Beander harbors an unresolved knot in their heart for a long time, it will inevitably affect their potion digestion and subsequent advancement. Excluding members of the temperance faction of the Rose school of thought, whose acting requirements include restraining desires and exercising rational self-control, most Beanders prioritize their material needs and spiritual enjoyment, appearing more self-centered than ordinary people. This is actually how Beanders resist losing control. Consiso, a pragmatist philosopher of the Storm Church, once said, "All generosity and tolerance are due to the fact that the stakes and bottom line being abandoned are not directly related." This applies to ordinary people and Beanders alike. A Beander's forbearance and retreat directly affect their mental state, and the mental state is intricately linked to the risk of losing control. This is also a major reason why many wild Beanders, despite appearing humble and restrained on the surface, always ostentatiously display their Beander qualities when they have the chance. The problem that Adele and Vianata face is the same. Ultimately, it is caused by the conflict between the acting method required by the potion and universal moral concepts. This is true for Adele and Vianata, it is true for Sophie, and it is true for all other Beanders on the prisoner, criminal, demoness, and hunter pathways. This balance is difficult to find, but if they fail to find it, the issue will continue to plague the pair and might even become a new hidden danger. You are right. I will go talk to her. I hope this journey can end soon. Adele nodded and handed back the stockings that Natalie had worn, which were scattered at her feet. That's what I hope for too. Also, during this time, if you need to continue digesting your potion, you can come find me anytime. Natalie stretched. Don't worry, you won't need to have Layla listen in anymore, and you don't have to be so tense. You were too nervous last night, all your muscles were stiff. I was afraid I might dislocate your joints at first. It won't happen next time. Adele looked embarrassed, quickly excused herself, and left, allowing Natalie to change and prepare to get up. Although there wouldn't be much difference between once and many times in Vianata's eyes, it was still best not to have a next time. Standing in the empty corridor, Adele yawned tiredly, thinking to herself. Of course, she was only thinking. A suspicious pirate general like Tracy wouldn't grant complete trust after just one night of pleasure. She probably needed to find time for 2 or 3 more sessions. However, having Tracy constantly watching wasn't a solution either. Thinking of this, Adele unconsciously furrowed her brow. Midway through last night, relying on her heightened spirituality, she sensed someone spying on the room using magical means from next door. The wall of spirituality set up by Natalie sealed the 2 rooms into a single entity, but it didn't isolate them from each other, making magical surveillance possible. Nevertheless, Adele only vaguely noticed it thanks to the lingering effects of the potion digestion and the spirituality that rose along with her passion. Even Natalie probably didn't know that Tracy was in the room next door. It seems I need to find a way to catch her in the act once, and then use that opportunity to warn her to stop peeking at me in the future. That way, in the future, as long as I spend a night with Natalie under Tracis' nose, even if we do nothing, it will count as having successfully fooled her. Adele, who was gradually forming a plan, was about to habitually clench her fist and hit her palm to signify the problem was solved, when a strange thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. Why does this feel a bit like clocking in at a factory? Adele complained internally. Is this clocking in for an affair? Wait, no, is this clocking in for acting? Meanwhile, inside Indo-Port, Vianata was standing in front of a transparent floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the scene outside on the street. At this time in previous winters, there weren't many pedestrians on the streets. In high-latitude Fosak, even though it was already February, the average daytime temperature barely reached 0 degrees. No one would go out in such weather, wasting energy unnecessarily. Even factory owners had to shut down before March to prevent widespread influenza and equipment damage from low-temperature operation. However, at this moment, the square facing the Esco family's honeysuckle crest was packed with people. A crowd of pale, sickly-looking individuals, wrapped in roughly cut winter clothes, were pressed together with fanatical expressions in the cold wind. Since Emperor Rosal invented the word parade, or march, previously disorganized and undisciplined protest activities gained a rough framework. This was especially evident in Intis and Fosak, where the populace often marched for all sorts of reasons, with some even making the organization and participation in marches a form of entertainment in their lives. The Esko family square was merely one stop on the march route. The Fosak people were not there because they had grievances against the Esko family. In fact, many of them didn't know who they should be complaining to, but simply because this was the only place large enough to accommodate a crowd of this size. The Esko family's security guards were clearly experienced in handling marches. Instead of clashing directly with these energetic individuals, they tacitly locked the courtyard gates and shouted from a distance to maintain order. During this time, they exchanged their government uniforms for the clothes they wore as gang members, lest the marching populace mistake them for government personnel. These matters were previously handled by government employees, who mostly resorted to violent suppression, though this was largely ineffective against the straightforward Fosak people. Now that the church was cooperating with Queen Island Shipping Company, Limited, the original government employees were happy to relax and shift the responsibility. However, Vianata naturally wouldn't take the blame and ruin her reputation again. After playing tug-of-war with the government employees a few times, she deftly redirected the marchers' hostility toward the government, while her own security personnel wisely remained uninvolved. This wasn't because Vianata was cold-blooded, but because she knew clearly that in Fosak, where the church had completely lost credibility and the government's grassroots management had totally collapsed, marches couldn't solve any problems. Those who were capable and qualified to solve the problems had either died in battle or lost the trust of the ordinary populace, making them unable to resolve the issues. It was a deadlock. If local officials couldn't solve it, the central government would naturally send people. The arrival of the imperial envoy representing the Einhorn family would mean a reshuffle of the entire political sphere of Indo-Port. The Esko family's business would be severely affected, greatly impacting subsequent plans. Furthermore, what policy would the simple-minded Fosak politicians adopt when faced with a marching group that could potentially evolve into a force threatening the stability of the regime? The answer was simple: the heads chopped off on the guillotine during the Intis revolution next door hadn't finished rotting yet. Could the collision between the unarmed Fosak populace, though calling the martial Fosak people unarmed might be an exaggeration, their strength was still too weak compared to the authorities and the current Fosak royalty possibly end peacefully. Clearly impossible. It would inevitably trigger intervention from the churches and other nations. Moreover, no matter who gained the upper hand in the end, it would be a devastating blow to the believers of Fosak, regardless of which deity they followed. The tragedies of the Intis revolution were still vivid memories. Vianata, who studied liberal arts in university, was quite familiar with that period of history. The struggle at that time affected the entire northern continent, lasting a full decade, and the resulting casualties could no longer be accurately tallied. However, according to the information Adele revealed to her, the predicted apocalypse was now less than 10 years away. Under these circumstances, would the organization behind Adele, or any of the Orthodox God churches besides the Knowledge Church, be willing to see Fosak engaging in internal strife among believers before the apocalypse arrives? It was unthinkable. If the big players were unwilling, then naturally, small players would have to help them solve it. Vianata's status and identity were perfectly suited for this, so she consciously took on the responsibility. Utilizing the talents of a conspirer in this area, Vianata successfully diverted the anger of the populace into the void, and dispatched some gang members to infiltrate the marching ranks, confusing their demands and dissolving the massive procession from within. That's right, Vianata had already advanced to Sequence 6. A few days ago, Justice, whom Vianata had met once before, arrived at Indo-Port. She not only brought the news that Adele was safe but also gave Vianata the main potion ingredients that Adele had previously traded for using the Demoness card. Vianata was now a conspirer. Perhaps it was Vianata's illusion, but she always felt that this seemingly sacred and solemn demigod appeared somewhat weary in her conversation, yet her reason told her she should not inquire further. Currently, Miss Justice was hiding upstairs in the Esko family headquarters, temporarily taking over some of the family's decision-making power. According to her, this was to more conveniently obtain those information hidden beneath the surface. Remembering that noble lady who had stepped across the threshold of demigodhood was living upstairs from her, Vianata felt like she was treading on thin ice. She had personally witnessed the other party's methods, and the more she advanced, the more she realized how difficult it was for justice to casually give her a suggestion with a validity period measured in years. A conspirer's schemes could achieve a similar effect of twisting the opponent's original intent, but the effect usually only lasted for a few days, or even just minutes or seconds during combat. Therefore, she felt nothing but reverence for this mysterious demigod and the organization behind her, daring not to entertain any other thoughts. Furthermore, due to Adele, even though justice had left a poor impression on her during their first meeting, they would inevitably have to cooperate in the future, so she could only accept the situation. Besides this, there was one matter of paramount importance: helping Sophie complete the ritual, stripping away the emotions in her heart and then re-injecting them. This was what Justice had promised Adele during the meeting, and it was why she had come. Vianata subconsciously shifted her gaze slightly away from the pale, emaciated people, many of whom had disabilities, toward the placards they held, which listed their demands. Under the deliberate control of the gang members working for Vianata, the marchers had been very restrained so far. Conflicts were currently limited to mutual cursing and shoving, with occasional individuals throwing open wolf fish cans into the government courtyard, and the employees inside retaliating with their own stored supplies. Well, compared to the previous marching style, which often involved drawing guns and shooting or throwing Molotov cocktails, the current march had achieved a qualitative leap in terms of civility. Although Vianata had done her best to divide and dissolve their demands, many had been separated, split into completely different groups, broken down into small units, and resolved through cold processing. However, the largest remaining contingent was unusually united, seemingly impossible to resolve through schemes. As for the reason, the pattern on the background of the placards explained everything. It was exactly the same symbol that Vianata had previously learned about from Ask, which appeared at the scene of the missing persons cases. It was being used widely on every signboard as if it were free. The Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom could just as easily come up with a plan like Adele's, bypassing the Church's restrictions to absorb new anchors through non-religious civilian organizations. However, their objective remains elusive even now. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.